The Dragon Network assistant replied, replying to Administrator Tyrannical Dragon. Although the Black Dragon world has its own spirit plant masters and beast taming masters, they can't separate themselves from the Dragon Network system. In this regard, perhaps we truly are unable to help you. Almost every system had professions or occupations that dealt with spirit plants and beast taming. At most, they would be called differently. Magical treasures, spirit plants, pills or medicine, and spirit pets were almost indispensable to every system. However, the training system of the Black Dragon world was different. Before reaching the 9th stage and transcending the Dragon Network, the techniques of its practitioners hugely relied upon the Dragon Network. After leaving the Black Dragon world, the abilities of these spirit plant masters and beast taming masters would be reduced by over 80%. That's a pity, said Song Shuheng. The Dragon Network assistant said, Lady Fat Balls said that she's willing to let Administrator Tyrannical Dragon bring away as many resources as you need and bring them back to the main world to use for exchanging for spirit stones or other things you need. Song Shuheng felt slightly embarrassed, and awkwardly laughed a few times. Although he knew that it was impossible for him to hide what he was doing from the will of the Dragon Network, Lady Kuna, it still felt rather embarrassing to have the other party talk about his plans to his face. His face was just too thin. Alright, I'll go check on that Dragon Network node. But if it's too dangerous, I'll be retreating, said Song Shuheng. Most of all, they had just beaten up Demon Emperor Haji, and quite viciously at that. The Dragon Network assistant said, if there is danger, and the degree of danger is too high, Administrator Tyrannical Dragon may retreat as soon as possible. Protecting yourself is of utmost priority. I will be standing by to come to your aid at any time to ensure your safety. Song Shuheng asked curiously, why are you being so kind? Because only while Administrator Tyrannical Dragon is still alive and well it's possible to get the support of the person currently taking over the ancient nether world. The Dragon Network assistant was very honest. Song Shuheng. At this time, what can I do besides look at the sky? No wonder Senior White 2 hasn't left the ancient nether world yet, so he was actually planning on occupying it? Song Shuheng asked, okay, let's go. Now, where exactly is the Demon Emperor's node? Previously, Lady Kuna had drawn the 9th stage lightning tribulation and added an ancient nether chaos will fragment to it in order to turn the heavenly tribulation into heavenly punishment. By doing so, she was able to ruin the Demon Emperor's node. Despite all that, Song Shuheng still didn't know the specific location of the node. The Dragon Network assistant said, I can directly open a spatial gate to the Demon Emperor's node for Administrator Tyrannical Dragon. Please get ready. Okay, I'll get ready. Song Shuheng got up, and stretched his body. Tribal Chief, we're heading out. I'll have to trouble you to take care of little Inju, said Song Shuheng. Little Inju also had fairy creation with her, so there shouldn't be a problem with regard to her safety. The old tribal chief patted his chest, and said, no problem, leave it to me. The old tribal chief was delighted that someone had finally asked him to help them with something. Ever since he entered a semi-retired state, he'd been lounging around the Dragon Blood tribe all day long, and he couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. Song Shuheng asked, Soft Feather, do you want to go with me? Soft Feather's eyes lit up. Is it something big, Senior Song? We're going to go and take a look at the lair of an immortal, the Demon Emperor, said Song Shuheng. As he said this, he stopped the hamster wheel. Soft Feather jumped up excitedly. I'll go, I'll go. She jumped out of the hamster wheel, stretched out her hand, and recalled her inner demon into her shadow. Daodu, how about you? Song Shuheng asked. No matter what was said, he was still his steel dog friend. No, I don't want to go. Daodu looked at the hamster wheel. If Soft Feather isn't playing, then it's my turn. In addition, I can help watch over little Inju if I stay. He heard words like Demon Emperor and Immortal come from Song Shuheng's mouth, and since it seemed like he was going to do something big again, he felt like he shouldn't go with him. Song Shuheng said, "All right then, you can play with the wheel if you want. I'll put it on loop mode so you can answer all 300 questions if you play enough." Afterward, he brought out Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword and Lady Onion. In a while, if he had to deal with the traps left behind by the Demon Emperor, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword would be his trump card. As for why he was bringing Lady Onion, that was because the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber was pretty good at combat as well. In his original Dantian, the Holy Sword of the End and the Impregnable Holy City were both receiving nourishment in the huge spirit lake. Although there was no lake soul in his spirit lake, the fat whale golden core seemed to carry the function of the lake soul. As it rose and fell, it continuously produced weapon yuan that could strengthen magical treasures, nourishing his life-bound magical treasures. In addition to the 2 sets of life-bound magical treasures, the treasured saber Broken Tyrant, the 4th stage Black Iron Godly Armor, the God-slaying Mother-Child Cannon, the 3rd stage, Heaven and Earth Worshipping Brush, he got from the scholarly faction, the Silver Dragon Puppet that was nearly useless now, and the fake Almighty Merchant's Sheet, had been moved into his small spirit lakes. Many of these magical treasures were no longer useful. However, Song Shuheng had just too many spirit lakes, and it would be a waste to leave them idle. As such, regardless of the level of the magical treasure, he threw them all into the lakes for nourishment. After having them nourished for some time, he could consider giving those magical treasures that were no longer useful to him to his disciples or Lady Onion. Everything was ready. The Dragon Network assistant opened a spatial gate by Song Shuheng's side that could directly reach the vicinity of the Demon Emperor's Dragon Network node. Song Shuheng said, "Soft Feather, follow me." At the same time, he brought out the Tyrant King Expert's shield, Giant Golden Crab's shell, and Fairy Jade Rabbit's cloak from the Impregnable Holy City set, and put them on Soft Feather. Their 2 figures went through the gate and disappeared. In the main world, deep underground somewhere in Africa. Young Master Hai had a secret cave here. At this moment, he entered this immortal cave with a solemn gaze. After confirming that he had activated the Demon Emperor's inheritance, he'd returned to Earth. Originally, he'd planned on returning to the Limitless Demon sect first and winning a good position in the sect with his 8-dragon pattern golden core, as that would be conducive to his plans. But today, the Demon Emperor's inheritance had autonomously unlocked the next inheritance seal. In order to avoid the aura of the inheritance from being noticed, young Master Hai temporarily changed plans, and went to his secret immortal cave first. After all, this was the inheritance of the Demon Emperor. If people in the Limitless Demon sect were to find out, those demon venerables and demon sages would definitely not mind coming over to take the inheritance away. He took off his gloves, and looked at the inheritance pattern that flickered quietly. Although the inheritance has been activated, how am I supposed to receive it? Young Master Hai pondered for a moment, pouring his mental energy into the pattern. While he was in thought, his consciousness seemed to have been drawn into an illusory space. It was a world completely different from the main world. And this world was in desperate, apocalyptic times. Explosions covered the earth, cracks filling the ground, and deep chasms formed non-stop, all while cries filled with despair rang out. The sky was collapsing, shattering into pieces, and falling towards the ground. It felt so unreal yet so realistic. It was quite clear that he was here in his spiritual body, but young Master Hai felt as if he had all 5 of his senses. He could smell the stench coming from this world. The smell of rotting corpses piled up on the battlefield, the mucus overflowing from the mouths of demonic creatures, and the excrements of beasts all merged to form a nauseating stench. The air seemed to have become viscous due to the stench. Young Master Hai frowned. He didn't like this feeling very much. Looking around, he saw that the world was ash-gray, littered with corpses and filled with death. At this moment, among the piles of rotting corpses, pillars rose up. These were the demonic god pillars of the Demon Emperor. Each demonic god pillar possessed different styles, representing the different powers and laws of the demon emperor. There were demonic god pillars that were hideous, ugly, or distorted, but there were also demonic god pillars that were incomparably beautiful, luxurious, and majestic. The positive and the negative coexisting represented the acme of the demonic path. When the demonic god pillars rose, the piled corpses disappeared, all of them becoming nutrients for the pillars. The sky stopped collapsing, now supported by the demonic god pillars. The ground also stopped cracking, now suppressed by the demonic god pillars. The grayish death aura transformed into a demonic flame. This place, which was originally filled with death, transformed into a demon empire as the demonic god pillars rose one after the other. Young Master Hai said softly, "Wherever demonic god pillars stand tall is the territory of the demon empire." This was true power. This was the mighty power that could bring about the end of the world with the raise of a hand, or quell the end of the world with the descent of a hand. It was the pinnacle of the demonic path, and it was the inheritance he was about to receive. And he had higher requirements for himself. One day in the future, he would even surpass the demon emperor, and build a larger demon empire. Although this future would sound like a joke to most, didn't dreams always tend to be somewhat unrealistic? But even if it might be unrealistic, people should always have dreams, as this drove them towards something. No matter how absurd his dream might seem, young Master Hai was going to fight for it. He would either live through to see it realized or die fighting. This was the outlook that he, Demon Monarch Anji, and Zhengning shared. Now then, how do I receive the demon emperor's inheritance? Where is the test? He looked at the demonic god pillars thoughtfully. Young Master Hai's spiritual body wandered the demon empire, looking for where he might be able to receive the inheritance. I don't seem to feel the existence of a time limit for this test, young Master Hai said softly. As he walked through the demon empire, he studied each of the different demonic god pillars. After all, each demonic god pillar could bring him new knowledge and new understandings. Perhaps each of these demonic god pillars is an inheritance? Young Master Hai thought to himself. As he walked, he eventually arrived before a huge demonic god pillar. This demonic god pillar was 10 times taller than the others. For some reason, he had not noticed it when roaming the demon empire. Hidden deep in the demon empire, this must be the real inheritance. Young Master Hai arrived beside this demonic god pillar and couldn't hide his excitement. As he approached the demonic god pillar, the pillar sensed his presence, and a demonic flame blazed. In the demonic flame, a huge figure was projected out. The figure stood high, looking down at young Master Hai. Just seeing the projection caused young Master Hai to feel a terrifying pressure that made his soul tremble. Is this the demon emperor? Young Master Hai thought. Hello, young Master Hai. How do I say this? It seems we truly are bound by fate. At this time, a slightly childish voice sounded in young Master Hai's mind. When young Master Hai heard this familiar yet unfamiliar voice, he quickly raised his head and looked upward. In the next moment, he saw an incomparably large projection of a youth. The young man was handsome, and looked very approachable when he smiled. At this moment, the young man was looking down on him, smiling. The smile was very cute. Young Master Hai was stunned for a 100th of a second. Then, he screamed out, "Profound Sage Tyrannical Song." Although the other party had the appearance of a 12-year-old young man, young Master Hai was able to instantly recognize him. This was the first sage in 1,000 years, who had also gone on to get 2 more sage names, becoming a demon sage and an ancient sage on top of that. In all of history, he was regarded as the most terrifying existence to ever appear on TV. No matter how firm young Master Hai's will was, and no matter how deep his plans were, suddenly seeing a young version of Song Shuhang appear in front of him caused him to lose control of his emotions and scream out. How could he have ever expected that at the end of the Demon Emperor's inheritance, he would see Profound Sage Tyrannical Song? To him, this was even more shocking than seeing profound Sage Tyrannical Song appear on broadcast 3 times. "Why are you here?" Young Master Hai's pupils involuntarily widened. He didn't want to see the other party, but the other party would always appear in his field of vision in a variety of different forms. A sense of despair that could no longer be described in words emerged in young Master Hai's mind, and became a huge psychological shadow, a devastating trauma, leaving him unable to breathe. Why would Song Shuheng appear here at the end of the Demon Emperor's inheritance? After a while, young Master Hai forced himself to calm down. Even if Song Shuheng was the first sage in 1,000 years, and had conducted a divinity show 3 times, he was still only a profound sage. Why would he appear inside the Demon Emperor's inheritance? This was the inheritance of the Demon Emperor, the inheritance of the strongest emperor of demons in the universe. Why was Song Shuheng here? Could it be that this is a test? Is this a test designed by the Demon Emperor's inheritance? Such a thought suddenly appeared in young Master Hai's mind. It was impossible for the Demon Emperor to leave his inheritance to a good-for-nothing. Therefore, it stood to reason that this Demon Emperor's inheritance would have its own set of tests and trials. Moreover, they should cover all aspects that the Demon Emperor wanted for his inheritor. Demon Emperor Haji was the best at manipulating people's hearts. As one of the most powerful demon emperors since time immemorial, Demon Emperor Haji's means of manipulating people's hearts definitely exceeded his imagination. With Demon Emperor Haji's strength, it would be easy for him to have what he feared the most be projected in front of him. Young Master Hai thought to himself, in other words, the profound Sage Tyrannical Song that is currently above my head should be a part of the heart trial. Perhaps it's a test of wit. It just so happens that I can make use of this opportunity to make a break through the barrier in my mind. Young Master Hai raised his head, and looked directly into the eyes of 12-year-old profound Sage Tyrannical Song. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song was the biggest obstacle on his path of cultivation. The other party was currently a terrifying enemy he could not do anything against. It had gotten so bad for him that the other party had even become a barrier in his mind. However, he had decided that he would not let himself cower under the shadow of terror that was profound Sage Tyrannical Song. One day, he was to become a demon emperor, erecting his own demonic god pillars and thereby his own empire. "I'm not afraid of you." Young Master Hai lightly patted his clothes, his eyes tranquil as he said firmly, "I won't be afraid of you anymore." In the sky, the 12-year-old profound Sage Tyrannical Song had a doubtful look in his eyes as bewilderment emerged on his face. His expression was too easy to decipher, his face was simply too honest. "You can't make me surrender, I will surpass you one day." Young Master Hai made a vow, and with him swearing this oath, his aura rose steadily. In his mind, the psychological shadow which profound Sage Tyrannical Song's 3 appearances had brought him was expelled. The young-looking Tyrannical Song blinked his eyes. "There are too many inner dramas, it's useless to say more. Now that we have met, I must leave some gifts for you." After saying that, the young-looking Tyrannical Song's eyes lit up. A strange light shone in his left eye, and that light contained a huge vitality, as well as great love and compassion. There faintly seemed to be the voice of the scholarly sage's exhortation for education echoing within the light. The impregnating gaze? Young Master Hai was surprised. As soon as he saw the light in the young-looking Tyrannical Song's eyes, he quickly rolled around and dodged. After experiencing the impregnating gaze once, he had been able to analyze some data about it. Once this move was launched, it was almost impossible to evade it, and it would hit its target nearly instantaneously. It was only before it was launched that it could be evaded. And so, young Master Hai rolled handsomely. However, it was of no use. The light shining from the eyes of the young-looking Tyrannical Song was like a pillar of destruction, extremely thick. Young Master Hai evaded for a good while, but he still couldn't escape the shroud of light in the end. It was a bitter tragedy. The 10 seconds of pregnancy plus 1 hour of childbirth experience had been delivered to the user Young Master High. Young Master High's abdomen quickly swelled up. He was clearly in a spiritual body, yet after his spirit entered this inheritance world, he could actually get hit by the impregnating gaze? Did the impregnating gaze not only work on a physical body? Young Master High screamed again and again, and his spiritual body knelt on the ground as he gritted his teeth. Senior Song, I feel that this scene is rather disconcerting. At this time, Young Master High heard a pleasant-sounding woman's voice. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, I feel the same way as Soft Feather. Every time I see Song Shuhang use this skill, especially when he uses it on male creatures, I feel upset, and I don't know how to describe it. Soft Feather kindly reminded him, Senior, the word upset isn't used like that. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword responded, anyhow, something along those lines. This shows that your Tao heart is not firm enough. Song Shuhang's voice sounded. Even if you see that the enemy is pregnant, this is, in fact, all fake. Whether it's the pregnancy or the childbirth, either of which cause them to roll in pain, it's truly just the effect of a magical technique. It's the same as binding techniques, weakness techniques, and blindness techniques. It's just that the effect of this magical technique is pregnancy. As long as the effect of the magical technique is good, then why should we care about appearances? One should not look at the process by which a magical technique is delivered, but rather its results and its effects. It was a pity that the scholarly sage's eye was still in the hands of fairy creation. When Song Shuhang used the impregnating gaze with his own eyes, its effect was greatly reduced. However, Young Master High was currently still in the 5th stage realm, while Song Shuhang was already in the 6th stage realm. As such, Song Shuhang was able to overpower and suppress the other party, meaning that the effect of this impregnating gaze was still significant. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword reminded him, but Shuhang, if you continue to use this magical technique, I feel that you will find it difficult to find a Tao companion in the future. All of the practitioners in the universe had already experienced profound Sage Tyrannical Song's gaze once. If Song Shuhang were to use the impregnating gaze too often, who would dare marry him after his fame has spread among the female practitioners of the universe? Song Shuhang. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's words are so heart-rending. Not really. I actually feel that the impregnating gaze is quite interesting. Right, speaking of the impregnating gaze, I haven't experienced it personally until now. My father has now left his seclusion, I have to go find him or contact him immediately, Soft Feather said. I originally wanted to watch Senior Song's Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar speech together with my dad, which is why I haven't watched it until now. I wonder if my dad has already watched the broadcast. If he has, then that would mess up my plans. Scarlet Heaven Sword. Soft Feather, you want to watch the Tyrannical Scholar speech with your dad? Are you trying to screw your dad over? It imagined the disturbing scene of the father-daughter pair watching the broadcast of Song Shuhang's Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar speech, and then the two getting pregnant at the same time. Heavens, this is too terrifying. If this truly happened, Profound Sage Spirit Butterfly would definitely bar his daughter from coming into contact with Song Shuhang again. There was no normal father that would let their daughter come into contact with a man who even made males pregnant. Inside the inheritance space. Young Master High was lying on the ground, clutching his stomach as he gritted his teeth and endured the pain. In the sky, the conversation between the 12-year-old Tyrannical Song's projection and the voices of a woman and a man reached his ears. He began to doubt his previous speculations, what he had seen and heard just now, as well as the realistic, impregnating gaze effect he was presently experiencing. Was this all really a trial left behind by the Demon Emperor? If it was a trial, how was he supposed to pass it? If this was not a trial, had Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, through some unknown means, personally appeared in the Demon Emperor's inheritance ground? Young Master Hai raised his head, looked at the young-looking Tyrannical Song, and asked, "Why are you here?" The young-looking Tyrannical Song smiled slightly. "It's fate, it brought me to you. Fate truly does whatever it pleases." Young Master Hai. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "It looks like he's currently in an inheritance space. Is it an inheritance left behind by Demon Emperor Heji in the human world? As a divine weapon, it was very experienced." Song Shuheng said, "So that's the case, what a coincidence." He lowered his head, looked at young Master Hai, and said, unexpectedly, "Young Master Hai, you still have quite the great fortune. You were actually able to receive the inheritance of the Demon Emperor." Young Master Hai forced himself to remain calm. "Why did you appear in my inheritance?" At the same time, he began to try to escape the spiritual space of the inheritance. Demon Emperor Heji is very powerful and terrifying," Song Shuheng said calmly. "It was only with the combination of the right timing, the right setting, and the right people that we were able to tear him apart." Young Master Hai. The words that came from the young-looking Tyrannical Song's mouth were messy, but the amount of information he got from those words was huge. Young Master Hai didn't completely believe it, but for some reason, he couldn't completely not believe it either. At the same time, the inheritance pattern on the back of young Master Hai's hand lit up. Subsequently, young Master Hai's figure forcibly retreated from the inheritance space. In Africa, at young Master Hai's temporary immortal cave. Young Master Hai's eyes opened violently. He panted heavily as cold sweat covered his body. He immediately looked at his abdomen. Fortunately, it didn't swell. So, was the scene I saw in the inheritance space a trial left behind by the Demon Emperor? Or was that really Tyrannical Song? Young Master Hai looked at the pattern on the back of his hand, and fell into thought. Inside the inheritance space. Soft Feather's voice sounded. "Senior Song, young Master Hai ran away." Chapter 1763 Senior White's way of handling things, indeed, Song Shuheng said. "Anyway, I didn't expect that young Master Hai would actually get the Demon Emperor's inheritance." Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "If he were allowed to develop normally, he might become another Demon Emperor. If Song Shuheng hadn't come to the Black Dragon world, then Demon Emperor Heji's plans might have succeeded. And if so, he would have replaced the Dragon Network, taken control of the Black Dragon world, and simultaneously become in charge of the ancient Nether world. After becoming the master of these two worlds, he would already be above the immortal realm, merely one step away from becoming an existence on par with the ruler of the Netherworld. He might eventually have the opportunity to get a peek at eternity. At that time, as the Demon Emperor's inheritor, young Master Hai would be destined to have a bright future." Song Shuheng said, as expected of young Master Hai, "My mortal enemy." He recalled their first encounter. At that time, young Master Hai was posing as an elder of the Blood Saber sect, plotting against Su Clan's 7th and 16th. Back then, he gave off the vibe of someone who had the entire world in the palm of his hand. If you were to only look at how he looked, he would appear to have an exceptional temperament, as graceful as jade. He was the kind of existence who could make countless girls' hearts go aflutter with a smile. His style was one that Song Shuheng dreamed of having. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "Is it appropriate to just let him go like that?" Song Shuheng nodded, and said, "It doesn't matter, he can't escape. Also, maybe I can get some clues about the Demon Emperor's inheritance from his body." Soft Feather asked curiously, "Senior Song, did you do something to him?" Song Shuheng shook his head. "No, it should be the doing of the Demon Emperor's inheritance." In addition, Demon Emperor Heji's inheritance was among the best demonic inheritances. Although Song Shuheng did not cultivate the demonic path, he could still use it for reference. When it came to cultivation knowledge, he was truly quite lacking. After he finished reading it for reference, he could sell the Demon Emperor's inheritance to the seniors in the group in exchange for spirit stones to pay off his debt. There were several friends of Fairy Dongfang 6 in the group who were actually members of demonic sections. Afterward, Song Shuhang's huge projection also withdrew from the inheritance space. He, Soft Feather, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, and Lady Onion were now in the Demon Emperor's Dragon Network node. A large portion of this Dragon Network node had been blown up by the heavenly punishment. Later, when the Demon Emperor faced off against Lady Kuna and Song Shuhang, the Demon Emperor entered a near-death state, and could no longer maintain this Dragon Network node, thereby causing most of the node to collapse. What was left of it was supported by the demonic god pillars left behind. At this time, Song Shuhang was standing in front of a tall and slender demonic god pillar, the one corresponding to the Demon Emperor's inheritance. It was through this demonic god pillar that Song Shuhang was able to enter the inheritance space young Master Hai was in. Song Shuhang asked, Dragon Network Assistant, do these demonic god pillars have the mark of the Demon Emperor? On his shoulder, the Dragon Network Assistant nodded, and said, yes, every demonic god pillar has a mark. This means that Demon Emperor Haji is still alive. Moreover, every single one of these demonic god pillars possesses a restraining power against me, especially the ones forged to specifically target the Dragon Network. This was also why the Dragon Network's energy couldn't destroy the demonic god pillars. Song Shuhang asked, if I put them in the inner world, could my inner world be detected or even locked onto by the Demon Emperor? He really wanted this batch of demonic god pillars, especially this slender demonic god pillar through which he could monitor young Master Hai. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, although your inner world is of a very high level, and is the product of a wielder of the will, it has yet to complete its evolution. It is similar to the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber in this manner. If you were to place the demonic god pillars inside it, I speculate that there is a high chance that the Demon Emperor will be able to spy on your inner world. This was true for many of the things made by wielder of the will-striped dragon. He made many experimental products, and even if they were acquired, they still needed to evolve again and again. Nobody knew what exactly it was that wielder of the will-striped dragon wanted to do. Song Shuhang said, in that case, we should transfer them over to Senior White 2's world of the Black Lotus first. If the Demon Emperor had the balls, he should go straight to Senior White 2's lair. Senior White 2's main body was slumbering in the giant cocoon, which was still in the world of the Black Lotus. Song Shuhang's plan was to prevent himself from suffering further losses. He then said, but, how am I supposed to pull out these demonic god pillars? He tried opening the inner world and forcibly collecting the demonic god pillars, but the demonic god pillars and the Dragon Network node were fused together, and he wasn't able to transfer them. This was the case for most magical treasures forged by peak immortals. They would make it such that these treasures were able to resist spatial forces so that they couldn't be forcibly taken away through such means. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, when it comes to things like these demonic god pillars, the only way to bring them away is by having the owner uproot them or smashing them to pieces. Regardless, it's going to be very troublesome. Soft Feather said, how about we go and ask the other seniors? Song Shuhang said, Senior White 2 is busy trying to take over the ancient nether world right now, so it wouldn't be good to disturb him. Moreover, as you should know, I can't control myself in my current state. As such, I don't dare to see him temporarily, as I'm afraid I might say the ultimate death-seeking line out loud. Soft Feather looked puzzled. What line? Song Shuhang waved his hands repeatedly, and said, don't ask, Soft Feather. Don't ask. If you insist on asking, I might not be able to stop myself from answering. And if I say it out loud, I'll be a goner. And things will end with a mere hamster running wheel. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, you're actually able to restrain your desire to seek death. Shuhang, it seems like you've made some progress. Song Shuhang said triumphantly, I told you, I have some experience in restraining the thrice reckless disease. Soft Feather said, then, let's ask someone else. Right, I can try asking the Heavenly Emperor for help. Song Shuhang waved his hands repeatedly again. The Heavenly Emperor is also big trouble. Leave the part of contacting seniors to me. After saying that, his consciousness dove into the inner world to consult Pavilion Master Chu and Senior Turtle on the matter. Soft Feather and Scarlet Heaven Sword squatted at the side. Soft Feather asked softly, speaking of which, what is that ultimate death-seeking line that Senior Song was referring to? She was curious. She recalled the many death-seeking experiences between Song Shuhang and Senior White, but she didn't know which one was the ultimate death-seeking line. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, I don't know this too well either. I honestly feel that there isn't an ultimate death-seeking line, just lines that are more death-seeking than the previous ones. Soft Feather said, I feel the same. At this time, having found out that neither Pavilion Master Chu nor Senior Turtle could help him, Song Shuhang's consciousness left the inner world. Pavilion Master Chu didn't know much about demonic god pillars. This was mainly because she was a shut-in. Ever since she recreated the crystal-clear water pavilion, she had pretty much always stayed inside the pavilion. As for Senior Turtle, it wasn't too knowledgeable on matters regarding the demonic path. But if it came to knowledge on ice abilities related to the Great Northern Emperor, it was especially proficient. There isn't an ultimate death-seeking line, just lines that are more death-seeking than the previous ones. I completely agree. Song Shuhang gave Scarlet Heaven Sword and Soft Feather a thumbs up. Actually, that ultimate death-seeking line is a dark part of his history that might agitate him. However, saying that line wouldn't actually be the ultimate death-seeking thing. I've got a bold idea in mind. I might be able to learn from Daodu, and make a song to sing it aloud. Soft Feather. Scarlet Heaven Sword. Soft Feather and I were having a quiet discussion just now. Why are you the one suddenly getting excited? The song can go something like this, dang 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 thump thump ding ding dang dang. Song Shuhang gave Soft Feather and Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword a demonstration. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, will it really be okay for you to sing like that? Song Shuhang said, don't worry, it'll be fine as long as I don't step on a certain line. Soft Feather grinned. Test again and again, feeling out the bottom line little by little. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, eventually, you'll step on that line. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and gently laid it on the slender demonic god pillar. Rest assured, I've set boundaries in my mind. You don't have to worry about me stepping on that line. By the way, I've discovered something. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Song Shuhang continued, look, the length and thickness of this demonic god pillar is similar to that of a rod, Soft Feather quickly said, like Sun Wukong's golden cudgel. Then, the virtuous Lamia appeared, and said, the famous Rui Jingu Bang? What I meant was that it looked like a steel pipe. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and placed it on the demonic god pillar. It feels very suitable for pole dancing. Should I try it out and give everyone a show? I've watched it on TV in the past, and I should be able to do a short segment. My memory is very good now, and my physical fitness is just as good. I feel like I should be able to imitate the actual thing to about 80% or more. Forget it, just thinking about you dancing makes me feel like my eyes are burning, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said. It would be better to have Soft Feather dance. I haven't learned how to. Soft Feather chuckled. I'm not interested in dancing, but it shouldn't be too difficult to learn. Then perhaps some other time. Afterward, Song Shuhang suddenly said, wait, I just got a good idea. He turned his head and looked at the Dragon Network assistant. Can the entire network node be removed? Song Shuhang had recalled Senior White's way of handling things. Since the demonic god pillars could not be pulled out, then Why not slice the entire ground and move the whole area away? Testing. Confirming order. After a while, the Dragon Network Assistant replied, testing complete. It has been determined that the network node can indeed be removed, but this will cause damage to the Dragon Network. Do you want to execute this order? Yes/no. Will the damage to the Dragon Network be within a tolerable range? And can it be healed? Song Shuheng asked while hanging from the demonic god pillar. His current state was too strange. As long as he thought of something, his heart would become eager to follow, and he couldn't wait to try it out. What was taking place now was an example of this, with him suddenly wishing to give pole dancing a try. The Dragon Network Assistant replied, the damage can be healed, though that would require a long time. Song Shuheng said, then, go ahead. Executing order, removing Dragon Network node. Song Shuheng squeezed his chin, and said, in addition, should also try analyzing how the Demon Emperor left his inheritance. After all, he was currently preparing and setting up an inheritance for Scarlet Pupil. Would constructing an inheritance ground similar to the Demon Emperor's inheritance be impressive? But would that scare the little guy? Chapter 1764 The Demon Emperor's Inheritance Unveiled That's decided then, Song Shuheng silently thought to himself. If the inheritance space can scare Scarlet Pupil, that should be enough to make him feel that the inheritance is powerful. And overall, that's a good thing, Demon Emperor, the structure of your inheritance is now mine. The time it took to remove the Dragon Network node was much longer than what Song Shuheng expected. When the Dragon Network Assistant executed the command, it needed to cut off the Demon Emperor's node and the surrounding Dragon Network area, and then dig it out entirely. It would take decades or even longer for this severed node area to recover from this. During this long period of time, this area would not be protected by the power of the Dragon Network, and it would become a forbidden zone. If a new external force were to invade, this area would become an undefended Achilles heel. Therefore, after digging out the Dragon Network node, the Dragon Network Assistant laid out a layer of defense over the place to isolate it. The Dragon Network Assistant said, reporting to Administrator Tyrannical Dragon, the node removal is complete. Then on to the next step. Song Shuheng opened his hands, made a pose, and said, right, is there a way to shrink down the area of the Dragon Network node? As the inner world had undergone several upgrades, its entrance had expanded a lot. However, it was still not yet large enough to accommodate the entire Dragon Network node. Previously, when Senior White moved the Death Forest into his inner world, he had to cut the forest and the land into small pieces before transferring them inside little by little. The Dragon Network Assistant replied, the Dragon Network node itself is a product of the materialization of energy. As such, it does not need to be shrunk, it can pass through spatial gates of various sizes without a problem. But now they were back to their original problem. The Demon Emperor had made it so that the demonic god pillars were spatial force resistant, so it was unknown if they could be dragged into the inner world. Song Shuheng said, in that case, we can only try. He clapped his hands gently, and then a transparent crystal lotus projection appeared. From this lotus projection, countless roots stretched out, quickly engulfing the severed Dragon Network node. Song Shuheng's original intention was to have the lotus roots wrap around the Dragon Network node, and then drag it back into the inner world. However, when the lotus roots made contact with the Dragon Network node, the severed node began getting absorbed by the lotus roots. It was like throwing a dry sponge into the water, which would make the sponge automatically begin absorbing water. As soon as the lotus roots touched the Dragon Network, they began absorbing the node. As a result, all of the demonic god pillars lost their footing and became exposed. Song Shuheng. Afterward, the lotus roots wrapped around the demonic god pillars one by one, dragging them into the inner world in batches. The pillars could restrain spatial forces. However, when the lotus projection wrapped around them, their properties were blocked. Song Shuheng remarked, although there was a minor mishap, everything generally went smoothly. Now, the next step. His consciousness moved into the inner world. The inner world assistant was busy tidying up Song Shuhang's messy inner world. Through its continuous effort, things were moved little by little, similar to when putting together a puzzle, allowing the inner world to give off a neat and beautiful vibe. When seeing Song Shuhang's consciousness went into the inner world assistant stepped forward, and said, "Administra." As it was halfway through addressing Song Shuhang, it suddenly paused. Because it was no longer appropriate to call Song Shuhang, Administrator Tyrannical Dragon, in the inner world. The inner world belonged to Song Shuhang, so he wasn't just an administrator, but the owner of the entire world. After the inner world assistant paused for a while, she said, "Mr. Tyrannical Song, how would you like to deal with the batch of demonic god pillars that were just transferred in?" Song Shuhang smiled, and said, "I want to move them somewhere else." The inner world assistant blinked. "Where to?" "Look at me." Song Shuhang stood on the edge of the spring, and shouted, "Senior White, please open the gate. I have a batch of things to store in your world of the Black Lotus." At this time, the voice of Little Sun, your busy T233, sounded. Password. Song Shuhang. Since when did the world of the Black Lotus have a password? Song Shuhang asked, "What's the password?" Your busy T233 responded, "If you don't know the password, then tell a joke." This is what my master said. Jokes are so boring, why don't I do a dance instead? Song Shuhang seized this opportunity, frantically trying to display what he wanted to display. He really wanted to do pole dancing. Your busy T233 replied, "My master said that he wasn't interested in seeing dancing. If you don't want to tell a joke, then sing a song." "I'm okay with that." Song Shuhang laughed. He had just composed a short song, and now it was time to put it to use. If he sang that song, then he'd be a goner. The inner world would definitely become his graveyard. Right, that idea wasn't bad. Yu Jiaojiao had an underwater cemetery. After his inner world expanded in the future, he could also create a luxurious cemetery for those who had special requests, those such as Xian Nu Sec Skylark, or those practitioners of systems who needed cemeteries for their cultivation, or those practitioners who were fond of using cemeteries for their means of resurrection. He already thought of what the advertising would be: luxurious inner world VIP cemetery. Interested? Your busy T233 asked considerately, "Tyrannical Song, when you sing, do you need me to sing along with you?" "Okay," Song Shuhang replied. "But do you know what I'm going to sing?" Your busy T233 said, "Of course, we have a mental connection." After saying that, it began to sing the soundtrack. Dang 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 thump thump ding ding dang dang. Song Shuhang's face immediately became pale. Your busy T233 asked suspiciously, "Are you not going to sing? Do you not want to sing anymore?" Song Shuhang. "It's not that I don't want to, I don't dare to. Is there something wrong with this song?" Your busy T233 asked. "I'm leading with the rhythm so that you can sing your song." Tyrannical Song, why do you have such a look on your face? Are you not feeling well? Yes, I'm suddenly feeling uncomfortable. My body seems to have suddenly weakened, so I'm going to go and get well first, Song Shuhang said, and quickly added, "Let's just talk about the password some other time, see you." At this moment, the passage to the world of the Black Lotus opened. Senior White 2's power emerged, engulfing all the demonic god pillars, and dragging them into the world of the Black Lotus. My master said that the cost for storing them here is 1/9 stage spirit stone per day. You have to pay it in a lump sum when you come to pick them up. Little Sun smiled. Afterward, that slender, demonic god pillar was spat back. Little Sun continued, "My master said that this is the pillar of the inheritance. The restrictions on it have been undone, so you can play with it by yourself." Chapter 1765 Senior White 2-inch Speculations Inside the World of the Black Lotus. Little sun, your busy T-233 floated in the sky, exuding a warm light. Below, Buddhist holy ape carried around the demonic god pillars, inserting them into the ground of the world of the Black Lotus. Meanwhile, Hamster held up a blueprint, and directed it around. Soon after, the demonic god pillars which Song Shuheng had transferred to the world of the Black Lotus were all arranged into a formation. When looked at from above, the pillars now looked like a plum blossom. Good job. A clone of Senior White 2 nodded in satisfaction. With these decorative items, the world of the Black Lotus has become more beautiful. The world of the Black Lotus was still simply too desolate. Even after the Fat Ball's lair had been brought in, it still felt like there was too much free space. Therefore, he had to look for a way to fill up the area with more things. The demonic hamster remarked, "What a pity, Tyrannical Song has actually transformed into a child. His appearance now is not even close to being comparable to how he looked as an uncle." Huh? Hamster, you prefer the uncle type? Senior White 2's clone said with surprise apparent in his voice. The demonic hamster shook its head quickly. No, I just feel that the uncle-looking Tyrannical Song was a lot more pleasing to the eye. Now that he's taken on the appearance of a child, I don't find him as pleasant-looking as before. Senior White's clone smiled slightly, his eyes peering through the world of the Black Lotus and looking at Song Shuheng, who was in the inner world. How long did it take for Tyrannical Song to rise to the 6th stage? Senior White 2 said. Hamster replied, about 6 months. Its entire body was riddled with discomfort as soon as this thought came to mind. When they first met, Tyrannical Song was still at the 3rd stage, while the demonic hamster was at the 4th stage. 1 month later, Tyrannical Song caught up with it, and reached the 4th stage. After another month, Tyrannical Song surpassed it, and reached the 5th stage. Then, on the same day that it finally ascended to the 5th stage, Tyrannical Song ascended to the 6th stage, completely surpassing it. Reaching the 6th stage in 6 months. The Buddhist holy ape's eyes went wide open in incredulity. That little guy called Song Shuheng, is that astounding? Even the scholarly sage, who suppressed the entire universe back then, wasn't this cool. Just what cheats did this little guy get that he could accomplish such feats? Senior White 2's clone softly said, too fast. Little son T-233 said, yet, Tyrannical Song's will is very stable, and there basically aren't any problems there. Moreover, because of his personality, even with the rapid increase in his strength over a short period of time, he doesn't get overconfident nor complacent. Hamster said, I feel that due to him frequently encountering big shots who are exceedingly stronger than he is, he always has the misconception of, I'm still very weak, in his mind. If it weren't for some of those big shots beating him down every now and then, he would probably have long since gone on to grow overconfident. In fact, after he ascended to the 5th stage, he's been quite the show-off to me. For example, one of the previous times it met Tyrannical Song, Song Shuheng showed off his 8-star 8-diamond 8 cores and rent its heart. Was that not someone who was a show-off? Your busy T-233 smiled at Hamster, and then said, I feel like Tyrannical Song's attitude towards you has not changed ever since he first met you. The demonic hamster. Senior White's clone stretched out his hand, tapped lightly on a demonic god pillar, and then suddenly said, Say, do you think that Tyrannical Song could be my brother? Back when he came in contact with, wielder of the will White, who was gazing into the future, he told the other party that he wanted a little sister. But with that odd personality of wielder of the will White, who was to say that he hadn't given him a little brother instead? Song Shuheng was not the reincarnation of anyone, nor a reincarnated powerful entity. And even if his ancestry was traced back several generations, they were all ordinary people. Senior White 2 had repeatedly verified this point. But this was exactly why it was so strange. How could someone who was so clearly ordinary be able to ascend 6 stages in a mere 6 months? So, could he actually be a little brother whom wielder of the will white had secretly prepared for him? Hamster shook its head repeatedly, and said, impossible. Master's charm is so great, while Tyrannical Song has such a delicate face without any charm. How could he be related to Master? However, Tyrannical Song has great talent indeed, said Little Son T233. It had barely come into contact with Tyrannical Song, and the times that it did, it only did so because its master had ordered it thus. But despite them only meeting several times, it found Tyrannical Song to be rather likable. Senior White 2's clone smiled, and said, I'm just talking about it being a possibility. He also had several other speculations in his mind on who could be his possible little sister or little brother. The first was naturally the Senior White in the main world. He had the same looks, the same charm, and the same luck as himself. The first time he made contact with Song Shuheng, it was mainly to get more information about this main world's white. But in the end, the relationship between him and Song Shuheng had unknowingly gotten deeper than the relationship between him and this other white. Every time Song Shuheng yelled, Senior White 2, save me, when he was in a crisis, he felt a sense of satisfaction. The second person he suspected was Song Shuheng himself. Whether it was him or that other white, they both had a good relationship with Song Shuheng. Perhaps it was because Shuheng's nerves were dead, making him one among the few existences in the universe who could withstand his charms and pressure. Therefore, whether it was the main world's white or himself, they naturally felt the need to take special care of him. Moreover, the part where Song Shuheng was able to reach the 6th stage in 6 months was already very much worthy of suspicion. The third person he suspected was someone he discovered not too long ago. Senior White 2's gaze passed through the inner world, settling on Soft Feather. He didn't think much of this long-legged girl until he saw the Star Road on Song Shuheng's lifebound whale core. On the Star Road, Soft Feather was at the beginning and the end. She alone occupied 2 spots, and there was none for the main world's white. But when Senior White 2 looked at the scene, the one who opened the door at the end of the Star Road was not Soft Feather, but rather the main world's white. This was interesting. From his point of view, it was the main world's white opening the door, while from Song Shuheng's point of view, it was another Soft Feather. All of this together caused Soft Feather to be added to his suspects. Moreover, Soft Feather had many karmic ties. There was a part of her karma that linked her to the Heavenly Emperor, thereby linking her to the Fat Ball through the Heavenly Emperor. Therefore, Senior White 2 could not be certain if this girl was the younger sister secretly arranged for him by wielder of the will white, or if it was the Fat Ball making trouble. In addition to the above 3 suspects, there was another even less conspicuous existence. The founder of the 9 provinces No. 1 group which Song Shuheng had joined, True Monarch Yellow Mountain, now Venerable Yellow Mountain. After Song Shuheng got his inner world, Senior White 2 was able to project part of his power into the main world through it. He then went around the main world, and followed Song Shuheng's interpersonal relationships. By that point, he'd secretly come into contact with most of the members of the 9 provinces No. 1 group, wanting to know if Song Shuheng's friends were as fun as Shuheng himself. From this, he labeled Venerable Yellow Mountain as a key suspect. Senior White 2 had observed him from a distance, discovering that Yellow Mountain was very similar to his young self. To be precise, Venerable Yellow Mountain reminded Senior White 2 of his young man in green robes riding a white horse phase. Back then, he wholeheartedly took care of Little White in the desert. The same was true for Venerable Yellow Mountain. Those guys were clearly just group members, and when talking about relationships, this could not even be considered a close one. However, Yellow Mountain would trouble and worry himself over the group members of the 9 provinces No. 1 group time and again. Venerable Yellow Mountain was like him when he was the young man in green robes. Meanwhile, the main world's white was more like little white in the desert rather than him. At this time, Hamster asked cautiously, by the way, Master, wasn't the demonic god pillar you sent over just now the one with the demon emperor's inheritance? Is it really okay to throw it to Tyrannical Song? Although Song Shuhang's path was already messy, with him having touched upon Buddhist, Taoist, and scholarly techniques, demonic cultivation techniques were vastly different from the previous three. If he were to freely practice them, wouldn't problems arise? Senior White smiled, and said, "Are you worried about him?" "How could that be? I was just thinking that if disaster were to befall him after getting his hands on the demon emperor's inheritance, I wouldn't be able to defeat him righteously in the future. That would be a pity." The demonic hamster raised its head, and then coolly lifted its swordsman robe. "Don't worry," Senior White too said. "Although it's the demon emperor's inheritance, it isn't the kind of inheritance that everyone imagines it to be. Demon Emperor Haji was a very self-confident person. He was good at planning and scheming. With his character. Unless he was in a truly despairing situation, he wouldn't leave behind his real inheritance. Although the inheritance inside the demonic god pillar was indeed Demon Emperor Haji's inheritance, it wasn't a demonic technique. Song Shuhang willed it, and the demonic god pillar which had its restrictions erased was transferred out of the inner world. Soft Feather asked curiously, Senior Song, is there no way to store this demonic god pillar in the inner world? Song Shuhang shook his head, and said, any restrictions and marks on this demonic god pillar have been erased. Now, it's ours. Scarlet Heaven Sword asked curiously, does this mean that you can decipher the demon emperor's inheritance inside? Song Shuhang nodded. Yes. He carried the demonic god pillar, feeling that it was still a bit too big. Could this thing be shrunk like the Rui Jingu Bang? No matter what, it was still a magical treasure of the demon emperor, so it should at least have a basic function like changing size, right? Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and placed it on the demonic god pillar. Shrink, shrink, shrink. After a long while. Soft Feather remarked, Senior Song, it hasn't changed. Song Shuhang said calmly, I can see that. Negative review, the magical treasure of the dignified demon emperor can't even shrink. Song Shuhang said, however, I have decoded part of the information about the demon emperor's inheritance. He was now looking forward to the moment when young Master Hai also decoded the demon emperor's inheritance. The demon emperor's inheritance which Song Shuhang glimpsed just now was merely a catalogue. To get more information, one required something like the demon pattern that young Master Hai had. However, just from seeing the catalogue, Song Shuhang could already guess what the inheritance was. Soft Feather said, Senior Song, your smile is so sinister. It's not sinister, this is a smirk that emerges when taking pleasure from another's misfortune, said Song Shuhang. Then, he exported the catalogue of the demon emperor's inheritance, and displayed it for Soft Feather and Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword to see. Demon Emperor's inheritance, 300 exclusive cutting techniques, special preservation methods to keep ingredients fresher, perfectly stimulating the unique flavors of ingredients, another use for spiritual energy, making ingredients tastier. This was the unique, immortal chef inheritance of the Demon Emperor's family, a truly ancient cooking skill. Did you think the inheritance of the Demon Emperor was some supreme demonic technique? Did you think that the inheritance would give you access to the demonic god pillar kingdom? Did you think that the inheritance would be the way for a demonic cultivator to reach the 9th stage realm? Too naive. The Demon Emperor possessed countless secret skills, and of course, his inheritance was also varied. Why couldn't he simply impart his ancient cooking skills? Song Shuhang said, if I become a big shot one day, I must pass on my various skills as well. Then, he began to think about his skills. The basic Buddhist fist technique? Those various basic martial arts? The lightning palm? Apart from these skills, what else had he mastered? Maybe pill refining techniques? But when it came to pill refining techniques, he'd only refined body tempering liquid, and it was the kind refined through an induction cooker. He hadn't actually learned how to refine pills through a pill furnace. Perhaps one day in the future, a youth would go through great troubles to look for big-shot Tyrannical Song's inheritance, then after opening the inheritance, they would merely receive an induction cooker pill refining secret technique. That youth would definitely go mad. This is too mean, I shouldn't. Song Shuheng shook his head. However, could there actually be many bored seniors who produce all kinds of boring inheritances waiting for a destined person to find them? Song Shuheng felt that there was a great possibility for this to be true. After all, a high cultivation base did not necessarily mean that they had a good character. Song Shuheng said, "Right, speaking of inheritances, before I leave the Black Dragon world, I still need to designate an inheritance space for Scarlet Pupil." At that time, he could just leave his induction cooker pill refining skill together with the inheritance. Who knew, Scarlet Pupil might just have a talent for pill refining. An inheritance space? When Soft Feather heard this, her eyes lit up. "Senior Song, let's make it together. Is there anything I can do?" Song Shuheng said, "I'm going to imitate the Demon Emperor's inheritance, and create a similar inheritance space. It just so happens that I currently have the highest authority in the Dragon Network, so I should be able to do something similar. Afterward, I will leave a set of the succeeding cultivation techniques in there. And I might leave the induction cooker pill refining technique as well as some other skills." Soft Feather raised her hand, and said, "I created a set of forging techniques for forging flying swords that are brittle, and can't be used for combat very quickly. Can we place that in there too?" "Sure, the more the better," Song Shuheng said. "Right, I should leave a few buckets of wings in there as well, it'll be another reward for him after he gets through. How about you also leave a copy of the Demon Emperor's Immortal Chef secret techniques in there?" Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, it felt bad for Scarlet Pupil for all the mess of things that Song Shuheng and Soft Feather were leaving in the inheritance. Song Shuheng replied, "The Demon Emperor's inheritance hasn't been fully unraveled yet. Once it is, I can leave a copy for Scarlet Pupil." Soft Feather said, "What about my senior brother's modified turtle breathing technique? Previously, senior brother Jianni asked me to help him spread his improved turtle breathing technique. I had been planning on posting a copy of it in the 9 Provinces #1 group, but I forgot to send it." Song Shuheng said, "We should leave a few treasures as well. It should be good to leave some saber intent condensing lotus seeds in there." At this time, Lady Onion couldn't help but say, "What about my set of monster spirit secret techniques? It contains several secret techniques which are pretty useful." Song Shuheng said, "Go ahead, you can put in whatever you like." He grew increasingly excited as he spoke more with Soft Feather and Lady Onion. Now he couldn't wait to go and set up the secret realm. Black Dragon World, Datamar Forest, Dragon Blood Tribe. In the attic where Song Shuheng lived, Daodu had his tongue sticking out as he ran inside the hamster wheel. He was both talented and intelligent, and was able to answer all the questions in just over an hour with a fast answering speed. He'd thought that after he got to answer all of the questions, he would be able to get out of the hamster running wheel and rest for a while, but the wheel kept spinning non-stop. For the entire duration of Song Shuheng and Soft Feather's trip to the Dragon Network node, Daodu had been running inside the hamster wheel. After answering the questions over and over again, he accidentally answered wrong several times, and the hamster wheel's speed increased several times accordingly. Because of all these factors, Daodu's legs had already gone weak. "Is that guy Shuheng still not back yet?" "Woof," Daodu exclaimed while panting. He discovered that this hamster running wheel did not only stop one from flying, but it also added the effects of doubling fatigue and doubling gravity. Moreover, the longer one ran inside the hamster wheel, the more kinds of additional effects would emerge. Many secret technique effects that Daodu did not even recognize had been placed on it, causing his limbs to go weak, and making him exasperated after running inside the wheel for so long. It should be taken note that, under normal circumstances, a 5th stage great monster dog wouldn't have a problem running at full speed for 1 or 2 months without losing its breath. At the side, the old tribal chief who was changing the floor of the attic raised his head and tilted his head. He couldn't understand Dowdu's words. At this moment, a demonic god pillar descended from the air, falling outside the attic. Then, Song Shuhang, Soft Feather, Lady Onion, and Scarlet Heaven Sword reappeared in the attic. "Shuhang, you're finally back." Dowdu was moved to tears. This was the first time that Song Shuhang looked so pleasing to the eye. "Hurry, stop this wheel. This thing has been looping endlessly. I'm about to die." Song Shuhang. "Dowdu, you should have followed me and seen your song." Soft Feather chuckled, and said, "Our trip was really fun." Dowdu urged, "Hurry and stop the wheel first." "No problem. After all, we are good brothers. I'll stop it for you right away." While he said that, Song Shuhang lost control of his 2 hands, took out his phone, and then took photos of Dowdu from all angles. "Dowdu. Dowdu, I suddenly have a question I want to ask you," Song Shuhang said while taking photos. Dowdu responded, "Ask, hurry up and ask." "A dog under a roof can only bow down its head." Song Shuhang asked, "Why don't you wear pants?" Dowdu. "Why would a dog wear pants? What would a dog need pants for?" Seeing Dowdu's resentful face, Song Shuhang happily recorded the scene. Then, with an urge of his will, the wheel stopped spinning. When the door of the wheel opened, Dowdu jumped out, revealing his great monster dog form, and then bit at Song Shuhang's head. Variant Steel Hands Technique, Head Section. Song Shuhang did not avoid the bite. He simply circulated the Variant Steel Hands technique. In the next moment, his head assumed a dark steel color, and exuded a metallic luster. When Dowdu bit his head, he got a toothache. "Woo woof. Ugh." Dowdu was furious. "Ha ha ha, can't do anything, huh?" Song Shuhang put away his phone. "I'm quite proud of my steel head." Scarlet Heaven Sword remarked, "Song Shuhang in this state is beyond saving." Soft Feather said, "But he's very fun when he's like this." Scarlet Heaven Sword turned its hilt, and looked toward Soft Feather. This girl was also beyond saving. Song Shuhang said, "If you have a toothache, you should come down. You can't bite through my head, so don't bother." "You." Dowdu's teeth gripped tightly onto Song Shuhang's head. He decided to just not let go, remaining stubborn to the very end. On the opposite side, Soft Feather took out her phone, adjusted the angle, took a few photos of Song Shuhang, and recorded a short video. Song Shuhang was very cooperative with Soft Feather, even taking various poses for the shots. It was as if Dowdu, who was hanging from his head, had become a hat. "I keep finding this scene familiar," Soft Feather said. However, she couldn't remember where she had seen this scene in the past. Song Shuhang smiled, and turned to look at the old tribal chief. "Tribal chief, how is little Inju?" "Miss Inju is still asleep, and it doesn't look like there are any problems with her. But she hasn't woken up for a few days now. Is she really fine?" the old tribal chief asked with a tinge of worry. That little girl was clearly not in a state of seclusion. Despite that, she hadn't eaten anything all this time. Was that why she was so thin and small? Song Shuhang said, "She's fine. Given the time, she should wake up soon." After saying that, he looked at the Dragon Network assistant again. It was time to talk about remuneration. "Administrator Tyrannical Dragon, is there anything you need?" the Dragon Network assistant asked. With the Demon Emperor's Dragon Network node having been dealt with, the Dragon Network's will was in a very good mood, so the Dragon Network assistant was also very generous. "I do happen to need something," Song Shuhang said. "I'm taking a trip back to the main world to have a feast with my seniors. I'm in need of some wine. Lady Kuna had a batch of fine wines which were more delicious than even immortal fairy Bichue's immortal wine, and this wine was fairly strong. Moreover, Lady Kuna's batch of wine had a very good effect on one's mental energy, so it was very fitting to be brought to a feast. The Dragon Network assistant replied, "No problem, I can transfer a batch of fine wine to you." Song Shuheng said, "In addition, can you issue a Dragon Network mission for me, and request for a famous mage chef to prepare a big feast for me?" In the Dragon Network world, there were also existences similar to immortal chefs. Back then, Lady Kuna had personally made some specialties of the Black Dragon world for Song Shuheng. Song Shuheng thought that since the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group were getting together, it would be best to bring some specialties. A Black Dragon World's feast would be just right to let the seniors in the group have a taste of something new. No problem, missions like this can be generated at any time, the Dragon Network assistant replied. In addition, Lady Fatball prepared a gift for you. I'm actually a little sensitive to the words, Fat Ball, Song Shuheng said. What kind of gift is it? The Dragon Network assistant said, the Dragon Eye Gem, a specialty produced at the Black Dragon's Eye area, with a batch only being produced every 1,000 years. Please follow me. Chapter 1767 Yes, I'd be willing. Song Shuheng sighed, and said, Dragon Eye Gem. Actually, I am also a little sensitive to the words, eyeball and pupil. He was sensitive to the words, fat ball, because he absolutely couldn't afford to provoke the other party. As for why he was sensitive to the words, eyeball and pupil, 70% of that was because of the scholarly sage, and the remaining 30% came from the big-eyed planet. Lady Onion remarked, the number of words you're sensitive to isn't low. This is life. As we grow older, there will always be more and more taboo words in your heart, Song Shuheng exclaimed, taking this opportunity to let out some frustration. Soft Feather said, generally, treasures with names like this are of a pretty good level. And with this one being a part of a dragon's body, it should be even better. Dowdu rolled his eyes. Do you really believe that what we're talking about is a dragon's eye? Can it not be a longan, one, that fruit similar to lychees? It's very tasty. Song Shuheng reminded Dowdu, longans can be eaten, but fairy lychee cannot be eaten. Dowdu added, I can't remember if longan is a Taoist priest or a fairy maiden. Anyway, fairy lychee can't be eaten, so neither can longan, regardless of whether they're a Taoist priest or a fairy maiden. Soft Feather asked curiously, so, can the Dragon Eye Gem be eaten? Scarlet Heaven Sword. WTF, how can you guys communicate with the conversation jumping from one topic to another every few lines? Ordinary people wouldn't be able to converse with you at all. The Dragon Network assistant earnestly replied, the Dragon Eye Gem can't be eaten. Song Shuheng asked, can it be put in my eye socket? Dragon Network assistant continued, no. Soft Feather asked, then, can it be planted as a seed? No, the Dragon Network assistant said, fortunately, the little assistant wasn't programmed to have a temper. Dowdu said, if you can't do any of that, what can it be used for? The Dragon Network assistant explained, every 1,000 years, Dragon Eye Gems emerge from the eyes of the Black Dragon, and about 13 are produced every time. These gems would then be given to the saints of the Black Dragon world through specific missions. After using the Dragon Eye Gem, they would be able to get in touch with the source of the Black Dragon world for a short time. At that time, the saints would come into contact with methods of transcending the Dragon Network. Song Shuheng curiously said, in other words, these treasures are used by the saints of the Black Dragon world to make breakthroughs to the 9th level? What use do I have for such a thing? The Dragon Network assistant continued, after making contact with the Black Dragon world source, there is a certain chance that the Dragon Eye Gem will condense a dragon talisman inside the user's body. The Dragon Talisman has a resurrection function. With it, even if you leave the Black Dragon world and meet with an accident, you can still be reborn in the Black Dragon world. The side effect is that you will lose a portion of your strength. Oh, a resurrection magical treasure? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said. And it is a very high-level resurrection magical treasure, one that can even be used at the 9th stage? The Dragon Network assistant nodded. The number of saints at this time is 11. According to the rules of the Dragon Network, one Dragon Eye gem has to be kept for emergencies. The extra one can be given to Administrator Tyrannical Dragon as a gift. Song Shuheng curiously asked, so only one available. Was it out of stock before? The Dragon Network assistant said calmly, the inventory was stolen. Song Shuheng. In other words, if the inventory hadn't been stolen, he could have gotten at least 2 Dragon Eye gems? Which goddamn thief stole from the treasure vault? Was it the Demon Emperor? Song Shuheng guessed. The Dragon Network assistant nodded. Correct. After using the Dragon Eye gem, one would be able to get in contact with the source of the Black Dragon world, and this was very useful to the Demon Emperor. Therefore, every 1,000 years, the excess Dragon Eye gems would be taken by the Demon Emperor, resulting in the Dragon Network not having a single Dragon Eye gem in stock. Originally, the next batch of Dragon Eye gems was set to be produced in 10 years. However, in order to celebrate the removal of the malignant tumor that was the Demon Emperor, the Black Dragon world produced Dragon Eye gems ahead of time to present as a gift to Song Shuheng. What a pity, I thought that we'd all be able to get a Dragon Eye gem, Song Shuheng said regretfully. Moreover, my demand for things like resurrection magical treasures is still quite high. The more of such things I have, the better. Scarlet Heaven Sword couldn't help but remind him, I think that one of it is enough for you. I feel that the more you have, the more you lose control of yourself. It was especially so in Song Shuheng's current state. It seemed that he'd not fully recovered from the inner demon's influence, and he had a particularly strong desire to execute the various bold ideas he had in mind. I guess one Dragon Eye gem is fine too. Song Shuheng looked at Daodu and Soft Feather again. Daodu had a resurrection gold coin on him, which he got in the heavenly tribulation realm, back when Shuheng was preparing to kill him with kind intentions. Soft Feather, come here. Song Shuheng beckoned to Soft Feather. Soft Feather curiously approached Song Shuheng. What's the matter, Senior Song? Song Shuheng said, stretch out your hand. Soft Feather stretched out her little hand. Song Shuheng took out a resurrection gold coin, and put it in her hand. Here's some money to buy candies. Soft Feather's face bulged like a bun. Senior Song, I'm not a kid. Song Shuheng said, the resurrection gold coin can only be used below the 6th stage. There is no price to pay for the resurrection, but the resurrection time depends on your luck. If it lands on tails, then the resurrection will take 10 years, if it's heads, then 10 months. If your luck is heaven-defying and the coin stands on its side, then you'll resurrect in 10 minutes. He was now a genuine 6th stage true monarch, a senior figure in the world of cultivation. And that meant that these resurrection gold coins would no longer work for him. The one he gave to Soft Feather was the 9th gold coin out of the 12 he bought. For the remaining 3, he planned on leaving Choo Choo and Little Kai with one each. Then, he would give the last one to 16. Both Little Inju and Lady Onion still had the resurrection gold coins he had given them back then. Thank you, Senior Song, Soft Feather chuckled. She still had the means of resurrection that her father had prepared for her, but she was very happy to accept this resurrection gold coin nonetheless. At the side, Scarlet Heaven Sword fell into thought. No wonder, no wonder. The resurrection gold coins had clearly already come off cooldown, but Song Shuheng hadn't gotten to use them yet. So it was actually because they were no longer of use to him. The Dragon Network assistant took Song Shuheng to the place where Dragon Eye gems were produced. This was an important place, so one would not be able to enter this area without administrator authority. Therefore, it was actually only Song Shuheng alone who could enter this place. Soft Feather and Lady Onion had to stay behind in the Dragon Blood tribe. Song Shuheng used his Dragon Network authority to connect with the Virtuous Network, which then allowed them to connect to the main world's network so that they could watch movies or chat online, and would not get too bored. Similar to the Dragon Scales, the Dragon's Eyes were also home to two small worlds. But unlike the small worlds on the Dragon Scales, the small worlds on the Dragon's Eyes were huge oceans without any vitality. Song Shuheng reached out to touch the seawater. Could these be the tears of the Black Dragon? The Dragon Network assistant said, "It's just pure seawater." Song Shuheng said, "The Black Dragon world is truly amazing. One day, if I'm able to cultivate to the realm that the Black Dragon reached, would my body also turn into its own planet or world, with countless creatures living on it?" He couldn't help but picture this scene in his mind, but he ultimately shook his head. As soon as he thought about the countless little people and animals living on him, he felt uncomfortable. If he were to take a shower at that time, would it be the end for all those creatures on his body? Song Shuheng said, "I'd rather not. Transforming one's body into a planet, whoever is interested can go and do it. Not being able to move, as well as not being able to take baths, I don't think I'd be able to handle that." The Dragon Network assistant tilted its head, looked at Song Shuheng, and then suddenly said, "If there comes a day when the entire universe is destroyed, other than those who possess the power of eternity, no other existence will be able to survive, and everything will be destroyed. If at that time, Administrator Tyrannical Dragon can become a planet and become the last bastion for the people of the universe, would you be willing to shelter those people on your body?" The universe was not eternal. Immortals didn't have a limit to their lifespan, and they could live forever, but they were not eternal. There would come a day when the universe they knew would also be destroyed. Just like how it happened to the one where the Black Dragon world was originally located. There was only one entity that could wield eternity, and even if those who had once held this position were taken into account, they only numbered 7. The current wielder of the will, Fat Ball, was the 8th Eternal. In the entire universe, other than these 8 who might have a chance of surviving, everything else was set for destruction. The Dragon Network assistant continued, "If such a situation were to present, Administrator Tyrannical Dragon, would you be willing to become a planet that can't bathe or move?" Song Shuheng looked up at the sky. He thought of his relatives, friends, and loved ones. If he could embody a planet and shelter them from destruction. Well, did the answer to such a question even need to be said? If such a time really comes, then yes, I would be willing, Song Shuheng said. Wasn't it just not taking a bath for several tens of millions of years? Moreover, as long as a new universe was created and developed, he could transfer all the creatures on his body over to that universe, and then recover from his planetary state. Once he recovered from his planetary state, then he could take a good bath or something. Administrator Tyrannical Dragon really deserves to be a person that Lady Fat Ball keeps in high regard, the Dragon Network assistant said. You possess noble qualities. Song Shuheng smiled, and said, there are only the two of us here, so there is no need to praise me like that. Nobody else can see us. The Dragon Network assistant replied, executing command. From now on, I will no longer praise Administrator Tyrannical Dragon. Song Shuheng. There's a command like that? Heavens, should I cancel that order? If I cancelled it, wouldn't it look as if I like being praised? But I feel like I'm going to suffer from a severe heart attack if I don't undo it. At this moment, the Dragon Network assistant said, the Dragon Eye gems are coming out. From the boundless ocean, a patch of brilliant light rose up. It was more beautiful than any fireworks Song Shuheng had ever seen. Watching this scene on my own honestly feels like such a waste, Song Shuheng said softly. At this moment, if there was a woman by his side, and their fingers were clasped together as they watched this firework bloom, how picturesque would that be? 1. Longan is also written as Dragon Eye in Chinese. Eh. I really am at that age, huh? The Dragon Network assistant replied seriously, Administrator Tyrannical Dragon, you still have me by your side. Song Shuheng. Your words hurt my heart even more. While he was in thought, the virtuous Lamia emerged. Her tail curled into a ball, and she lay on Song Shuheng's back as her eyes stared at the bright light in the distance. Song Shuheng looked up at her curiously. At this moment, fairy %times' eyes were blurred, as if she was lost in some kind of sweet memory. Song Shuheng raised an eyebrow. Without even having to use the mind-reading technique, he could guess what fairy %times was thinking. His amateurish face-reading technique was enough. She had most likely recalled a wonderful memory between herself and Chenglin. Song Shuheng still remembered that when he was in the dreamland, fairy at %times was sitting on the edge of a huge lake, and then fairy Chenglin came out to tease her. Just as Song Shuheng was picturing fairy at %times and fairy Chenglin's past in his mind, the virtuous Lamia suddenly clapped her hands. She then stretched out her hand, summoning the virtuous fat whale. The virtuous fat whale leaped vigorously, and fell into the dragon eye ocean, swimming swiftly. The virtuous Lamia's tail curled up. She then sprang off with her tail, silently landing on the whale's back. The virtuous Lamia let out a series of delighted screams. They were screams, yet it was just as clear that there was joy in her voice. It appeared that fairy at #times had already developed some variations to Song Shuheng's scream technique. In this manner, the virtuous Lamia rode the fat whale, which sped through the dragon eye ocean, rushing towards the bright fireworks in the distance. Song Shuheng asked, "Can I take pictures here?" The Dragon Network assistant nodded. Song Shuheng took out his phone, and began recording a short video of the scene of a resplendent bright light that was over 100 times more beautiful than fireworks. The boundless but tranquil sea, the breathtaking firework-like light, and the faint figure of a young woman riding a whale playing in the sea were simply too beautiful and picturesque. After recording the video, Song Shuheng checked it. There was nothing special about this short video. It was the type of video that could be watched by anyone. After thinking about it, Song Shuheng took the initiative to connect to the virtuous network, and then send the video he recorded to his friend circle through the chat app. Afterward, he sent another copy to the shared space of the 9 provinces #1 group. The virtuous network was really a great thing. It allowed Song Shuheng to access the internet across space. From now on, no matter where he went, he didn't have to worry about disconnecting from the internet. Song Shuheng truly wanted to give a big thumbs up to the big shot who created the virtuous network. After posting the short video, Song Shuheng added another line. A scene taken casually, as beautiful as a dream. My only regret is that I'm alone as I witness it. Sitting alone, watching this scene, it honestly feels rather lonely and wasteful. This scene was as gorgeous as those special effects in movies. Moreover, it was more realistic. He posted the video in his friend's circle, and soon someone responded. Gao Momu, Shuheng, didn't you go to the cafeteria to buy breakfast? Where did you record this scene? Please call me Bozy, Tubo, if it's a waste, then take me to see it. Where did you see it? Wait, didn't you go to buy breakfast? Li Yongda, which movie's trailer is this? The 3 roommates gave Song Shuheng a thumbs up and replied immediately. Song Shuheng saw the replies from his 3 roommates, and said, "Heavens! I almost forgot that I was still in school." This trip to the Black Dragon world was the longest one he had ever had away from school. In addition, when he was in the Black Dragon world, he was in a state of tension every minute and every second as he had to deal with big shots, with the heavenly tribulation, and even with his mortal enemy young Master Hai. During this time, Senior White's monster tree, Qing Wu, was still playing his part in school. Going off on a tangent, he kept on getting the feeling that she was trying to raise his 3 roommates to be useless people. Even the task of going to the cafeteria early in the morning to buy breakfast was taken solely by her. If this were to continue, his 3 roommates would be done for. Song Shuheng smiled and replied to his 3 roommates. Guess? After replying, he sent another message to Qing Wu, and told her to avoid revealing anything. He and Qing Wu would frequently communicate with one another to avoid revealing things that would give them away. Meanwhile, the video he sent in the 9 Provinces No. 1 group also received swift replies from the various fellow Taoists. Soft Feather, Senior Song, next time, you have to find a way to take me in. I wanted to see this scene personally. In addition, I just got in touch with my father through the internet. He told me that he hasn't watched everyone's profound sage broadcasts yet. He has just returned to Spirit Butterfly Island, and is giving psychological counseling to his disciples. I've made an appointment with my father, and we agreed to watch them together when I get back. Northern River's loose cultivator quickly said to Soft Feather, "You must not do this, Soft Feather. People's lives were at stake." Thrice reckless, Soft Feather, well done. At True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon, here Shuheng, I've summoned Senior Tyrant Flood Dragon for you. Underwater Cemetery, interested? True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon answered the summon. Venerable Yellow Mountain, have you all set off yet? I'm already headed for Western Orchid Island. Any fellow Taoists in the group who have some free time can feel free to join the gathering. This time, a large batch of fellow Taoists got the chance to have a divinity show in the Black Dragon world. Although the divinity show was only displayed locally in the Black Dragon world, the Dragon Seal, and the title of Ancient Sage were still brought back to the main world. At this time, it was natural to invite everyone to gather together to study the uses of the Dragon Seal, and the title of Ancient Sage. Song Shuheng replied, I've prepared fine wine and immortal dishes. I guarantee that the immortal dishes are ones that no one has ever tasted. And the wine will definitely not be much worse than immortal Fairy Bichue's brew. If seniors have the time, then I urge you to come and be my guest on Western Orchid Island. Fairy Dongfang 6, go chat in the group. Where is this place? It's so beautiful. Song Shuheng said, it's at one of the Dragon Eye worlds of the Black Dragon world. Unfortunately, I'm the only one who can enter. Fairy Lychee, Shuheng also understands loneliness now. It seems he's reached that age. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said cheerfully, after the 7th stage Venerable Realm, it becomes quite difficult to have descendants even if you want to. Shuheng is now at the 6th stage realm, he needs to hurry. The seniors had turned the comments section into a live chat. Song Shuheng smiled, turned off his phone, and returned to the Dragon Eye world. At this time, a shiny round gem appeared in the hands of the Dragon Network assistant. It looked like a red golden dragon eye. This was the Dragon Eye gem that the Dragon Network planned on giving to Song Shuheng. Song Shuheng received the gem, and looked at it for a moment. Are you sure it can't be put in my eye socket? 1769 Urgent. How to memorize something that can be recorded with the brain. The Dragon Network assistant sincerely replied, if Administrator Tyrannical Dragon wants to equip it as an eye, there's no problem with that. However, the Dragon Eye gem will not be able to perform your eyeball's functions. Then forget it, Song Shuheng said regretfully. So, how do I use it? This thing couldn't be put into one's eye sockets, couldn't be eaten, and couldn't be planted in the ground, so how was it supposed to be used? Was it like the Black Dragon Spirit Stone, and had to be crushed to be used? The Dragon Network assistant said, the Dragon Eye gem is activated using mental energy. After activating the Dragon Eye gem, you will be able to get in touch with the source of the Black Dragon world for a short period of time. Everyone sees the Black Dragon world source differently. I wish you a smooth journey, please do treasure this opportunity. The Black Dragon world source was a huge mystery related to eternity. It was incomparably huge, and the portion of the Black Dragon World source that was exposed through the Dragon Eye gem was minuscule in comparison to its entirety. It was similar to a blind person touching an elephant with their hands. This was why the Demon Emperor would steal Dragon Eye gems time and time again to get in touch with the source of the Black Dragon World. Every time, the Demon Emperor was only able to see a small part of the source. Therefore, it was only by doing this repeatedly that he was able to construct a more complete view of the source of the Black Dragon World in his mind. Song Shuheng curiously asked, as the highest-ranking administrator of the Dragon Network, "Can I access the world source without the Dragon Eye gem?" The Dragon Network assistant shook its head. Unless Administrator Tyrannical Dragon is willing to abandon everything, become one with the Dragon Network, and become a part of the Dragon Network's will, you won't be able to access the Black Dragon World source with your authority. Then forget it. Song Shuheng laughed. Afterward, he reached out, grabbed the Dragon Eye gem, and urged his divine sense the way the Dragon Network assistant instructed him to do in order to activate the Dragon Eye gem. When the Dragon Eye gem was activated, Song Shuheng's consciousness got out of his body, entering a black and white world. The whole world fell into a state of time stop. His physical body, the virtuous Lamia frolicking in the distance, and even the Dragon Network assistant all froze in time, becoming motionless. It was only his consciousness that could walk and move around in this black and white world. His consciousness took 2 steps, and then he looked around himself filled with uncertainty. This black and white world where time was frozen was the source of the Black Dragon World? A world frozen in time? While he was in thought, ripples emerged in the boundless ocean in front of him. The surface of the ocean spun, and a whirlpool was born. When Song Shuheng's consciousness saw this whirlpool, a kind of enlightenment flashed in his mind. This was the gateway to the source of the Black Dragon World. He didn't need anybody to explain it to him. As soon as he saw it, he came to naturally understand what it was. His consciousness moved forward, leaped gently, and fell into the whirlpool. In the depths of the whirlpool was a black and white core, which was like a bottomless black hole, swallowing everything that neared it. The seawater walls of the whirlpool gleamed like stars, illuminating the passage in the whirlpool. Song Shuheng's consciousness entered the whirlpool and fell downward. The whirlpool was like a bottomless hole. Song Shuheng's consciousness was clearly falling, but he felt that he got further and further away from the black and white core as he continued to fall. He didn't feel like he was getting any closer to it. And while he was falling, the starlight on the walls of the whirlpool unceasingly floated and merged with his consciousness. With every wisp of starlight that merged with his consciousness, a brace was added to Song Shuheng's mind. His mental energy began to increase non-stop. Not only that, as the starlight continued to merge with his body, he felt that he could read out some data while looking at the black and white core. The starlight was the key to reading the data. At first glance, the content appeared to be about the laws and principles of the world. But when he took a closer look, it appeared as if what he was seeing was something even more profound than laws, something closer to the core of the world. If a command prompt was the law that constituted and controlled a world, then what he was reading now was the code that constituted the commands. If it were a genuine 8th stage profound sage in Song Shuheng's shoes, they would definitely be bursting with excitement once they read such information. This was tantamount to an additional bonus item for when they ascended to the 9th stage. Even if reading this information was at the cost of several thousand years of their lifespan, they would gladly pay that price. It was a pity that Song Shuheng was a fake profound sage. The information he was reading from the black and white core was way past his level, and even though his instincts told him that the information before him was very valuable, he still couldn't understand it. Without reaching a certain realm, one would find it too tall a task to understand such things. Therefore, Song Shuheng could only forcefully remember the information, and try comprehending it as he recalled it after reaching higher realms in the future. Song Shuheng was able to read things smoothly at the beginning as a cultivator's memory was simply superb. In addition, Song Shuhang's mental energy was particularly strong, so rote memorization could be considered a strong point for him. But as he went deeper and deeper into the whirlpool, the information he read became increasingly profound. Some of the information before him reached the level where he was no longer able to describe it in words, and it was already completely foreign to him. How am I supposed to remember these things? They don't have a framework or a concept at all, and I simply won't be able to remember them with my head. Song Shuhang felt great despair. A mountain of gold was right in front of him, and even if he could dig it out, he couldn't bring it away. He could see it, yet he couldn't touch it. Shuhang, why are you in a daze? At this moment, a familiar voice sounded by his ear. No, not by his ear. To be precise, it should be by the ear of his clone. It was Senior White's voice. In the 9th stage heavenly tribulation space, Senior White was communicating with Song Shuhang's clone. I don't know, it should be my main body. The main body seems to have come into contact with some knowledge that can no longer be described in words. He wants to remember it, but he can't record this knowledge with his brain. What can he do, Senior White? Senior White laughed, and said, if he can't memorize it with his brain, then why not directly use his body to do so? Then, this sudden sound was cut off. Song Shuhang muttered, if I can't memorize it with my brain, then I should use my body? Why do I feel that this is the kind of method used by those honest and hardcore musclemen who lack in brains? Use my body to remember. Perhaps I can give it a try? Pseudo-eternity mode, smoky body. With a thought, Song Shuhang tried to transform his spiritual body into smoke. I wonder how my spiritual body looks right now. Would all of my main body's energy get transferred over? Swell, Song Shuhang's body spread out, swelling into a cloud of smoke. His smoky body continued falling just the same under the attraction of the source of the Black Dragon world. Song Shuhang said, just memorize what the brain can't understand by using the body. This pseudo-eternity mode should be better at memorizing than pure muscles, right? In the next moment, his smoky body really began to actively record the information of the Black Dragon world source. Song Shuhang still couldn't understand the information, but that didn't matter anymore. The pseudo-eternity body could store all the knowledge within it and remember it, because the task of learning new knowledge had been entrusted to the body. Song Shuhang's brain became idle. If this is how I remember this knowledge, how am I supposed to impart it to my disciples in the future? Would I have to use my body to impart knowledge to my disciples? Ugh, that doesn't sound right. He was talking about using something akin to muscle memory to memorize information, letting his disciples comprehend it that way. I really am quite unqualified to be a teacher. I don't have much I can teach my disciples. Song Shuhang sighed. Looking back, maybe he should have talked with those knowledgeable seniors a lot more than he did. If he did, then maybe he could have gotten the opportunity to enter their dreamland and acquire the knowledge they'd accumulated over their lives. Senior White and Senior White 2 were good dreamland targets, but entering their dreamland was too difficult a task. He'd made contact with them many times, and he'd also satisfied the conditions for entering their dreamlands, but it appeared as if that was still not enough. Besides Senior White, the most knowledgeable ones in the 9 provinces number 1 group were Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue and Venerable Spirit Butterfly. Song Shuhang's brain quickly went to work, and many bold ideas emerged in his mind. At the same time when these bold ideas emerged, his body felt itchy, wishing to bring these ideas into reality immediately. While Song Shuhang's brain was fast at work, his eyes suddenly lit up. Soon after, a rush of heat assaulted his spiritual body. It felt as if his body had been thrown into a fire pit. The burning sensation quickly faded. Song Shuhang's wandering mind focused. Afterward, he found himself in a strange stone forest. The structure and color of this stone forest were obviously not in accordance with the style of the present-day Earth. And not far away from him, a male figure appeared. There was no clothing on this man, but a layer of carapace. After the man appeared, he wandered around in this stone forest. What's going on? Song Shuheng was puzzled. Wasn't he making contact with the Black Dragon World Source? Why did he suddenly appear here? Immediately afterward, he found his field of vision to be rather strange. His point of view seemed to be of someone peeping. He was hidden behind a stone forest pillar as he carefully looked at the man who had suddenly appeared in front of him. This feeling, this point of view. Could it be a dreamland? Could it be that I have met the requirements to enter the dreamland of the Black Dragon world? In the stone forest. After searching for a long time, the man finally found a location he seemed to be satisfied with. He stretched out his hand, and a light saber flashed from his hand. A huge stone pillar was cut apart, and fell to the ground. The man laughed, and then he used his hand to draw on the stone pillar. After drawing for a long time, the man nodded in satisfaction. At this time, Song Shuheng's field of view shrank for a while. It was as if his eyes were mechanical eyes, capable of zooming in and out using lenses. Soon, the text portrayed by the man clearly appeared in his eyes. Song Shuheng didn't recognize the characters that the man had drawn. They were not the characters of the Black Dragon world, nor the language of the ancient era. However, he could recognize the meaning of these words due to having entered a dreamland. Ven leaves his footprints here, and this is my nation from today onward. That was roughly what it meant. It felt like a common statement left by travelers, XX was here. This kind of behavior was not recommended, especially for cultivators. It was not a good thing to leave one's real name in random places. After this man named Ven engraved the characters in the stone, Shuheng committed them to memory. Song Shuheng's field of vision then transferred from the text to this Ven, and he also firmly committed him to memory. If the dreamland he was in right now was the dreamland of the Black Dragon world, then this view was likely to belong to the Black Dragon itself. Anyway, when a man was stared at by a black dragon and firmly remembered by it, then he wasn't too far away from becoming dragon dung. Meanwhile, Ven happily inserted the stone pillar he had engraved words on into the ground. He then turned around, leaning on the stone pillar to take a rest. Song Shuheng saw the man's face. Song Shuheng's I find everything I see familiar disease began acting up again. When he saw this man, he felt that the other party was familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere in the past. However, he was 100% certain that he had never seen this man before. After resting for a while, the man stood up and took out a huge, cactus-shaped plant from his carapace. Song Shuheng. How did that thing fit inside the carapace? Did it not pierce your flesh? The man set the plant that resembled a cactus on the ground, then took out a water bottle, and watered it carefully. After pondering for a while, he suddenly turned around, and ran to the side. There was something similar to an airship or an immortal boat. The man pressed on the airship for a while, and then two antenna-like objects bounced out. The man pulled out the antennae. After unplugging the antennae, he smiled and returned to the side of his little cactus in satisfaction, going back to taking care of the plant. After a while, there was a pleasant-sounding but loud voice that came from the airship. The voice screamed in a language that Song Shuheng couldn't understand. It seemed to be a woman's voice. She was yelling, but it still sounded nice to the ears. Just like the text, when these unintelligible words reached Song Shuheng's ears, they were automatically translated, with the various phrases actively translated into a pattern that Song Shuheng could understand. Then, why is there no Yayacha, internet? This translation is simply too helpful. It would totally become the savior for those with language learning and communication difficulties. If the entire universe was able to have this translation function, my mom would never force me to learn foreign languages again. Going back to the main topic. Those two things that he unplugged were for their version of the internet, which they call yayicha, right? Ven looked up, and also responded in that unknown language. The translation immediately emerged in Song Shuhang's mind. Ven replied, I disconnected the yayicha. It was going to release radiation and harm my ancient heavenly ball. As soon as Ven finished speaking, the door of the airship opened. A woman with an explosive figure exited the airship. You idiot! She swiftly used a shadowless kick on Ven, her slender legs kicking him at the speed of sound. Bang! Ven was sent flying with kicks. The woman angrily said, the ancient heavenly ball was originally meant to absorb radiation, you idiot. Her figure descended to the ground, her beautiful long hair reaching all the way to her knees. This silhouette reminds me of the Star Nation princess mentioned during the sun boat ceremony. In addition, Song Shuhang seemed to have figured out why Ven seemed familiar to him. Although the other party had different looks, his aura was very similar to that of a senior Song Shuhang knew. Temperament was an abstract concept. It had nothing to do with regards to one's external appearance, and it was more of a kind of feeling, and the man before him, who was called Ven, had a temperament similar to that of some seniors that Song Shuhang knew, such as Senior Thrice Reckless, Senior Thrice Reckless, and Senior Thrice Reckless. It was a disease, and it had to be cured. Do you have a source on this? What basis do you have for your claim on the ancient heavenly ball being able to absorb radiation? What if the ancient heavenly ball were to be killed by the radiation? What if your source was just a rumor? While Ven was holding the ancient heavenly ball close to his chest, a sharp object struck the carapace on his chest. If the carapace had not been there, his heart would have already been pierced. The long-haired woman was angry. Then let it die. Either that or you go further away. What are you doing disconnecting my yayicha? Ven, while holding the ball, said weakly, you are too cruel. The corners of the woman's mouth twitched. Stop with the nonsense, and reconnect the damn yayicha. All life is equal, whether it's you or this ancient heavenly ball, Ven said while struggling. The woman clenched her fists tightly. Do you mean to say that my value is the same as the ancient heavenly balls? No, of course not. Ven shook his head repeatedly, and then said, because in my heart, the ancient heavenly ball is much more important than you are. Song Shuhang. Ven's words caused the long-haired woman's mental state to collapse as she burst out in anger. Afterward, she and Ven wrestled with one another. This wrestling match was more of a scuffle, and it wasn't anything like the exchanging of blows between experts. In this match, the two quarreled and fought like children. Song Shuhang was dumbfounded all throughout this exchange. Did he really enter a dreamland? Every time he entered a dreamland, what he experienced was meaningful, and he would even quickly become engrossed in the subject matter. But the scuffle between the long-haired woman and Ven seemed so insignificant. While he was in thought, the plot before him changed. Ven turned over, and held down the long-haired woman under him. Then, he took out a big lightsaber, and stabbed the long-haired woman to death. Excessive amounts of blood spewed out. Blood pooled all over the ground. The long-haired woman let out a bleak scream, her eyes widened, her head tilted, and then she died. Before she died, her eyes met with Song Shuhang's. Those eyes filled with regret that stared at him as the woman died were firmly imprinted in Song Shuhang's mind. Song Shuhang. What kind of development was this? Wasn't that a bit excessive? Weren't you just having a scuffle? Why did you suddenly stab her to death? Wasn't that too fast of a development? Previously, he felt that Ven was slightly similar to Senior Thrice Reckless. But now Song Shuhang was certain that there was no similarity between the two. At least Senior Thrice Reckless wouldn't directly stab anyone just from a small scuffle. Ven was calm throughout the entire process of him stabbing the woman, not a single trace of panic evident on his face. He sat next to the long-haired woman, holding his lightsaber, and staring at her. This is the 86th time, Ven said softly, and then he looked up at the sky. Still 14 short of 100. While he said that, an abnormal event took place with the long-haired woman. On her chest, a rune floated out, forming a small ball of light. The ball of light whirled gently, casting light on the woman. The wound on the woman's body began to heal. Is that the bone of eternity? When Song Shuheng saw this small ball of light, his heart suddenly thumped. Although the shape was completely different, with one being a runic ball of light, while the other was a small piece of bone, the two things felt very alike to Song Shuheng. He was over 70% sure that this small ball of light was the bone of eternity, or rather the predecessor of the bone of eternity. It seemed like the bone had not yet completely formed. Did this mean that this long-haired woman was actually Senior Xian Nu Sect Skylark? If that were the case, Senior Skylark was really an existence that spanned the entire history of the world. She was an existence who had existed since the beginning of history, and had survived to this day. She contained way too many secrets. It wasn't only the scholarly sage either, her body contained secrets that could be traced back all the way to much more ancient times. At the same time, Song Shuheng's attention was attracted to the rune of the Bone of Eternity. This rune was spinning, and there was information and data above the laws and principles on it. It was information on eternity. As this rune spun, the vitality of the long-haired woman gradually recovered. Upon seeing this, Ven quickly stretched out his hand to wipe off the blood from the area, and then washed the blood from the long-haired woman with a magical technique-like ability. After thinking for a while, he stored the ancient heavenly ball back into his arms, and plugged the antennae back in. After a while, the long-haired woman woke up. She scratched her head and frowned. Strange, why did I fall asleep out here? After saying that, she looked at Ven, who was squatting next to her, and asked, did something happen? No, nothing happened. Ven smiled. I feel like I've forgotten something important. The long-haired woman clutched her head, and then she turned her head to look at the aircraft. The antennae were properly in place. Strange, what exactly was wrong? The black-haired woman thought for a long time, and then she suddenly seemed to have realized something. Ven, you idiot, did you hack me to death again? Otherwise, there's no way I'd suddenly have amnesia. No, you're thinking too much. I'm no murderer, Ven denied. The long-haired woman sniffed her body, and didn't seem to smell any blood. But suddenly, she leaped up high, and sent a series of shadowless kicks towards Ven's face, sending him flying. Ven was kicked to the ground. He held his face, and said weakly, Aya, what are you doing? You still dare say that you didn't hack me to death? The long-haired woman pointed to the rune that hadn't completely returned to her chest, and said, the undying rune is already out here, and you still dare try to deceive me? Why hasn't that thing gone back yet? Ven's eyes widened, but after a moment, he understood. Sometimes, the size was different. How many times is it now? The long-haired woman slapped the undying rune firmly, pushing it back into her body. She didn't seem to care about the fact that she had just been hacked to death by Ven. It's the 86th time, Ven replied honestly. It should take 2 years before it comes off cooldown again. The long-haired woman lay flat on the ground, and said weakly, 14 more times. Ven said, we've already persisted all the way to over 80 times, it's something we can be very proud of. Moreover, the way to 100 times is very close. But I don't want to continue anymore, the long-haired woman said suddenly. Let's elope, Ven. You're actually talking to me about elopement? You should know just as well that I'm only here cooperating with you to allow the undying rune to continue evolving. I don't have anything like feelings, so how can I be with you? How can I elope with you? Ven said with a laugh. The long-haired woman closed her eyes, and didn't say anything more. But, honestly, I've been waiting for you to say that for a long time. Ven suddenly jumped up. Sure enough, I'm completely different from everyone else. Let's elope. The long-haired woman suddenly opened her eyes gleefully. If you want to elope, there will be some things you won't be able to bring with you. Ven turned his head, and looked straight where Song Shuheng was. Come out, I know you've been there all this time. The body which Song Shuheng was in trembled. Don't be afraid, I don't have any intention of hurting you. Although I stabbed people without blinking, I am actually a kind-hearted uncle, Ven said. Also, little guy, do you understand death? Song Shuheng's point of view went side to side as the being he was occupying shook their head frantically. But when Song Shuheng heard this question, he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of pride in his heart. Although he didn't dare say that he fully understood death, he was still confident enough to say that he was very experienced in it. Ven said solemnly, little guy, don't be afraid of death. From today onward, you will transcend death. At the same time, the undying rune on the chest of the long-haired woman broke out, and fell into Ven's hands. Ven raised his hand, and forced the rune into Song Shuheng's chest. Authority activated, the transfer of the undying rune has begun. Transfer is now in progress. Approved by Ven. Transfer complete. Original record, 86, with a cooldown time of 2 years. New record, 0, with a cooldown time of 0. This undying rune was stuffed into Song Shuheng's chest. Ven said, what's it like to die, want to understand it? In the next moment, the lightsaber in Ven's hand stabbed his chest. WTF. And so, Song Shuheng was stabbed to death. A large wound appeared on his chest, then his blood flowed to the ground, and pooled around him. The intense pain struck Song Shuheng's mind, and he fell to the ground unwillingly, his eyes fixed on Ven. Understand death, enjoy death, and transcend death. Ven talked about the inexplicable and supreme topic. 100 times, if you can last 100 times, you will find miraculous changes to your body. Then Ven turned around, picked up the weak black-haired woman, and dashed into the void with a whoosh. And just like that, they eloped. Behind him, the immortal boat-shaped magical treasure exploded with a loud boom. Seeing Ven's skillful movements, it appeared that when he said, I've been waiting for you to say that for a long time, it was not empty talk. He had already prepared for such an elopement. From cracking the authority on the undying rune to transferring the undying rune to destroying the aircraft to erase the traces, it seemed that he had long planned for this event. He had prepared everything, planned everything, and was simply waiting for the line from the black-haired woman. On the ground, Song Shuheng stretched out its claw, and then used everything it had left to roar out. Damned couple. After roaring that, it died. After its body dissipated, the undying rune that had forcibly been inserted into it began to work. This time, Song Shuheng personally experienced the effect of the undying rune. It was 100 times truer than merely seeing it. The undying rune circulated in his body, and countless information emerged, all of which was related to eternity. At the same time, in the Dragon Eye world, a projection of the undying rune also condensed on the chest of Song Shuheng's main body. This was what the Dragon Network Assistant was referring to when it mentioned the Dragon Talisman Reincarnation. This Dragon Talisman Reincarnation was a projection of the undying rune combined with the power and laws of the Black Dragon world. It gave one the ability to be resurrected one time at the cost of a portion of their strength. At the same time, Song Shuheng's consciousness returned to his main body. The black and white world regained its color, and the virtuous Lamia in the distance began frolicking once again. The Dragon Network Assistant stared at Song Shuheng curiously because, at this moment, Song Shuheng was in his smoky mode. And within his smoky body, there were many profound and indescribable laws that flashed. Using one's body to remember knowledge was just too unusual. Song Shuheng said, so that's what happened. I really hadn't entered a dreamland this time, and had instead come into contact with the Black Dragon world source. No wonder it felt a bit different from the normal dreamland. If his speculations were right, what he had experienced just now should be a memory of the Black Dragon. To be precise, it was its first contact with Ven and the long-haired woman whom Shuheng suspected to be Skylark. Everyone who used Dragon Eye gems could make contact with the Black Dragon world source through them. But during the process in which they made contact with the source, what they saw was completely different. Besides learning information related to reaching the 9th level, some 8th level saints could get in touch with more profound mysteries that were directly related to the Undying Rune. As long as they were able to touch upon this information, the power of the Undying Rune would be projected onto their own body by the laws of the Black Dragon world. Saints who had a certain level of understanding of death would be able to condense a dragon talisman reincarnation through the rune, acquiring the opportunity to revive once. If they were unlucky, and could not get in touch with any information related to the Undying Rune, then they wouldn't get any resurrection chances. This was also the reason the Dragon Network assistant mentioned that there was only a certain chance of acquiring the Dragon Talisman reincarnation. One had to get in touch with the Undying Rune, get its projection, and also have a certain understanding of death in order to get this opportunity. Song Shuheng was very lucky as he met all the above conditions. It might be because his understanding of death was especially deep, but his Undying Rune projection was much more solid than the Dragon Talisman reincarnation obtained by normal saints. The Dragon Network assistant said, "Congratulations to Administrator Tyrannical Dragon for getting the Dragon Talisman reincarnation rune." Song Shuheng stretched out his hand, and touched the rune lightly. When he did so, the rune merged into his smoky body, and became one with him. In accordance with the standard procedure, the Dragon Network assistant reminded him, the Dragon Talisman reincarnation rune can allow those at the 9th stage realm and below to revive once. However, since the resurrection location is set in the Black Dragon world, when the user dies, it might not be possible for all items to be brought back with them. Please be careful, Administrator Tyrannical Dragon. There were many treasures on Song Shuheng's body, such as the 2 sets of life-bound magical treasures, the virtuous Lamia and fairy creation, and several spatial magical treasures. If he died, nobody would pick up the magical treasures he left behind at his place of death. Song Shuheng nodded, and said, I understand. This was the difference between resurrecting at a set location and resurrecting in place. However, he had the inner world, and as long as it did not cower, he could still store his magical treasures inside it. Otherwise. Wait, there was no otherwise. If the inner world didn't cower, then that meant he could escape, and had no need to worry about death at all. If he died, it would mean that the inner world had hidden itself. Does this mean that I have to raise and keep a pet for automatic equipment retrieval? The Dragon Network assistant said, Administrator Tyrannical Dragon, we'll be leaving this place now. If we take too long, the Dragon Eye world may end up closing on us. At that time, if we want to leave, we'll have to wait for 1,000 years. The Dragon Eye worlds were the eyes of the Black Dragon, and they opened once every 1,000 years on average, meaning, the Black Dragon opened its eyes at those intervals. After opening its eyes, when the eyelids shut once more, the Dragon Eye worlds would close as well. Once the Dragon Eye worlds were closed, even spatial abilities would fail to pierce through them under the disturbance of the laws in the area. Song Shuheng didn't want to live here alone for over a millennium. He shouted, Fairy waiting for a promise, we're heading back. In the distance, the virtuous Lamia heard his words and swiftly swam back. She then patted the fat whale with a happy expression on her face. Does she like playing in the water that much? But last time we went to the beach, she didn't seem to be this happy. After thinking that, Song Shuheng's gaze fell on the fat whale. He remembered that the virtuous fat whale had swallowed a white-haired beast cultivator, and Song Shuhong's holy ape dragon power technique had been obtained from that man. What happened to that white-haired beast cultivator? Awu, the virtuous Lamia shouted loudly, and then leaped up high. She did a somersault in the air, and then continued spinning in the air until she neared Song Shuheng, upon which she did a swan dive into his body, disappearing. Fancy dive returns. She had previously played this game with fairy creation. But just that time and no longer afterward. Song Shuheng thought they had forgotten about it, but now it seemed like they had been simply thinking of new ways to do the return dives. At the same time, the virtuous fat whale also crashed into Song Shuheng's body and disappeared. So, what had happened to the white-haired beast cultivator? In the past, when the virtual fat whale was storing the white-haired beast cultivator, it could not merge into Song Shuheng's body, and had to stay in the inner world. The other party couldn't have really been digested, could he? The Dragon Network assistant asked, "Shall we leave the Dragon Eye world?" Song Shuheng nodded, and replied, "Let's go." In the next moment, Song Shuheng's figure disappeared from the Dragon Eye world, and returned to the Dragon Blood tribe. Song Shuheng's figure reappeared in the attic. After returning, he saw the old tribal chief running in the hamster running wheel. But because Song Shuheng did not activate the running wheel wasn't spinning on its own. Therefore, there were several Dragon Blood tribe mages nearby using magical techniques to make the running wheel spin. Right in front of the wheel, Soft Feather was holding a question book in her hands. Question: Old tribal chief, do you think it's possible for all the men present here to get pregnant? Of course not, the old tribal chief quickly replied. How could a man possibly get pregnant? Soft Feather said, wrong answer. Under Senior Song's pregnancy gaze, men and women are equal. The old tribal chief. Daudu remarked, Jury Daudu affirms the judgment. The judgment is correct, men and women are equal. Scarlet Heaven Sword echoed, Jury Scarlet Heaven Sword affirms the judgment. Lady Onion added, Jury Lady Onion agrees as well, confirming that the judgment is correct. Soft Feather laughed, and said, spin it faster. Afterward, the mages of the Dragon Blood tribe urged their magical power to speed up the rotation of the wheel. Aya, I got it wrong again, the old tribal chief yelled while increasing his running speed. Song Shuheng. Well, it's good that you're all having fun. Huh. Senior Song, you're back, Soft Feather said. When will we return to the main world? She made an appointment with her father to watch Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar's speech together with him, and she wanted to fulfill that promise. Song Shuheng said, we will go back after half a day. For now, he still had to go and collect medicinal materials and beasts. After making that trip, they could return to the main world. Then let's continue playing. Soft Feather chuckled. Tribal Chief, next question. Can the men present bear their own children? The old tribal chief said, can. If they can get pregnant, why wouldn't they be able to bear children? Soft Feather said, the answer is no for the time being. The impregnating gaze only lasts for a short period of time, and it cannot allow one to give birth to a child. The old tribal chief. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, Jury Scarlet Heaven Sword has a question. Can't a man bear children through surgery? Soft Feather said, of the men present, no one has the ability to achieve this. Scarlet Heaven Sword nodded with its hilt. Then I agree. Lady Onion echoed, I agree as well. Daudu confirmed, I agree as well. Soft Feather chuckled, and said, speed it up again. Song Shuheng. Right, how can Soft Feather communicate with the old tribal chief? Isn't there a language barrier between them? He was confused because he heard Scarlet Heaven Sword and others speak Chinese, while the old tribal chief was using the language of the Black Dragon world, but they had no trouble communicating. Could it be that the Dragon Network assistant did something while he was asleep? Song Shuhang looked at the Dragon Network Assistant curiously. The Dragon Network Assistant said, "It's a simple translation technique." Sure enough, it was its doing. Song Shuhang said, there isn't much time left. Can you put up a few missions to collect 100 dishes at the 6th level and 30 dishes at the 7th level? The Dragon Network Assistant replied, "No problem, I'll set the reward to be magical power flow. You can add this to a part of the rewards for the 7th level dishes." Song Shuhang took out the storage bottles that he had obtained from the Celestials. For every 6 7th level dishes, an additional storage bottle can be rewarded. Although it can only store a small number of things, it should make it a bit more worth it. If he only used magical power flow to reward those who accomplished the mission, he'd likely be quite embarrassed. The Dragon Network Assistant replied, "No problem, I will add this to the mission rewards." In fact, because of the nature of the cultivation system in the Black Dragon world, storage items like these were still very precious here. "Thanks for your hard work." Song Shuhang gently patted the Dragon Network Assistant's head, and then he asked, "By the way, has little Inju woken up?" "Not yet," Daodu replied. "Then, just let her continue sleeping." Song Shuhang got up, and said, "Which of you want to go with me to pick up some spirit plants and capture some magical beasts?" Both Daodu and Soft Feather had been brought here because of him, so he would let them bring some souvenirs back when they returned. Soft Feather shouted, Me. She'd been playing for quite a while now, and she had already gotten tired of it. Song Shuhang asked, "Daodu, want to go with us?" Daodu rolled his eyes, and said, "What are you going to bring me for?" "Just go and capture some tasty beasts, and bring me back some dog food." Song Shuhang scratched his head. "Let's go, Senior Song." Soft Feather threw the question book to Daodu. The Dragon Network Assistant opened the portal to the first treasure land. Without authority, even a 9th stage Tribulation Transcender would have their spatial energy sealed after entering the Black Dragon world, just like how Song Shuhang had been trapped in the inner world at first. The Dragon Network Assistant introduced the small world. This is an area where spirit plants are born. It is a dragon-scale world on the chest of the Black Dragon. The locals call them Kappa dragonshrooms. They're spirit plants that grow on cliffs. Although they are only 3rd-level spirit plants, they taste great, have strong survivability, and reproduce quickly, thereby meeting the requirements set by Administrator Tyrannical Dragon. There were 2 kinds of spirit plants that Song Shuhang needed. One was the type of spirit plants that were used by immortal chefs, for which the taste was just as important as the level of the plant. The other was spirit plants for cultivation. For this case, the higher the level of the plant, the better the medicinal effect. But if there was some other plant that possessed a special effect, it could be collected as well. After all, his inner world had a limited area. When importing spirit plants and beasts, he had to choose carefully as he couldn't just bring everything over. The Dragon Network Assistant passed through the spatial gate, and directly brought Song Shuhang and Soft Feather to the bottom of a cliff. The structure of the cliff reminded him of a table, and those Kappa dragonshrooms grew on the inner side of the cliff. This location would cause ordinary people to despair as it was impossible for them to reach the shrooms unless they could fly. Song Shuhang trod on the air, came to the side of those Kappa dragonshrooms. "Are there any restrictions when it comes to picking up these dragonshrooms?" "There are no restrictions tied to harvesting them, as they belong to the category of high-yield spirit plants. The main reason ordinary people aren't able to pluck them is because of the precarious location they grow in, which in turn also makes them rather valuable," the Dragon Network Assistant said. The transplanting process for these dragonshrooms is also very simple. They only need to be moved to similar cliffs, specifically to a location which is dark and humid, and they will be able to grow on their own very quickly. Song Shuhang nodded and began to pluck a batch of dragonshrooms, transferring them to his inner world. Inside the inner world assistant immediately transplanted the spirit plants, placing them in a number of locations suitable for their survival. It even placed a batch of dragon shrooms on the sword saber peak. The inner world assistant was truly great. Song Shuheng felt that it could be regarded as one of his greatest gains from this trip to the Black Dragon world. Meanwhile, Soft Feather also trod on the air, albeit rather awkwardly. She had just ascended to the 5th stage, and she had only acquired the ability to tread the air, so she wasn't that accustomed to it yet. After taking a few steps, she stepped directly on the steep cliff. Then, she casually walked vertically as if the cliffside were flat ground. Soft Feather chuckled. Walking on the ground is still the best. After walking for a while on the cliff, she got the hang of it, and started running down the cliffside. Song Shuheng heard her words, and gave Soft Feather a thumbs up. Right, having firm footing indeed lets one's heart be at ease. So, Soft Feather, would you like to know about flying sword guardrails? Hee, thank you Senior Song, but I don't need them. Soft Feather chuckled as she ran back and forth on the vertical cliff wall, having fun in her own way. This was her character. No matter what the environment was, she would be able to find something fun to do. After running on the cliffside for a while, Soft Feather turned her gaze to a more challenging location. Then, she started to run towards the upside-down area of the cliff. Upon seeing this, Song Shuheng shouted for her to stop. Wait, Soft Feather. Soft Feather. Song Shuheng reminded her, if you want to run in that area, it would be better for you to change your clothes. Soft Feather was wearing a beautiful knee-length dress, so if she were to run upside down, she would be completely exposed. Change clothes? Soft Feather lowered her head, and glanced at the white dress she was wearing. She then blinked and chuckled. Thank you for the reminder, Senior Song. But she didn't have any intention to change her clothes. But, Senior Song, it's okay if you look. After Soft Feather said so, her slender legs rose up, and she quickly ran to the upside-down area of the cliff. While she ran, she said, Senior Song, watch carefully, don't blink. Song Shuheng. Don't blink? Should I really watch Soft Feather? The virtuous Lamia quickly came out and snatched a line. New Year's gifts have been sent out, it should be an advertising slogan for a certain product. He. At this time, Soft Feather's long legs had stepped on the upside-down area of the cliff, and after 2 more steps, she was hanging completely upside down. With her feet planted on the cliff, her black hair fell towards the ground, fluttering with the wind. But, the anticipated gift did not appear. Soft Feather's skirt did not fall due to gravity. It completely violated common sense and fluttered upward. Cultivation _let's _you _do as _you _please. JPG Song Shuheng opened his mouth and wanted to rant. It's here, the anti-gravity skirt. But before he could say anything, the virtuous Lamia had already taken the words out of his mouth. Song Shuheng. Ever since she made that error while snatching a line, the virtuous Lamia had become more careful, and would always pay attention to Song Shuheng's facial expression. Although she didn't have the mind-reading technique, she had learned the face-reading technique. By looking at Song Shuheng's expression, combined with the various contextual knowledge she had at present, she was able to instantly infer the lines that Song Shuheng wanted to say. At the same time, after seeing Song Shuheng's dumbfounded expression, she knew that she had succeeded in snatching the line. This line was snatched, and Fairy at #% was satisfied. The only regret was that Fairy Creation, her competitor, was not around, which slightly reduced her sense of satisfaction. Song Shuheng asked, "What kind of magical technique is this?" Soft Feather chuckled. "It's not a magical technique. It's just a simple application of spiritual energy that has spread among the female practitioners in the group. Fairy Dongfang 6 taught it to me." Fairy Dongfang 6 was a dancer, and she would always appear wearing a skirt. She had researched this method herself. However, she rarely used it. The bewitching dance she was proficient at was a charm-type skill, and the anti-gravity skirt couldn't really be used during such times. Song Shuheng smiled, and said, I don't know how to evaluate this skill. The virtuous Lamia exclaimed, at this time, I am both disappointed and grateful. Long live Real Madrid. Song Shuheng. What the hell is that line? Why is such a sentiment attached to Real Madrid? What's up with Real Madrid this year? In addition, I remember that there wasn't any way to surf the internet in the Black Dragon world during the past few days. Ferry at #times, how were you able to update your database? Hehe, don't be so disappointed, Senior Song. Soft Feather patted her skirt, jumped down from upside down, and plucked a few dragon shrooms. Now, what else are we plucking? Plucking spirit plants was generally something simple, and the danger involved wasn't high. Relatively troublesome encounters only began when it came to spirit plants that were at the 6th level or above, which tended to be guarded by magical beasts. Some of these magical beasts had decent strength, with them usually being at least at the 4th level. Moreover, most of them had a trace of the dragon bloodline, so they were intelligent beasts, and they were able to communicate quite well. Normally speaking, things like killing beasts and stealing treasures were common occurrences in the world of cultivation and the rest of the main world. As long as the treasure was enticing enough, killing beasts, killing people, or killing demons was not a problem. But whether it was Soft Feather or Song Shuheng, their brains were wired differently from ordinary practitioners. The two didn't even think of killing beasts to snatch treasures. After obtaining the consent of the Dragon Network assistant, Song Shuheng and Soft Feather worked together to cut out caves, dunes, boulders, and pretty much any areas where spirit plants with guardian beasts, or just spirit plants, were located, and transferred them to the inner world. They were giving these beasts and plants a new home. Of course, when getting the other party to switch homes, they first got their consent. Just like what was taking place at this moment. Song Shuheng and Soft Feather had been transferred to a glacier by the Dragon Network assistant. There were several large bears with dragon scales guarding an icy holy tree. These bears possessed strength at the 4th level, and they were social creatures. The large bears agreed to move, saying that they would move to wherever the icy holy tree went. However, before they gave their consent, they stated that they first had to be defeated and convinced. And so, Soft Feather entered into action, and beat them one by one until all of the bears called her Big Sis. Then, Song Shuheng and Soft Feather cut off the entire glacier, moved it to a location near the Palace of Winter, and transferred all of the dragon-scaled bears over. Almost all of the guardian magical beasts were defeated by Soft Feather, and Song Shuheng didn't even get the opportunity to make a move. Inside the inner world assistant arranged the caves, as well as the magical beasts and the spirit plants they guarded, according to their nature. During the process, Song Shuheng didn't have to do anything. He felt like the old tribal chief of Dragon Blood tribe. Did he have nothing to do at this point? Song Shuheng said, after returning to the main world, I'll have to ask the seniors if there are any spirit plant masters up for hire. With the care of the spirit plant masters and the help of the inner world's living spring, it should be possible to grow the spirit plants in batches. Soft Feather suddenly said, Senior Song, I've got a bold idea. Song Shuheng responded, speak your mind. I'll decide on whether there's a way to carry it out after hearing your proposal. Soft Feather said, Senior Song, those little brothers I got today all have a very high affinity with spirit plants, and this is the reason they were able to become the guardian beasts of these spirit plants in the first place. That being said, can't they be made into spirit plant masters? Although she had beaten them up to convince them, they did regard her as their elder sister now, so she felt like she had to fight for some benefits for them. Song Shuheng turned his head, and looked at the Dragon Network assistant. Can these magical beasts transform after they reach the 5th level? The Dragon Network assistant replied calmly, no, the system the magical beasts practiced was different from the cultivation system, some of them had the opportunity to transform once they reached the 8th level or so, and some were fated to remain magical beasts for their entire lives. After the Dragon Network assistant replied, it added, beginning to search for possible transformations. After a while, it said, after conducting a search, I've found that there's a small world in the Black Dragon's throat area which has a special heavenly lake. That lake produces a kind of stone milk that allows all kinds of creatures to acquire a human-like form. Song Shuhang's eyes lit up when he heard this. Wasn't this treasure equivalent to the transformation pill of the world of cultivation? In the past, Daodu had taken a pill that allowed monster cultivators to acquire a transformation before the 5th stage. This pill was very precious in the world of cultivation. Song Shuhang asked, "Can you give me some of that stone milk?" The Dragon Network assistant said, "Yes, but its value is very high." After saying that, it began to calculate the value. After a while, it replied, it equals to half the number of spirit plants and magical beasts. Song Shuhang nodded, and replied, "No problem." The number of spirit plants and magical beasts could be reduced, what he wanted was the variety. As long as there were enough species, the number could be slowly made up for in the future. The Dragon Network assistant brought Song Shuhang and Soft Feather to the location of the stone milk. Song Shuhang became more and more envious of spatial abilities. Such abilities really made traveling much more convenient. How cool would it be if, like Senior White, I was able to grasp spatial abilities before the 9th stage? At their destination, the stone milk had already formed a small pool. It seemed that nobody had discovered it yet. Moreover, this Dragon Throat world didn't have any residents, and was like the Dragon Eye worlds. It was a special small world. Song Shuhang arrived at the edge of the stone milk pool. Soft Feather suggested, "Senior Song, should we test its effects first?" Song Shuhang replied, "My disciple Little Kai should be very suitable for this test. Unfortunately, she isn't in the inner world at the moment." Little Kai had received an order from Song Shuhang to keep an eye on his parents. Otherwise, with her having yet to cultivate to the 5th stage, she would have been perfect for checking if the stone milk was effective. "Unfortunately, I didn't bring my companion spirit butterfly with me this time," Soft Feather said. "Why don't we let my newly acquired little brothers try it out?" "Wait, I've got it." Song Shuhang's eyes suddenly lit up. He stretched out his hand, and grabbed at the void. Then, an awe-inspiring saber intent condensed right in his hand. Soft Feather looked curiously at Song Shuhang's hand. She could sense that Song Shuhang seemed to be holding something in his hand, but she couldn't see what it was. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, "It's the invisible saber insect." The invisible saber insect was his spirit beast, and it had yet to transform, so it was suitable for testing out the effects of the stone milk. Song Shuhang turned to look at the Dragon Network assistant, and asked, "How much does it need to take?" "1 drop is enough." The Dragon Network assistant stretched out its hand. A drop of milk flew up from the pond, and then hovered in front of Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang clutched the invisible saber insect. "Go, try drinking it." The invisible saber insect. Song Shuhang's hand moved, and he used the saber nurturing technique on the invisible saber insect. Buzz! The invisible saber insect vibrated happily, and then it drank the drop of stone milk obediently. After consuming the stone milk, the body of the invisible saber insect heated up. In Song Shuhang's eyes, its figure seemed to have been hit by something like young Master Phoenix Slayer's innate skill, and it melted into a pool of liquid. Soon after, this pool of liquid stretched before finally taking on a human form. Song Shuhang. The human form was here, but wasn't it a bit too strange? This form had no facial features, only having a basic humanoid shape. It was as if this form was merely a stickman in 3D. Was it the invisible saber insect that was too special? Or was this the extent of the effects of the stone milk? Song Shuhang looked down at the stone milk pond. Suddenly, a bold idea emerged in his mind. As soon as this idea emerged, he carried it out. Song Shuheng summoned out the inner world's lotus flower projection, and had its roots plunge into the pond. Song Shuheng suddenly got a strange idea. What would it look like if the inner world absorbed this stone milk? Would it be able to become a living creature? Taking a step back, even if there weren't any changes to the inner world, there should at least be some changes to the lotus flower projection after it absorbed a portion of the stone milk, right? If the inner world can really become a living creature, perhaps it won't be as cowardly in the future. This was Song Shuheng's wish. In fact, Song Shuheng knew that it wasn't the inner world's fault that it was so quick to cower every time. It wasn't that their camp was weak, it was the enemy that was way too strong. As soon as those big shots made their appearance, the first thing they did was to block all spatial-type magical treasures and abilities, using their own various means to lock the space and prohibit anybody from using spatial means to leave the area. This created the illusion of the inner world being the first to run every time. Nevertheless, taking another step back, even if the stone milk couldn't affect the inner world or the lotus flower projection, would it be able to make the inner world evolve? The lotus flower projection was very restrained in its absorption this time, stopping after absorbing a small portion of stone milk. Afterward, it retracted its tentacles, and went to silently float in front of Song Shuheng. Song Shuheng looked expectantly at the lotus flower projection, while also paying attention to any changes to the inner world. After a long while, nothing happened to the lotus flower projection, and the same went for the inner world. Soft Feather said, "Nothing happened, Senior Song." Song Shuheng calmly said, I can see that, Soft Feather. It seemed that portion of stone milk just now was wasted. If this portion of stone milk were divided into drops, there would have at least been several hundred drops. If it were exchanged for spirit stones, that was one very large amount of spirit stones. It made his heart ache a bit. He looked at the stone milk in the small pond, and thought to ask a question. Right, Dragon Network Assistant, does all of the stone milk here belong to me? In order not to affect the Black Dragon world, only half of what is available can be given to Administrator Tyrannical Dragon, the Dragon Network Assistant replied. If Administrator Tyrannical Dragon wants a little more, then that will have to be in exchange for some of the magical beasts and spirit plants. That's fine by me. Song Shuheng shook his head. Half of the stone milk in the small pool was already enough for his needs. At this time, Soft Feather curiously asked, Right, Dragon Network Assistant, if a human were to drink a drop, what would happen? She was quite curious as to what effect it could have on her, and wanted to try it out. The Dragon Network Assistant sincerely prompted, it is advised to avoid doing such a thing. Information on this subject is insufficient, and the consequences cannot be calculated. Soft Feather thought for a while, and then asked, Can you give me some stone milk? I'll take it back and let my life-bound monster pet try it. The Dragon Network Assistant glanced at Soft Feather and nodded. Miss Soft Feather has helped Administrator Tyrannical Dragon a lot this time, so I can give Miss Soft Feather a bottle of stone milk. When did I help Senior Song? Soft Feather looked confused. Although she didn't know what she had helped Senior Song with, she still thanked the Dragon Network Assistant politely. Thank you, Dragon Network Assistant. After saying that, Soft Feather reached out, and gently patted the little Dragon Network Assistant. You are the cutest assistant. Thank you for the compliment, Miss Soft Feather, the Dragon Network Assistant replied solemnly. Then, with a wave of its hand, a small bottle appeared, was filled with stone milk, and then given to Soft Feather. Song Shuheng saw this scene, his eyes lit up, and he reached out and touched the head of the Dragon Network Assistant. The Dragon Network Assistant is really the cutest. Administrator Tyrannical Dragon, no matter how much you praise me, I will not praise you back, the Dragon Network Assistant said seriously. It did this because Administrator Tyrannical Dragon had previously commanded it to do so. Hence, Before that command was revoked, it would not praise Administrator Tyrannical Dragon again. Song Shuheng. With the assistance of the Dragon Network Assistant, Song Shuheng extracted the rest of the stone milk that belonged to him, and transferred it to the inner world. The inner world assistant had long been ready, and it had even prepared a stone pit beside the core living spring for the stone milk to be placed in. Song Shuheng's consciousness entered the inner world, and took a look at the new setup of his inner world. With the hard work of the inner world assistant, the layout of the entire inner world had become a lot tidier. In addition, along with the improvement of Song Shuheng's strength, the inner world was also evolving simultaneously, and even the core living spring was changing. The core living spring was gradually being divided into two levels. The upper layer was a living spring that was constantly gushing out, while the lower layer was the living spring Pavilion Master Chu was soaking in. Beside the lower layer of the living spring pond, there was Song Shuheng's predetermined disciple, the monster tree Miruru, as well as a 7 colors wonder fruit sapling. Song Shuheng's consciousness swept over Pavilion Master Chu. Pavilion Master Chu's body had grown again. Previously, her body had only grown to her collarbone, but now even her shoulders had formed. If one were to ignore and not look at the bottom of the pool, Pavilion Master Chu, who was floating above the water with her shoulders revealed, looked very attractive. At this time, she was soaking in the water of the living spring, looking curiously at the changes in the inner world and the busy inner world assistant in the sky. As Song Shuheng's consciousness passed by, Pavilion Master Chu raised her head, and looked up with her eyes. With her realm, she could naturally sense Song Shuheng's consciousness scan over her. Song Shuheng quickly shifted his consciousness. At this moment, Senior Turtle crawled slowly from a distance, and arrived at the side of the living spring. With Lady Onion having been out the past few days, Senior Turtle had become idle and bored, so it would often come over to chat with Pavilion Master Chu. Senior Turtle and Pavilion Master Chu getting along was beyond Song Shuheng's expectations. To be honest, their two camps should have been enemies in the ancient era. But thinking about the relationship between the Great Northern Emperor and Chenglin, with their relationship having gotten straightened out, it no longer seemed off for the two camps to become allies now. Regardless, the relationship between these seniors was as messy as tangled earphone cables. Would you like some tea? Senior Turtle sat up like a human, holding a teacup with its forelimbs. No, thanks, Pavilion Master Chu said. Now that I only have a head left, soaking in spring water all day, I don't feel like drinking anything at all. Blowing bubbles had become her only source of joy. That's true, Senior Turtle responded, and suddenly asked mysteriously, Pavilion Master Chu, would you like to apply a face mask? Pavilion Master Chu. Senior Turtle said, I tried it myself, and its effects were pretty good. After using it on myself, I found it quite comfortable. Pavilion Master Chu thought for a while, and then replied, all right. Although she was an immortal, and, theoretically speaking, these things were completely useless, theory was theory, and theory could not always be applied to reality. Theoretically speaking, a woman would be just fine wearing only 3 sets of clothes throughout an entire season, but would a woman actually buy only 3 sets of clothes? Senior Turtle stretched out its forelimbs, and took out a box of dark green masks, each exuding a faintly refreshing fragrance. They looked pretty good. Pavilion Master Chu asked curiously, what mask is that? Senior Turtle replied, an onion sprout seaweed mud mask. Pavilion Master Chu praised, innovative. With a wave of her hair, she flexibly took a mask from Senior Turtle, and applied it evenly on her face. At the same time, a mask was also applied on Senior Turtle. An immortal and a 9th stage Tribulation Transcender began to talk about all kinds of things, both with green facial masks on. Song Shuheng. What was he supposed to do at this time? Senior Turtle said, Shuheng has recently transferred a lot of spirit plants into the inner world, many of which are suitable for facial masks. After he cultivates them in large quantities, I'll ask for some for experimentation on new facial masks. Pavilion Master Chu raised her head, and asked, Shu Heng, are you going to cultivate large batches of spirit plants? Senior Turtle asked, Shu Heng's consciousness is in the inner world? Song Shu Heng replied, yes, seniors. Senior Turtle shyly held the facial mask on its face with its forelimbs. Aya, did you already find out about my application of facial masks? Song Shu Heng. I found out a long time ago, Senior Turtle. And I even know you use Lady Onion's green onion sprouts to make facial masks. Pavilion Master Chu asked, have you found suitable spirit plant masters? Not yet, I'm not that fast, Song Shu Heng said. I plan on asking the seniors in the 9 provinces number 1 group if they know where I can hire a batch of spirit plant masters for a transitory phase when I get back this time. During that transitory phase, I plan on figuring out how to nurture a batch of my own spirit plant masters and beast taming masters. Pavilion Master Chu said, you can leave the raising of spirit plant masters to me. You can just be responsible for selecting suitable and reliable candidates, then I'll take care of them for you. She had been staying in Song Shu Heng's inner world's living spring for so long, and wanted to find something to do. Conveniently, this could serve as her rent as well. Senior Turtle said domineeringly, unfortunately, I'm not that well versed in spirit plants or beast taming, so I can't help you in this regard. However, if the newcomers are disobedient, I can educate them for you. Song Shu Heng thought for a while, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Okay, then I'll be troubling Pavilion Master Chu with the matter of raising spirit plant masters. In addition, if I were to hire some spirit plant masters, would Pavilion Master Chu be willing to provide them with some pointers? He was planning on hiring spirit plant masters from the forces that Senior Yellow Mountain, Senior Spirit Butterfly, Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, and other seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group were a part of. And he might also hire some of the disciples from the sects which Fairy Lychee, Great Master Profound Principle, Senior Xian New Sect Skylark, and other seniors were a part of. At that time, if Pavilion Master Chu was willing to give pointers, these spirit plant masters would definitely benefit greatly. An immortal personally providing pointers on cultivating spirit plants was an opportunity that was very hard to come by, and if he used that as a selling point, he should be able to draw a wave of spirit plant masters who were willing to work for free. And if they weren't among those related to the group, he could even ask them to pay a tuition fee for working with him. The more Song Shu Heng thought about it, the more beautiful it appeared to him. Succeeding Daodu, Song Shu Heng's merchant soul had also begun to awaken. However, Daodu's merchant soul had awakened because of interest, but Song Shu Heng's merchant soul was completely driven by his being poor. Pavilion Master Chu rolled her eyes. I am bored anyway, if I am in a good mood, I can provide them with some pointers. Song Shu Heng grinned, and said, thank you, Senior Chu. Knowledge is wealth, and an elder in a family is akin to a treasure, this saying is indeed true. He couldn't wait to meet the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group and bring the good news of an immortal personally providing pointers on cultivating spirit plants to them. After their conversation, Song Shu Heng's consciousness got ready to withdraw from the inner world. But then at this time, the lotus flower projection suddenly took the initiative to return to the inner world. Afterward, its countless roots spread out, spreading across the sky of the inner world. Then, it severed all of its roots on its own. Song Shu Heng. Chapter 1776 Giving Gifts to keep up with the times. It was the first time that Song Shu Heng had encountered the lotus flower projection taking the initiative to sever its own roots. Could it be that every root which has absorbed the stone milk is going to transform into a little person? Song Shu Heng thought. The lotus flower projection had used its roots to absorb the stone milk, and this could be said to be equivalent to the roots drinking the stone milk. Therefore, if each root were to transform into a human, then that actually wouldn't be completely unreasonable. While Song Shu Heng was thinking about it, the severed roots wove together, connecting with one another in the air. Eventually, a giant net appeared in the sky of the inner world. Wrong answer, spin it faster. The virtuous Lamia suddenly appeared, and spoke using Soft Feather's voice. This was the line that Soft Feather had said when the old tribal chief was playing with the hamster running wheel. Not too long after, it had already become a part of the virtuous Lamia's lexicon. Song Shuheng's consciousness smiled wryly, and said, "Fairy waiting for a promise, why did you run into the inner world?" The virtuous Lamia did not reply. She raised her head to look at the giant net, and then her snake tail straightened out as she assumed the one-legged golden snake plus white crane with its wings flared pose, and used Song Shuheng's voice to say, "All right, I'm ready." This was the bold line that Song Shuheng said when he was ascending the 5th-level Dragon Network Tribulation. "Fairy. Can't you speak normally?" Song Shuheng sighed. He found it very tiring how he had to decipher the messy lines she would voice out every time. "You can clearly speak properly, so why not just do that? Is it really that difficult to speak normally?" The virtuous Lamia tilted her head, and then thought for a while. "Despite being a mere bug, you made my fingers itch a bit when I tried to crush you," it was the Demon Emperor's voice. After saying that, her slender hands made the motion of pinching a bug. Song Shuheng. Pavilion Master Chu prompted, "I think she's trying to tell you she wants to pinch the roots in the sky." The virtuous Lamia gave Pavilion Master Chu a thumbs up, and used Song Shuheng's voice to say, "You are really the cutest." This was Song Shuheng's praise to the Dragon Network assistant just now, just that one half of the line had been cut out. Pavilion Master Chu replied calmly, "Thank you." The virtuous Lamia turned her head again, and looked at Song Shuheng seriously. Song Shuheng sighed, "Go ahead." With Song Shuheng's consent, the virtuous Lamia swam towards the roots. She slithered smoothly, and along with a light flap of her wings, she quickly arrived at the side of the roots. Afterward, Fairy at #time stretched out her hands, placed them on the roots, and then began to pour power of virtue into them. As the power of virtue poured into the roots, a hidden power contained within these roots was stimulated by the virtuous Lamia. It was the energy of the Dragon Network. Back when Song Shuheng had tried to transfer the entire Demon Emperor Dragon Network node into the inner world, he had ultimately found that the Dragon Network node couldn't be transferred in. As such, he had let the Lotus Flower projection absorb all of the energy in the end. This energy had become hidden in the roots of the Lotus Flower projection, and had not been converted by the inner world. In actuality, each root of the Lotus Flower projection at this time contained the energy of the Dragon Network, the power of virtue, the stone milk, and the energy of the inner world's roots, adding up to a total of 4 types of energy. In the hands of the virtuous Lamia, they intertwined with one another, and became increasingly complex. The energy began to form a complex 3-dimensional network. This was the form of the Dragon Network and the Virtuous Network. Does Fairy #times want to establish a similar network in the inner world? Song Shuheng's heart thumped. Moreover, compared to the Dragon Network and the Virtuous Network, this network that the virtuous Lamia was weaving seemed to be smarter. This was likely because each root that composed this network was affected by the power of the stone milk, and each had a consciousness similar to that of a sentient weapon, and it was now in the process of gestation. While it was in the middle of gestation at present, it was unknown how long it would take before it would truly be born. It might take a very long time for the roots to possess the intelligence that Senior White's meteor sword had. However, can this network be controlled? Its composition is too complicated, Song Shuheng silently thought to himself. Just as he thought this, the Lotus Flower projection flew up, and settled in the most central node of the network, similar to where Lady Kuna's node was in the Dragon Network. This network itself was formed by the roots of the Lotus Flower. Therefore, there shouldn't be any problem with the control aspect at all. In addition to the Lotus Flower projection, the hardworking inner world assistant also vaguely resonated with this network. It itself was a copy of the Dragon Network Assistant. After this inner world network was completely weaved together, it should be able to integrate with this network, and truly become an existence similar to the Dragon Network Assistant. The virtuous Lamia, who was weaving the network, looked up at the lotus flower, and then lowered her head again to continue weaving the network. At this time, she had an extremely serious expression on her face, her usual clueless look nowhere to be seen. This serious and beautiful side was a rare look for Fairy at #times. With a thought, Song Shuheng transferred his phone into the inner world, and quietly took a picture of the serious at-work Fairy at #times. Weaving the network would still take quite some time, so Song Shuheng quietly withdrew his consciousness from the inner world first. When Song Shuheng's consciousness returned, he found that the invisible saber insect was kneeling on the ground obediently. Opposite it, Soft Feather took out an exquisite makeup case, and was applying makeup on it. Although the invisible saber insect was invisible, its body was still there. Under normal conditions, if blood were to drip from the invisible saber insect in a situation such as if someone were to stab it, there would not be any blood stains or anything of the sort that would sabotage its invisibility. But now that it had taken on a human form, this attribute of blood not sticking to its body was gone. Soft Feather first applied a layer of foundation on the face of the invisible saber insect, and then she painted on some eyebrows. Since the invisible saber insect had no facial features, Soft Feather had drawn on 2 lifelike eyes, and attached eyelashes to them. The nose and mouth below were all painted by her as well, and she had even applied lipstick to its mouth. Song Shuheng. Soft Feather grinned, and said, "Senior Song, you're back." The invisible saber insect turned around, and looked at Song Shuheng, shaking its head happily. It looked especially strange. Song Shuheng said curiously, "Soft Feather, you know how to put on makeup?" Ever since he had met Soft Feather, he had never seen her with makeup on. It depends on the occasion. Of course, some occasions require some fitting makeup. In fact, I've always wanted to learn Senior Copper Trigram's disguising technique. Soft Feather chuckled. She then put away the makeup case. Where are we going next? After collecting some more spirit plants and magical beasts, we'll be heading back to the main world, Song Shuheng said. I originally wanted to leave after finishing arranging Scarlet Pupil's inheritance space, but as we don't have enough time to do so, we'll first head back to the main world and finish up all the matters there, hire some spirit plant masters and beast taming masters, and then return to the Black Dragon world to set up the inheritance space. Also, I've got an idea in mind. Soft Feather asked, about the inheritance space? Yes, and this idea has something to do with Lady Onion, Song Shuheng said. Succeeding Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, Lady Onion is the 8th Cultivator of True Virtue. They have a tradition in their system, wherein regardless of whether they're able to successfully transcend the tribulation, they have to construct a large tomb for themselves. So what I'm thinking is that, when the time comes, we can have a discussion with Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue and Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue regarding the inheritance space. We can have it such that the inheritance space can become the 8th Cultivator of True Virtue's tomb. In this way, there is a greater sense of calling when it comes to the inheritance. If we were to construct it as the tomb of the 8th Cultivator of True Virtue, then Senior 7th Cultivation of True Virtue and Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue could help with the setting up of traps, and make the entire inheritance space more interesting overall. Soft Feather blinked. On the one hand, she felt that combining the tomb of the 8th Cultivator True Virtue and the inheritance space into one had a magical touch to it, and that Senior Song's brain was truly wired in a great way. But on the other hand, she felt that Scarlet Pupil, who was destined to step into inheritance space, was slightly pitiful. But she would never stop her Senior Song's brain from working its wonders, because it appeared very fun to her. Soft Feather said, "Unfortunately, if I return to the main world this time, it won't be easy for me to come out and play again. When I go back this time, my father will definitely want me to consolidate my realm. She thought for a moment, and then suddenly thought of a good idea. Soft Feather said, Senior Song, can I give you a gift? Song Shuheng. Soft Feather stretched out her hand, and called out, Come out, Butterfly Song White Creation Yellow Trigram Lychee 6 Do Phoenix. In the next moment, the elegant black soft feather emerged from her shadow. She was gentle and polite, and said softly, Hello, Senior Song. We meet again. I'll be giving my inner demon to you, Senior Song. Soft Feather said. She and I can share our thoughts with one another. When Senior Song is constructing the inheritance space, let her lend you a hand. The black-skinned Soft Feather. Song Shuheng asked, Is this really fine? It is, I will only be lending her to you temporarily anyway. After a while, I will be taking her back. I will give her to Senior Song for 2 months first, and then I'll take her back when I can come out of Spirit Butterfly Island again. How does that sound? Soft Feather looked expectantly at Song Shuheng. Song Shuheng smiled, and said, All right, I got it. When the inheritance space was being built, he would summon the black Soft Feather to allow her to participate in the construction of the space. Soft Feather had always been a very determined girl, provided that she was interested in the field. Song Shuheng asked, Should I take her into the inner world? No, there's no need for so much trouble. Soft Feather reached out, and snapped her fingers. The black Soft Feather looked at her main body bitterly, and then she moved gently toward Song Shuheng's shadow. In the next moment, she dove into Song Shuheng's shadow like she was diving into water. It was different from the virtuous Lamia and fairy creation's way of directly merging into Song Shuheng's body. When the black Soft Feather entered his shadow, Song Shuheng couldn't feel any connection between her and himself at all. Song Shuheng asked, How do I summon her out? You simply need to call out her name, and she will come out. Soft Feather turned around. Then let's continue collecting resources, Senior Song. I'm a bit hungry, so when we're done collecting, let's go and have a big meal. Chapter 1777 I didn't expect you to actually answer my call as Soft Feather was already slightly hungry. During the time she and Song Shuheng collected some more natural treasures, she ate a good number of them since some of those treasures could be eaten. Of course, she made sure to bring some seeds back as a gift for her father. Venerable Spirit Butterfly was as knowledgeable as Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, and the entire Spirit Butterfly Island had been built by him. He was proficient in everything from cultivating spirit plants to taming spirit beasts, nurturing monster butterflies, forging magical treasures, and modifying modern weapons. Among them, cultivating spirit plants was one of the things he liked doing the most. Soft Feather felt that her father would be delighted if she brought him back these Black Dragon World spirit plant seeds. In addition, she had bought the same type of sheet that the almighty merchant used to present as a gift for her father. With me bringing so many gifts back home, my father will definitely restrict me for less time, right? She silently thought to herself. Senior Song, are we not going to transport any more magical beasts or spirit plants? Soft Feather touched her stomach. Although natural treasures were delicious, there regretfully wasn't enough to eat. After all, she couldn't just eat each natural treasure freely. If she ate too much of one, that would also cause her indigestion. It was best to request an immortal chef to first make them into an immortal dish, making the ingredients more conducive to absorption and easier to eat. Song Shuheng transported the last kind of seagrass-like spirit plant into the inner world, stretched his waist, then smiled, and said, Nope, we're done here. The magical beasts and natural treasures that the Dragon Network assistant had allotted to him had all already been transferred. These magical beasts and natural treasures would not affect the development of the Black Dragon world after being transported, and they weren't unique varieties. However, every single product selected by the Dragon Network assistant was of exquisite quality. In addition, the Black Dragon world was a very special small world, and some of the spirit plants and magical beasts that could be found in it were almost impossible to find in the main world. And rare things were valuable. As long as these things were successfully fostered, their current value would multiply several times over. The inner world assistant in the inner world arranged the spirit plants and magical beasts in different categories, and recorded their growth environment, preferences, and other information. By doing this, taking care of these plants and beasts could be more convenient for the spirit plant masters and beast taming masters that Song Shuheng would hire in the future. The inner world assistant really was very capable. Song Shuheng was very fortunate to have been able to get a copy of an assistant. With it, the development speed of his inner world had increased by several times. Song Shuheng asked, "Dragon Network Assistant, I plan on heading back to the main world now. Can I directly open a passage from the Black Dragon world to the main world?" Administrator Tyrannical Dragon, please wait a moment. The Dragon Network Assistant paused, and said, Lady Kuna has left behind a suggestion. Does Administrator Tyrannical Dragon want to establish a teleportation formation that links your private small world and the Black Dragon world? That way, it would be a lot more convenient for you to travel between the Black Dragon world and the main world. If Song Shuheng wanted to leave the Black Dragon world, the Dragon Network Assistant could directly transport him to the main world. But if he wanted to return to the Black Dragon world after he returned to the main world, he would have to find the teleportation formation they used to get to the Black Dragon world in that secret realm they had been in, the same teleportation formation that Black Pupil 13 had used. However, that teleportation formation was in a rather dilapidated state, and whether it could even be used to enter the Black Dragon world again was questionable. Song Shuheng said, "That would be great, but how is such a formation arranged?" The Dragon Network Assistant said, "Please wait a moment." Shortly after, boom, a 5 cubic meters steel ingot fell from the air, and crashed down in front of Song Shuheng. Engraved on the upper and lower sides of this steel ingot were teleportation formations. The Dragon Network Assistant reached out, and cut the steel ingot into 2 teleportation arrays at the middle. The Dragon Network Assistant said, Administrator Tyrannical Dragon can place one of these halves in your private small world. Meanwhile, I will store the other half in a Dragon Network node. When you wish to teleport over, you simply need to activate the formation. It's that simple. Song Shuheng stored one of the teleportation formations, and then the inner world assistant placed it inside the Virtuous Palace. The Virtuous Palace was the palace of the Virtuous Lamia, but ever since Song Shuheng had acquired it, the Virtuous Lamia had never even visited it. It was as if she had no recollection or nostalgia towards the Virtuous Palace whatsoever. Soft Feather asked, "Are we returning to the main world now?" Song Shuheng smiled, and said, "We still have to go and get Daodu and Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. After that, we'll be heading back." Dragon Scale Small World, Dragon Blood Tribe. The sky had already gone dark, the Sun Throne having already moved to the other side of the Black Dragon, now shining down on other small worlds. Daodu lay on the ground, his breathing paced evenly as he meditated and practiced. Lady Onion lay on its body. Daodu had borrowed the power of the Enlightenment Stone for one night's practice. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword seemed to be trying out a magical technique, its body constantly exuding the light of a magical technique. At this time, Song Shuheng and Soft Feather had traversed through space and returned. Song Shuheng curiously asked, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, what are you doing?" Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said calmly, "I'm studying a magical technique." Song Shuheng's eyes lit up. "Is it the karmic saber? Could it be that Senior is still improving the karmic saber technique?" The might of the karmic saber technique truly was gorgeous. If he could gain a deeper comprehension of karma, and draw upon the strength of several big-shot seniors one day, then he should be able to face even an immortal head-on for a short while. I have no clue on how to improve the karmic saber technique for the time being. I plan on looking for where to improve on it after returning to the main world, and discussing it with Scarlet Heaven, Scarlet Heaven Sword said. I am currently studying your saber nurturing technique. Song Shuheng quickly said, if it's the saber nurturing technique, I can use it for senior. After saying that, he moved his hand, and used the saber nurturing technique on senior Scarlet Heaven Sword twice. Oh ho, that's it, that's the feeling, so refreshing. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword was extremely satisfied. After feeling refreshed, it said solemnly, however, being able to do it myself is better than having to ask help from others. As such, I want to figure out how to use the saber nurturing technique on myself. Song Shuheng asked, then would senior like me to teach you the saber nurturing technique? After all, senior Scarlet Heaven Sword had helped him so much, so helping it with this small matter was the least he could do. In fact, I've already mastered about 70 to 80% of the saber nurturing technique, but I've come across another big problem. Scarlet Heaven Sword sighed emotionally, and said, this magical technique can be said to be like a massage. It isn't really refreshing when you massage yourself. In the end, it still feels better when someone else gives you a massage. Therefore, I'm looking for a way to improve on this point. So that's the case. Song Shuheng understood where the problem was, and he nodded. Then I can only wish senior good luck. After saying that, he used the saber nurturing techniques 3 consecutive times on senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Ah, so refreshing, that's it. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's voice quivered with pleasure. Song Shuheng nodded in satisfaction, and then used the saber nurturing technique 2 times on the invisible saber insect that had returned to its saber form. The invisible saber insect let out a series of delighted cries, its intimacy with Song Shuheng increasing greatly. The saber nurturing technique really was a great thing. Recently, the saber nurturing technique had become Song Shuheng's most frequently used magical technique. If he were so diligent in using lightning techniques, he definitely wouldn't still only know lightning palm until now. Woof, it's the middle of the night, what's with all the noise? Daodu opened his eyes. Then, he saw Song Shuheng. Daodu said, Woof, where's the dog food? Song Shuheng said, the Black Dragon world does not have any dog food. How about I buy you some when we get back to the main world? Daodu said, alright, remember that I like the beef-flavored ones, particularly the chewy ones. By the way, where is the old tribal chief? Song Shuheng asked. We're leaving the Black Dragon world soon. I want to bid farewell to the old tribal chief. I've already told the old tribal chief that we would be leaving the Black Dragon world after you came back. If you want to leave, we can just go. Daodu stood up and picked up Lady Onion. In the main world, the Four Seas Secret Realm. A patch of barren ground, this place was the secret realm where Black Pupil 13 had been teleported to and eventually passed away at, where the Death Forest had originally been. In the end, it had been dug away by Senior White and Song Shuheng, and then it was transplanted into Song Shuheng's inner world. As long as Song Shuheng's inner world didn't hide itself, the Death Forest was a big killer move. Song Shuheng could pull the enemy into the Death Forest, and as long as it was used well, even an 8th stage profound sage could end up trapped within. Several people fumbled about, left the Four Seas Secret Realm, and appeared on the vast ocean. Daodu asked, where are we? Song Shuheng said, we're at the edge of the Chaotic Sea, a short walk away from Heavenly Field Island and Western Orchid Island. Previously, the sea urchin warriors had led him across the sea to get to Western Orchid Island, so he had some impression of the place. However, it would still be best to ask a sea urchin warrior to lead the way. Does Senior Song know which way to go? Soft Feather looked all around them, not having any idea where to go. Song Shuheng said, I still have some impression of how to go around this place. But it would be best to hire a guide. Daodu asked, there are also guides in this barren place? As soon as he said that, several figures burst out of the water not too far from them. A sea urchin warrior with a particularly tall stature roared, you atrocious human being. I smell a strong stench of blood from you. How much blood of my companions have you spilled? How many of our companions have you killed? I, the valiant sea urchin warrior captain first class third number tyrannical dragon, shall exact revenge for my companions. Soft Feather giggled, and said, Senior Song, he is also called tyrannical dragon. It means that we share some fate. Song Shuheng turned around, keeping his hands behind his back, and said, It's me. At the same time, he urged his will, and the tyrannical song sacred seal, the tyrannical scholar demon seal, and the tyrannical dragon ancient seal indistinctly emerged behind him. Tyrannical Song. The sea urchin warrior wanted to cry. It quietly reached out and took out its phone, and opened 2 photos. One of the photos was of Song Shuheng as a young man, and the other was of Song Shuheng as an uncle. Then, it turned to look at Song Shuheng who looked just like a boy in front of it. WTF. Is it fun to change your age? Do you think you're amazing just because you can change your age? You're going to end up causing others deaths if you keep playing like that. The sea urchin warrior tyrannical dragon said, Senior Tyrannical Song, I didn't recognize you. There's no need to be tense, Song Shuheng said. Just take me to Western Orchid Island. He didn't dare to communicate too much with the sea urchin warrior so as to avoid being brought into its rhythm. At Western Orchid Island, Song Shuheng and his party smoothly got ashore. Soft Feather took out her phone, connected to the internet, and checked the time. November 12, 2019. Monday. Song Shuheng also took out his phone. After thinking about it, he tried making a call. After a while, the other end of the phone connected, but the other party did not speak, and there was only silence. I didn't expect you to actually answer my call. I thought that you would have already abandoned this number. Song Shuheng smiled slightly, and said, I'm here, young Master Hai. At the same time, he took out the demonic god pillar, and began to operate it. Meow hello. At this time, a thin voice could be heard from the other end of the call. Who are you? Why are you looking for young Master Hai? It isn't young Master Hai who answered the call. Chapter 1778 Dog, Don T. Take advantage of my disciple. Considering the thin voice and the fact that the other party said, meow, was the one who answered the call a cat monster, did that shameless young Master Hai actually hand his phone to a cat monster, and try selling its cuteness? But, this kind of behavior suited young Master Hai's character very well. A person like him was someone who planned very carefully, planning 5 or 6 steps ahead after taking a single step. Knowing that Song Shuheng had discovered his phone number, it would be very normal for him to have immediately changed his number. He was the kind of guy to scheme extensively, and had an especially filthy heart. While Song Shuheng was in thought, he mindlessly said, I'm young Master Hai's good friend Demon Monarch Anji. Why do you have young Master Hai's phone? I've got an urgent matter to talk to him about. The phone he used to contact young Master Hai was Demon Monarch Anji's phone. At the same time, his other hand was operating the demonic god pillar, and through the reactions of the pillar, he silently synchronized with young Master Hai through the demon pattern. The thin voice replied, Meow hello, fellow Taoist Anji, young Master Hai got involved in an inner demon tribulation while transcending the 5th stage, and now he's dead. If there is anything you need help with, please tell me directly. Song Shuheng. Young Master Hai got involved in an inner demon tribulation and died? Pa, who would believe that? Young Master Hai was a person who had an especially big heart, and he was first class when it came to withstanding stress. It wasn't surprising for him to face an inner demon tribulation, but he wouldn't die in it. No. Wait. It might really be possible. If the scene when he met young Master Hai in the inheritance space previously became his inner demon tribulation, perhaps he could have really died in the inner demon tribulation? After all, after finally obtaining the Demon Emperor's inheritance, he saw his archenemy's face right as he entered. Wouldn't his Tao heart collapse because of that? While he was thinking about it, the demonic god pillar that Song Shuheng was operating with his other hand had finally managed to connect to young Master Hai's demon pattern. This kind of connection was unilateral, so young Master Hai could not detect Song Shuheng, but Song Shuheng could sense some vague information regarding young Master Hai through the pattern. For example, Song Shuheng could get a vague sense of young Master Hai's movements. At this time, young Master Hai was lying inside a box that seemed like a coffin. But he was holding a phone in his right hand, and was talking quietly. "Since he's already dead, then just forget it," Song Shuheng said softly. "Goodbye, fellow Taoist." The thin voice said, "Meow bye." Although Song Shuheng said that, he did not hang up, but rather simply stopped speaking. Through the connection between the demonic god pillar and the demon pattern, he saw that young Master Hai had gently put down the phone on the other side. He, all right then, see you in a few days, young Master Hai," Song Shuheng suddenly said to his phone. "The meowing sound you've learned to make is quite interesting." On the other side, young Master Hai's hand trembled fiercely. Upon sensing this scene, Song Shuheng felt content, and disconnected. One needed such a special enemy in one's life. Whenever you were in a heavy mood, you could call the other party and chat with them, and then your mood would become much more relaxed. But then again, why didn't young Master Hai change his phone number? Song Shuheng was a little puzzled. It was obvious that if young Master Hai had changed numbers, that would have prevented him from getting called and harassed through that phone number, and it would have also prevented him from getting tracked through that phone number. With that said, why would he keep that number, and wait until he got a call? Could it be that he wanted to launch a counterattack, and lock on to his position through that number? Or maybe he wanted to lure him? The minds of scheming guys like him were so abstruse that Song Shuheng honestly could not figure out what was going on in the other party's head. If I can't figure it out, then so be it. I'll just have to prepare in the next few days, silently meet up with him, and then settle the karma that way. Either that, or I meet up with 16 first, and then go on to meet young Master Hai together with her. Song Shuheng stretched out his hand, and threw Demon Monarch Anji's phone back into the inner world. In actuality, due to the improvement of his strength and his state of mind, Song Shuheng no longer had much of an obsession when it came to young Master Hai. The main reason as to why he wanted to settle the karma he had with young Master Hai was that 16 had once vowed that she was going to cut apart and kill young Master Hai. And with Song Shuheng as he would definitely support 16. Afterward, he put away the demonic god pillar, took out his phone, and glanced at the screen. November 12, 2019. Tuesday. 13:04, Song Shuheng said, "It's Tuesday already. Time flies so fast." Soft Feather said curiously, "Isn't it Monday?" She flipped out her phone again, and the calendar page stuttered and refreshed. The line which previously said Monday became Tuesday. "It turns out that it really is already Tuesday," said Soft Feather. After saying that, she reached out and swiped her hand to open the notepad on her phone, adding several +1 marks on one of the pages. It looked like she was marking how many Taoist names her dad owed her. "Let's go. It's time to go to my little restaurant and have a feast," Song Shuheng said. "Get ready, I'm going to undo the illusory formation." Ever since they came ashore, they had been covered by an illusory formation, and ordinary people were not able to see them. Song Shuheng hung Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword on his back, put Lady Onion in his pocket, and then picked up little Inju. Dowda shrank down, and followed along by his side. Soft Feather asked, "Is that the little restaurant that Senior Song was talking about previously in the group chat?" Song Shuheng replied, "Yes. But to be precise, it should be the Puppet Maiden's restaurant." As he said that, he wondered how the Puppet Maiden and Choo Choo were doing. Song Shuheng took Soft Feather and Dowdu to the restaurant. Along the way, he found that there were much fewer people moving around Western Orchid Island. Many shops were closed, and the number of tourists had gone down by more than half, making things appear slightly desolate. Strange, what happened? Song Shuheng was puzzled. Western Orchid Island was being watched over by Heavenly Field Island. With Senior Tian Kong present, there shouldn't be any trouble on Western Orchid Island. Could it be that an economic crisis broke out, and the tourists all went back to their countries? When he arrived at the small restaurant, Song Shuheng found that his restaurant was also closed. It's closed so early? Song Shuheng hugged little Inju, and did a scan with his mental energy. He sensed that Chu Chu was sitting at the restaurant's cash register, and the puppet maiden was beside her. In addition, there was the aura of 4 cultivators sitting opposite the puppet maiden and Chu Chu. In terms of aura, he could discern that they were not members of the 9 provinces number 1 group. When Song Shuheng's mental energy scanned the restaurant, Chu Chu sensed him. Chu Chu's eyes shone brightly. "Teacher, you're back." She smiled, and got up to open the door of the restaurant. Chu Chu Daodu jumped forward, and rushed into Chu Chu's arms. Chu Chu reached out to catch Daodu. "Senior Daodu, congratulations on your ascension to the 5th stage." "Thank you." Daodu took advantage of this opportunity to rub Chu Chu's chest, and nodded in satisfaction. Chu Chu had recently become an immortal chef, so she was able to eat better food and restore her chest size. Fortunately, she was still able to restore it, otherwise, an incomplete Chu Chu would have become Daodu's lifelong regret. Song Shuheng. "Dog, don't take advantage of my disciple." Song Shuheng asked, "Chu Chu, there aren't any problems with the operations of the restaurant, right?" He simply felt that Western Orchid Island had become too deserted, and he kept on getting the feeling that something had happened. The restaurant has been running very smoothly," replied Chu Chu. The restaurant was doing very well, and her cooking skills had improved greatly. Song Shuheng entered the restaurant with soft feather, and then he looked at the 4 cultivators. Song Shuheng asked, "Who are these?" "Hello, Senior Tyrannical Song." When the 4 cultivators saw Song Shuheng, they quickly got up and greeted him. Although Song Shuheng looked like a little boy right now, they were still able to recognize him with a single glance. Because Song Shuheng now also had the Tyrannical Dragon Ancient Seal on him, the practitioners of the universe who had just watched the 3rd show of Divinity of Profound Sage Tyrannical Song would be able to infer Song Shuheng's identity immediately by sensing the Tyrannical Dragon Ancient Seal. One of them stepped forward, and said, replying to Senior Tyrannical Song, "We're disciples of Heavenly Field Island. We are here to evacuate the residents and people on Western Orchid Island as ordered by the Island Master." Song Shuheng asked, "What happened to Heavenly Field Island?" It appeared that Heavenly Field Island had become quite an eventful place lately. The previous incident had just ended, and now there was already another one that had come up. The Heavenly Field Island disciple replied, "This is what's happening, Senior Tyrannical Song. 2 days ago, we discovered that there were a large number of celestials gathering near Heavenly Field Island. From how things currently look, the goal of celestials should not be Heavenly Field Island, but just in case, in order to protect the safety of the ordinary people, the Island Master ordered us to go here and evacuate the crowd on Western Orchid Island." Celestials, Song Shuheng squeezed his chin, and fell into thought. Celestials were good things. He had been thinking about where he was supposed to get the spirit stones to hire spirit plant masters and beast taming masters. This batch of celestials appeared just at the right time. It seemed like fate had brought them together. The disciple said, "The Island Master sent us over to see if Senior Tyrannical Song had returned. If Senior Tyrannical Song had still not been here, then we would have taken Fairy Chu Chu and this senior to Heavenly Field Island." Song Shuheng said, "I see. Please tell Senior Tian Kong for me that I will visit him when I've completely rested." The 4 Heavenly Field Island disciples replied, "All right, Senior Tyrannical Song." Then we'll be evacuating the other residents on the island first. Senior, see you. The four of them were cultivators who were proficient in illusory techniques. As the emergency evacuation of ordinary residents was much easier and more convenient to do with the power of such techniques, they were the ones sent to Western Orchid Island by Island Master Tian Kong. After the four Heavenly Field Island disciples left, Song Shuheng looked at the puppet maiden. Fairy, how are you doing now? The puppet maiden was someone who had combat power at the 8th stage. Not good, most is exhausted, need new core. The puppet maiden was currently in power-saving mode due to the lack of spirit stones. Song Shuheng said, rest assured, I will look for a way to get you a new core. Chu Chu asked, teacher, would you like something to eat? Soft Feather shouted, I want. She was already starving. Then it just so happens I can try serving you several new dishes I've learned. Chu Chu entered the kitchen, and busied herself. Song Shuheng sat at the cash register, turned on his phone, and went on the 9 Provinces #1 group. At this moment, a message emerged in his mind. Su Clan 16 has added you as Song Shuheng. 16 had finally left her seclusion. Chapter 1779. Can T imagine it, so just give up. It seemed so coincidental. The day he returned to the main world from the Black Dragon world just so happened to also be the day when 16 left her seclusion. It looked like young Master Hai, his mortal enemy, was truly destined to meet with them. Song Shuheng wore a light smile on his face as he lightly tapped on the friend notification he just received. 16's friend grouping was rather strange. She directly used Song Shuheng for the friend classification. As such, Song Shuheng was currently thinking about which group he should put her in. He was no longer in the Black Dragon world now, so when 16 added him as a friend at this time, his QR code Golden Core did not automatically put 16 in a group. Then, I'll just do the same for 16. I'll group her according to her name. After Song Shuheng said that, he added 16 to a new group, Su Clan 16. Soft Feather asked curiously, what is Senior Song doing? Song Shuheng replied, 16 has left her seclusion, and just added me as a friend through the QR code. I was just grouping her. 16 still hadn't added Senior Song as a friend? Soft Feather blinked her eyes. Right, since we're on the topic of Senior Song's QR code, when will a chat function become available? At the same time, she closed her eyes, and sensed the connection between herself and Song Shuheng through the QR code. According to what Senior Song just said, the groupings can be changed, right? If it could be changed, she was going to change the names to more interesting ones. A chat function, Song Shuheng sighed with a stifled heart. I'm still looking for a way to activate a chat function. When I get the opportunity, I'll ask some seniors about it. Currently, among his QR code friends, only those few big shots were able to communicate with each other through the remote strength impartation function and its attached messages. If Song Shuheng was in the Black Dragon world, he could also rely on the authority of the Dragon Network to communicate in a similar manner. If possible, he wanted to quickly develop this QR code friend group and activate its various functions. If he ever got the chance to meet Fairy Chenglin again, he would definitely ask for her guidance on this. Among the many QR code friends he had, she was the one who had the most active functions, and also had a great deal of authority. After saying that, Song Shuheng unlocked his phone, tapped on Su Clan 16, and sent her a message. 16, you've left your seclusion? Su Clan 16 replied, I will officially end my seclusion tomorrow. I'll be spending the rest of the day consolidating my realm. Song Shuheng continued, where are you going to exit your seclusion? Do you want me to pick you up? P.S. I have a gift that I'll be giving to you at that time. I originally planned to collect a 3-piece set, but I only have one at the moment. I'll bring you to get the other 2 parts of the set. Do you really have to keep your gift a mystery? Although I don't know what your three-piece set is, it would be nice to collect it together, Sioux Clan 16 replied. Anyway, I'll be directly heading to Western Orchid Island tomorrow. I saw the messages in the 9 Provinces number 1 group, so I'll just head to Heavenly Field Island to meet up with everyone. Then, Sioux Clan 16 sent a voice message. See you tomorrow, Shuheng. Is that 16's voice? Soft Feather asked in confusion when she heard the voice. 16's voice was very much in line with her appearance, clear and melodious just like a young woman's. But the voice just now sounded soft and gentle, and her pitch was slightly lower, making her sound a lot more mature. Song Shuheng said, perhaps it's because the place she chose to enter seclusion in is some secret realm underwater, which is why her voice sounds a little strange. As he said that, he remembered his Star Road. There was no Senior White or Sioux Clan 16 on the Star Road. Song Shuheng said, did something about 16 change? Soft Feather thought for a while. Could it be that 16's body has finally grown due to having achieved success in her practice and breaking through to another realm? May that be the reason why her voice sounds more mature? 16 growing up? Song Shuheng tried to imagine it in his mind. But soon, he gave up. Because he couldn't figure out what 16 would look like when she got older. Song Shuheng smiled, and said, let's just see tomorrow. At that time, we'll know if anything has changed with 16. After saying that, he went on to the 9 Provinces number 1 group again. In the group, Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Fellow Taoist Tian Kong, how is the situation over at your side? Island Master Tian Kong asked. Thanks to the help of several fellow Taoists, the island guarding formation has been restored. Have you already arrived, Senior Yellow Mountain? Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. I had a change of plans while I was heading there, and I'm now preparing to head over to where the Celestials are gathering to verify a speculation. You should make the most of your time by supplying the formation with spiritual energy. Dongfang Snow, Senior Yellow Mountain, don't seek death. It's too dangerous for you to rush into so many Celestials alone. Senior Yellow Mountain, do you think I'm someone who seeks death like you lot? Innocent and pure Daodu, Wolf Stupid Yellow Mountain, Shuheng and I are back in the main world. We're currently on Western Orchid Island. Is there anything you need help with? Island Master Tian Kong, little friend Shuheng is back. At Tyrannical Song 1, it seems like the feast we originally planned to have will have to be postponed. Song Shuheng replied, don't worry, after killing the Celestials, the feast can be used as a celebratory feast. Senior Yellow Mountain, Daodu, just stay there and don't run around. Stay by little friend Shuheng's side. Daodu, woof, with Chu Chu there was no way he would be staying by Song Shuheng's side. Fairy Lychee, Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Senior Yellow Mountain, have you seen anything? Yes. I suspect that the reason why the Celestials are gathering at that location is because of a Big Dipper appearing, Venerable Yellow Mountain replied. As such, I plan on taking a look myself, and verify my speculation. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, a Big Dipper? TSK, I have to hurry up, excited emoji. If it is really a Big Dipper, then the 6th stage fellow Taoists are blessed, Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said. Fellow Taoist Yellow Mountain, if you verify that it is indeed a Big Dipper, please let me know. I will be there immediately. I think that it would be best to get fellow Taoist Spirit Butterfly over as well. Fairy Lychee, I will also be there soon. At this time, Soft Feather raised her head, and looked at Song Shuheng. Senior Song, you're also at the 6th stage now, right? Yeah. Song Shuheng nodded. He was now a genuine 6th stage cultivator. Soft Feather giggled, and said, then if it's really a Big Dipper, Senior Song must absolutely not let the opportunity pass by. Song Shuheng asked, but what is a Big Dipper? Was it a treasure? A kind of energy? A natural treasure? A food? Or was it something like the Enlightenment Stone? It's a very useful thing that strengthens the life wheel on top of a true monarch spirit lake, which is related to the second small realm of the sixth stage. The puppet maiden interlocked her fingers together, and then placed her chin on top of her hands. Establishing a spirit lake and condensing a lake soul completes the first small realm of the sixth stage. The next step would be condensing a life wheel through the lake soul. The effect of a Big Dipper is strengthening that life wheel. Song Shuheng asked softly, then, what if one doesn't have a lake soul? Chapter 1780. You don't have even half a spirit stone on you, so shut up. While Song Shuheng was speaking, his consciousness entered his original dantian. His original spirit lake was expanding day by day, while water from the spirit lakes of his 7 small dantians continued to congregate into it. Only the heavens knew up to what extent the area of his original spirit lake would increase. Currently, the fat whale golden core was leisurely bobbing up and down inside the spirit lake. Similar to Senior White 2's patternless golden core, Song Shuheng's original spirit lake did not have a lake soul. In other words, theoretically speaking, his original dantian would not have any way of producing a life wheel. On the contrary, there were many lake souls in his small dantians. Are you sure you're already at the 6th stage? The puppet maiden adjusted her posture and leaned forward. Since Song Shuheng had returned, her speech could go back to being smooth. She'd left her energy-saving mode since her financial backer was back. Even if she wasn't going to be getting a new core yet, she believed that she would at least be able to get some spirit stones for her operations. Song Shuheng nodded, and said, yes, I'm sure I'm already at the 6th stage. Let me take a look. The puppet maiden reached out to Song Shuheng. When it came to Song Shuheng's ascension speed, she had already become numb to it, and didn't even want to complain or rant anymore. Song Shuheng cooperated with her, extending his small hand toward the puppet maiden. At times, he found it rather inconvenient being in such a young body. For example, he felt that his hands were too short at this moment. The mental energy of the puppet maiden toured around in Song Shuheng's body. After a while, she left silently. Song Shuheng asked expectantly, so, if there isn't a lake soul, can a life will be born? I'm probable. The puppet maiden re-entered the energy-saving mode. She suddenly found that she didn't want to talk much. Then this Big Dipper is not very useful for my original dantian. Song Shuheng squeezed his chin, and said, however, it should be useful for my 7 small spirit lakes. Soft Feather asked, Senior Song, are you planning on condensing 7 life wheels? I'm definitely not going to do something that troublesome. Just condensing the 7 small golden cores already caused me to have to go through so many twists and turns. Then, Song Shuheng looked at the puppet maiden again. But Fairy, how does the progression of an ordinary 6th stage true monarch usually go? Song Shuheng didn't know anything about the process of going from the 6th stage to the 7th stage. This was by no means strange, since, after all, it was only a month ago when he had crammed knowledge on how to go from the 5th stage to the 6th stage. Energy inadequate shutting down ding 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 dang dang. After a little jingle played, the puppet maiden's shining pupils dimmed. Shut down? Fairy, you also have such a function? Song Shuheng stretched out his hand, and poked the puppet maiden. The puppet maiden who had shut down remained completely motionless, and did not respond. Soft Feather said, Senior Song, you need to give the fairy maiden some spirit stones. Song Shuheng's small hands trembled slightly. I've been rather short on funds lately. Soft Feather said, then, I'll lend Senior Song some. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Song Shuheng smiled slightly, and turned his gaze towards the outside. Our spirit stones are flying just outside. Oh, the Celestials. Soft Feather understood. Song Shuheng said, if I'm unable to capture enough Celestials, it won't be too late to borrow some spirit stones from you. In addition, he still had to find a way to get 2 more cores from Senior White 2. It would be great if he could get his hands on a few more, pseudo-big-eyed planets' hearts. Song Shuheng's own combined magical treasure needed a core, and the puppet maiden also needed one. Originally, Senior White 2 had promised to give him a heart, but he ended up installing that one into the little sun back in the Black Dragon world. As a result, Song Shuheng had a certain amount of control over the little sun. How can I get 2 more cores from Senior White 2? Song Shuheng thought to himself. As it was difficult to find things that interested Senior White 2, it was no simple task to get more of those hearts from him. For example, he needed to find other things like the 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure, meaning that the object should at least be of the 8th stage, and it had to be interesting and unique. After Song Shuheng thought for a long time, he came to a conclusion: he might as well sell himself into slavery at this point. Treasures at or above the 8th stage that were interesting and unique? How many of those even existed in the universe? The shut-down jingle of the puppet maiden sounded pretty good, Soft Feather said. Senior Song, should we give her some spirit stones so that we can power her on just for her to power off again? And then we can repeat that again and again. Song Shuheng. Good idea. However, it would be best to leave that as an idea for now. When I'm able to face off against the puppet maiden, we can try it out then, Song Shuheng suggested. Otherwise, I'm afraid that our small and weak bodies would end up getting destroyed by the fairy. Soft Feather chuckled. Senior Song, you're thinking too much. Our relationship with the fairy isn't that bad, so the harm we'll be subject to will definitely be within what we can tolerate. This was one of the biggest differences between Soft Feather and Thrice Reckless. She was ready to bravely endure the consequences of her death-seeking actions each time. Let me remind you too. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword finally couldn't stand it anymore, and had to speak. Although the puppet maiden has shut down, her consciousness is still there. Although she can't speak or move, she should be able to see and hear what you're saying. Soft Feather remarked, well then, Senior Song, since the puppet maiden has already heard us, we should try it out. Song Shuheng was suddenly tempted, since the puppet maiden already knew, then why not take advantage of her moment of powerlessness to try out Soft Feather's bold idea? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, ahem, let me orient you on the process of progressing from the 6th stage to the 7th stage. Song Shuheng now had a resurrection item available, so it felt that it had to do something to suppress Song Shuheng's urge to seek death. It didn't like seeing Song Shuheng die so often. As Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword had forcefully changed the subject, Song Shuheng and Soft Feather gave up on pulling through with their bold idea. Song Shuheng first stored the puppet maiden in the magical bracelet, and then sat beside Soft Feather to begin listening to Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's lecture. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, I will only give you a simple and brief rundown. The process of ascending from the 6th stage to the 7th stage is very complex, so I'll explain it in several steps. Moreover, it wasn't very clear on the specifics of the process of ascending from the 6th stage to the 7th stage either. This was because when its sword spirit had been born, Scarlet Heaven had already been quickly approaching the 9th stage realm. Some of the knowledge of ascending from the 6th stage to the 7th stage was learned by Scarlet Heaven Sword later on. There are 4 main steps in the process of the ascension from the 6th stage to the 7th stage. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword floated in the air, and used its sword tip as a pen to write and draw in the air with spiritual power. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, the first small realm is the realm Song Shuheng is at currently. This is where the golden core transforms into the spirit lake, that is, the entry level of the 6th stage realm. Spirit lakes vary in depth depending on the number of dragon patterns one had, while the golden core composition goes on to condense the lake soul. This lake soul then produces weapon yuan, which can be used to enhance magical treasures. Right, I almost forgot, I still have that means of making money. Song Shuheng said. He, Song Shuheng, had 7 small spirit lakes and 1 big spirit lake. A large number of his spirit lakes were in an idle state, so couldn't he make use of them to nourish other people's magical treasures and make money? Song Shuheng took out his phone, opened the memo, and recorded this means of making money. Song Shuheng asked curiously, by the way, is the puppet maiden a magical treasure? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword replied without much thought. It should be regarded as a magical treasure. After all, puppets are also a kind of treasure. Wait, what are you thinking of doing? Song Shuheng said, I'm going to try something. Afterward, he took out the puppet maiden again, and with a thought, he transferred her to the first small spirit lake, the tyrannical saber spirit lake. The lake soul condensed by the forever impregnable holy city composition wrapped up the puppet maiden, and then the weapon yuan inside the spirit lake merged into the puppet maiden's body, enhancing and strengthening her. It's actually possible. Song Shuheng laughed. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. The puppet-type magical treasures it was talking about were those battle puppets lacking consciousness, not the special puppet with their own consciousness like the puppet maiden. Scarlet Heaven Sword couldn't imagine what changes would happen to the puppet maiden after being placed inside a spirit lake for nourishment. It could only hope that there wouldn't be any mutations that would happen to her. Song Shuheng asked, by the way, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Do you need enhancements? I have some more room for you. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said disdainfully, stop with the nonsense. I'm an immortal's divine weapon, how can your 6th stage spirit lake strengthen me? That makes sense. Song Shuheng nodded, and said, for Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, this is still more practical. After saying that, he used the saber nurturing technique. Oh, a child can indeed be taught. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword was satisfied. Soft Feather squeezed her chin as a question emerged in her mind, since the puppet maiden was also a magical treasure, was a materialized inner demon also a magical treasure? Alright, let me continue discussing the subject, Scarlet Heaven Sword continued. Next is the second small realm of 6th stage true monarchs. This small realm is defined by the life will atop the lake, which uses the lake soul as a foundation. The stronger the lake soul is, and the larger and deeper the spirit lake is, the shorter the time needed to condense the life wheel, and the higher its strength. This is why it's better to have more dragon patterns and a complex golden core composition. In addition, in the process of condensing the life wheel, both the life-bound magical treasure and the Big Dipper can increase the power of the life wheel and shorten the time needed to condense it by several times. That is also why it's better to forge the life-bound magical treasure before the 5th stage in the world of cultivation. By forging the life-bound magical treasure in the 4th stage, and then spending the 5th stage realm to nourish it, the life-bound magical treasure will be able to exert the maximum effect when its user condenses their life wheel at the 6th stage. The role of the Big Dipper is similar to that of a life-bound magical treasure. Therefore, high-end life wheels consist of the 3-in-1 combination of Lake Soul plus life-bound magical treasure plus Big Dipper, while the average ones only consist of the combination of Lake Soul plus life-bound magical treasure. And then there are the low-end ones which only consist of the Lake Soul. Soft Feather remarked, differences in wealth and quality translate into a difference in class. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, a very heart-rending but also very proper summary. Among the 4 needs of the path of cultivation, namely wealth, companions, techniques, and land, wealth is especially important. Song Shuheng remarked, but if you're lucky enough, you can do whatever you want, such as Senior White. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, you don't have even half a spirit stone on you, so shut up. Song Shuheng. Chapter 1781 ILLB There soon Song Shuheng felt as if his heart had been hammered. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, that's a bit too heartrending. Despite saying that, he couldn't refute Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's words. In the end, it all boiled down to being poor, and being too poor would cause one to lose momentum when the topic fell on money. I'm afraid that you'll become conceited if I don't rend your heart, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said earnestly. It was also afraid that if Song Shuheng continued speaking, it was going to be the one that ended up having its heart rent. In its opinion, it was better to rend Song Shuheng's heart than have the same thing done unto itself. As such, it chose to viciously act without hesitation. Senior, let's not talk about money anymore. What comes after the life wheel? Song Shuheng took the initiative to change the subject. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword continued to move its body and right in the air. After the life wheel comes the 10 heavenly layers. At least that should be its name. Anyway, its name isn't that important, just know that it's the small realm that comes next. This small realm is very important as this is the realm when a cultivator integrates all of the foundations they have laid in the past. The first 4 layers of the 10 heavenly layers represent the apertures of the first stage, the small dantions of the second stage, the 4 mysterious meridians of the third stage, and the 9 immortal bones of the fourth stage. These 4 heavenly layers can be condensed by any cultivator who has reached the 6th stage. As long as they live long enough, they will be able to attain these 4 layers through sheer effort. However, if one wants to condense the 5th layer, they would need a golden core with at least 4 dragon patterns as a prerequisite. Truth be told, a golden core with 4 dragon patterns would only allow a cultivator to become a 6th stage true monarch of the lowest rung. As for those with only 1 to 3 dragon patterns, without a heaven-defying encounter or adventure, they would be unable to get past the 5th stage realm. However, that is the limit of the potential of someone who has a 4 dragon pattern golden core. If they do not go on great adventures, those with such a golden core would stop at the 5th heavenly layer. Moving along, cultivators with 5 or 6 dragon patterns are able to go a step further, and condense the 6th heavenly layer. After the 6th layer, the cultivator can choose to directly enter the next small realm. Song Shuheng asked curiously, then what about the 7th, 8th, and 9th heavenly layer? Do those correspond to the number of dragon patterns one has? Soft Feather then said, but if that's the case, then what about the 10th heavenly layer? Could it be that one would need 10 dragon patterns? You too, how can your minds be so rigid as cultivators? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said. It is at times like this that your mind should be active. Apart from dragon patterns, what else can affect your life wheel, thereby affecting the 10th heavenly layer? Soft Feather blinked. The Big Dipper and the life-bound magical treasure? That's right. Among the 7th to 10th layers, there is a layer that corresponds to the Big Dipper and life-bound magical treasure. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword tilted its hilt in satisfaction. Soft Feather smiled. I am the best at answering questions. Song Shuheng curiously asked, so which layer is related to the Big Dipper as well as the life-bound magical treasure? Take a guess. This is where you should be using those brains of yours, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, and it seemed to think of another thing. Right, Song Shuheng, you only got several questions right out of the 50 questions back then. It seems like you have no talent in this aspect, so you can just forget about it. Song Shuheng. With a slip of his hand, he used the saber nurturing technique twice on Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Senior, could you give me a hint? Not bad, although you have no talent for answering questions, you still know how to behave, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said cheerfully. The answer is, I don't know. When it comes to the process of ascending from the 6th stage to the 7th stage, me knowing this much is already not bad. I really am not too clear on the specifics. Thank you, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Song Shuheng slid his hand again. What about the following small realms? Soft Feather felt that the relationship between Senior Song and Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword was so interesting that it could be made into a part of the film The Victim. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, what is known by most is that there are 2 events that come after the 10 heavenly layers. When one attains at least 6 heavenly layers, they can decide to continue getting more layers or directly move on to the lotus forming. Once the lotus is born, the phase of nurturing and nourishing it starts. After caring for it long enough, the lotus flower will take shape and draw the heavenly tribulation. After transcending the tribulation, a nascent soul would take shape inside the lotus flower, thereby allowing the cultivator to enter the seventh stage venerable realm. Song Shuheng asked curiously, how long does nurturing the lotus take? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, looking at the foundation you have laid, a short duration would be about 10 years, but it can take up to 100 or even 1,000 years. Song Shuheng said, then the only thing that Soft Feather will have to experience in the future is this lotus forming. Soft Feather had a patternless golden core. According to Senior White 2's experience, the patternless golden core would sink to the bottom of the lake like a seed and receive nourishment. One day, the golden core would transform into a lotus, and the lotus would then begin to grow a nascent soul. But Song Shuheng was not certain whether he would have the same experience as ordinary cultivators or as that of Soft Feather with her patternless golden core in the future. Therefore, he had decided to first understand both methods to avoid any mishaps. If the Celestials are really gathering because of a Big Dipper, then this matter is very important for the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group. Song Shuheng raised his head, and looked out the window. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword added, if it's a low-grade Big Dipper, then it doesn't make much sense. But if it's a medium-grade Big Dipper or higher, then it becomes a must-have for 6th stage cultivators with 7 or more dragon patterns. Song Shuheng said, then let's wait for the news from Senior Yellow Mountain. If it happens to be true, we might have to fight for this Big Dipper. Moreover, the Celestials were their enemies. As such, going against them wouldn't cause them any psychological pressure. There's a message. Soft Feather reached out, and opened the chat software. Senior Yellow Mountain has sent word that it really is a Big Dipper. Inside the 9 provinces number 1 group. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. As I've guessed, a Big Dipper is about to be born. However, estimating from the aura that's leaking, this should only be a medium-grade Big Dipper. When I condense my life wheel, the high-grade Big Dipper that my master had led me to had a much richer aura compared to this. Northern River's Loose Cultivator said, a medium-grade Big Dipper is already enough, and it is worth fighting for. When our spirit lake reaches its limit, and the time comes to condense the life wheel, we can still use a high-grade Big Dipper if we come across one. If not, a medium-grade Big Dipper is still a very good choice. Fairy Lychee asked, does this Big Dipper have a large volume? How many people can use it? Immortal Master Copper Trigram, as long as the quality of this medium-grade Big Dipper is good enough, it is indeed worth fighting over. I'll be requesting a leave. Venerable Yellow Mountain replied, I still can't sense the details, as I don't dare to get too close. However, I keep on feeling that the aura of this Big Dipper that's about to be born is rather strange. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue asked, what's strange about it? Can you send a picture? Venerable Yellow Mountain replied, I'm getting the feeling that this Big Dipper is somewhat unnatural. Wait, I'll send a picture. I have to be careful. If I'd known earlier that Song Shuheng had returned, would have borrowed the sheet from Soft Feather. After a while, Venerable Yellow Mountain sent a picture. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said hurriedly, I'll be there soon. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber couldn't help but reply, that's what a father would say while going out to buy cigarettes. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, are you happy with your joke, Thrice Reckless? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber smiled happily and said, voice message, super happy. Ha ha ha. Soft Feather, was she seeing things? Senior Thrice Reckless seemed especially euphoric today. Could the inner demon she had left by Senior Song's side have been thrown at Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber? Why did it seem as if Senior Thrice Reckless was being influenced by an inner demon today? However, this was good material. Therefore, she would save this voice message and pair it with a picture of a guffawing senior thrice reckless mad saber to create an animated emote. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Senior 7th cultivator of true virtue, have you found anything? He couldn't let the topic of the discussion be brought around by thrice reckless and the others any further. They needed to get back to what was important. Unfortunately, Sage Monarch 7th cultivator of true virtue did not reply to Yellow Mountain. At this moment, he was rushing towards Heavenly Field Island at full speed and did not have the time to send a reply. Immortal Visitor amidst clouds said, for it to be able to make Senior 7th cultivator of true virtue so alarmed, I'm guessing that it's definitely something that can save Fairy 6th cultivator of true virtue. Fortunately, Immortal Visitor amidst clouds, who had just left his seclusion, responded to Venerable Yellow Mountain. Northern River's loose cultivator, Phoenix Slayer pushing glasses up emoji, indeed, I also have this feeling. For it to be able to make Senior 7th cultivator of true virtue so excited, it should be something that's related to Fairy 6th cultivator of true virtue. Looking at it this way, in addition to the Big Dipper, there should be other wonderful treasures that have appeared. I suggest for all the fellow Taoists who are free to gather together. Recently, various passages between the universe have been opening, perhaps we'll be able to get some valuable loot this time. Fairy Lychee, I'm already on my way, and I'm bringing along Fairy Nectarine. She's done a lot of research on Big Dippers, so she might be able to help us. I've long wanted to know about the other fruit fairies of Fairy Lychee's school. Fairy Lychee, when you're free, would you be willing to introduce them to us? Thrice reckless Mad Saber gave a thumbs up. Fairy Lychee, don't even think about it. Nectarine already has a Tao companion. Fairy Dongfang 6, I've only just set off. There's quite a bit of traffic though, and it's making me feel quite angry. When the bright moon appears, I'm almost there. Wait, at Northern River's loose cultivator, Old Northern River, where did you get that emoji? Young Master Phoenix Slayer looked confused. When did he become an emoji? He had been very well behaved recently, and he hadn't done anything bad. With that said, why was such a shameful emoji of himself made? On the emoji, the glasses even had a flash to them, causing him to feel rather unsettled. Northern River's loose cultivator said, I downloaded it from the 9 Provinces #1 group repository. Soft Feather has been uploading a lot of emoji packs recently. In addition to the senior white emoji pack at the beginning, there is now one of little friend Song Shuhang, herself, and other members of the group. I downloaded a few and they're very practical. However, these emojis are to be used only within this group, so don't spread them without the consent of the parties. Soft Feather, my emoji pack is open for you seniors to use. Immortal Visitor amidst clouds, you guys really know how to have fun. I remember that before I entered my latest seclusion, the conversations between the fellow Taoists in the group were very normal. When did things become like this? Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire, crying face emoji, Fairy Lychee, patting head emoji, ha ha ha. I also have an emoji pack from back when I was posing as a monkey. However, everyone thinks that it's 7. This emoji pack is also open for everyone to use. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber laughed. System reminder, super member Su Clan 7 is driving his car and is online. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber was shocked and said, 7, you were paying special attention to me? Copper Trigram Big Windmill emoji, no, I just dealt with some matters and came online. How come there is no Thrice Reckless Big Windmill emoji? At Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather, make sure to add this emoji next time. Su Clan 7 said, in addition, in a few days I will bring a few good friends to see you, Thrice Reckless. All of my friends are experts when it comes to the saber, and they're very chatty. Everyone is planning on going on a 4-month Saber Path seminar before New Year. All of them are talents, you will definitely like them. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, I was wrong. Thrice reckless, did you take the wrong medicine today? Northern River's loose cultivator was a little worried. Although he decided not to continue covering for thrice reckless previously, thrice reckless today seemed to be a bit too high. Immortal Master Copper Trigram said, "Did you drink too much?" Sioux Clan 7 said, "Or could it be that you encountered something joyous?" It is said that when people encounter happy events, their mental state becomes particularly good. Fairy Lychee, at Xian Nu Sec Skylark, Sister Skylark, did you meet with thrice reckless? However, Xian Nu Sec Skylark was not online and did not reply. The group was quiet for a moment. With thrice reckless this happy, could Xian Nu Sec Skylark have really visited him? Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Why is it so difficult to stay on topic? Yellow Mountain, as the owner of the 9 provinces #1 group, you must keep a hold of things. After a while. Ancient Sage Dowdu, at Immortal Visitor amidst clouds, yo, Immortal Visitor, it's been a few years. I missed you. Dowdu, who was staying with Choo Choo in the kitchen, had found time to go online, noticing Immortal Visitor amidst clouds. Immortal Visitor amidst clouds replied, "Yo, stupid Dowdu. What have you been doing lately?" Ancient Sage Dowdu, look at my new nickname. Can't you see I've been busy showing my divinity lately? By the way, have you seen my sage speech? Am I handsome or not? I am now considered a famous existence in the entire universe. Immortal Visitor amidst clouds, I only closed up for 4 years, yet as soon as I came out, I was notified of 7 profound sage speeches. Afterward, there was another row of 8th stage big shots who gave their speeches. I thought that I had accidentally closed up for 400 years, almost wetting myself in fright. Especially when I saw Dowdu in the middle of the people who were showing their divinity, I began doubting my life. If you go on like this, the heavens will be annoyed to death by you, Dowdu. Immortal Visitor amidst clouds said, "What are you doing now? When the bright moon appears, you all went to have a divinity show, but you didn't take me." Dowdu replied, "I'm next to Choo Choo, watching her make braised pork. It's very fragrant, and Choo Choo's cooking skills have risen sharply. She is really suitable to become an immortal chef. I really didn't see wrongly when it came to her, this is all mine and Shuhang's credit." Tyrannical Saber Song 1, what exactly did you not see wrongly when it came to her? Choo Choo's aptitude for becoming an immortal chef. What did that have to do with you? Immortal Visitor amidst clouds, are you married, Dowdu? Dowdu hurriedly said, "No, who did you hear such nonsense from? The wedding back then does not count." Immortal Visitor amidst clouds said, "So, you're still a single dog?" Ancient Sage Dowdu? Did you go in such a large circle just to call me a single dog? Don't you know that I have so many Choo Choos online that I can't even count them on my 4 paws? What kind of meat do you eat if you are a single dog? Immortal Visitor amidst clouds continued, "A single dog should be a vegetarian, understand?" Wandering Monk Profound Principle, shocked emoji, although he knew that Immortal Visitor amidst clouds Taoists was merely bashing Dowdu, for some reason, Great Master Profound Principle felt that he and all the Buddhist fellow Taoists in the group had just been shot out of nowhere. What's wrong with Buddhism? What's wrong with being single? What's wrong with being vegetarian? Do you have a problem with us? Dharma King Creation, actually, we of the Warring Buddha sect are not opposed to eating meat. Moreover, we are not opposed to dating either. Immortal Visitor amidst clouds, shocked emoji. I'm just bashing Dowdu, why are you two jumping out and picking a fight? When the bright moon appears, hey, I lost connection just now. I've also set off. By the way, can Soft Feather make me an emoji pack? At Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather. Soft Feather, no problem, I've got a stock of materials of all the seniors in the group. I will do them one by one. If any senior does not want an emoji pack of them, please tell me privately. When the bright moon appears, thank you, Fairy Soft Feather. If an emoji pack of every single senior in the group was made, then it would eventually be his turn, right? Fairy Lychee said, emoji packs are quite fun. Fairy Dongfang 6 said, Senior White has been made into an emoji pack, so we should also follow the trend. I'm fine with it. Young Master Phoenix Slayer added, as long as it is limited to the group, I'm fine with it as well. Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather, oh, and a big K. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. By the way, have any of you studied the picture of the Big Dipper? Have you found any secrets to it? Tyrannical Saber Song Scarlet Doe, didn't Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue already say that he was going to head over and figure things out? Senior Yellow Mountain, can't we just wait patiently until he replies? Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire, however, my appetite is quite relentless and I feel uncomfortable. Fairy Lychee, patting head emoji. At this time, another member of the 9 Provinces #1 group went online. Hello everyone, I've finally left my seclusion. I haven't been online for 3 years. Do you still know me? The system upgrade has been going on for quite a while. I don't know what I'll do in the future after having been in seclusion for hundreds of years. Anyway, from where should I start learning? Song Shuhang took a glance. This member's nickname was Susu for the masses, and they should be a fairy maiden. Northern River's Loose Cultivator replied, don't worry, Susu. Senior Yellow Mountain will arrange for a junior to pick you up. Yo, Susu has also left her seclusion? Ancient Sage Daudu laughed and said, Susu, go and watch the profound sage speeches. You're in for a pleasant surprise. Immortal Visitor amidst clouds quickly said, wait, make sure not to check Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar's speech. Susu for the masses, WTF, 14 profound sage speeches? Are you kidding me? How long have I been in seclusion? Immortal Visitor amidst clouds, just remember to skip Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar's speech. You can watch the others. Susu replied, thank you, Immortal Visitor. Smiley emoji, but after a while, she sent another message, what's going on? I saw Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue fly over my head just now. His speed was astonishing. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, voice message, Susu, don't ask, just focus on keeping up with me. This Big Dipper might not be medium grade, it might be high grade. In addition, it seems that this Big Dipper was not born naturally, it might be man-made. Man-made. It wasn't a Big Dipper that was born naturally, who was so generous to create and part with a medium grade, or maybe even high grade, Big Dipper. This was an extremely valued treasure for ascending to the 7th stage and was in short supply. Even large forces wouldn't casually give out Big Dippers. Northern River's Loose Cultivator asked quickly, Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, is this a treasure that can save Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue? While Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue was still online, he should hurry and ask his questions. I'm also very curious. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire said, I've been looking at it for a while now, but there doesn't seem to be anything special about it. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue replied, voice message, if I'm guessing correctly, there's a high probability that the treasure 6th Cultivator of True Virtue needs to free herself will be born after the Big Dipper appears. These past few years, I've constantly been gathering methods on breaking the binding of the 9 virtues Phoenix Saber, as well as gathering large amounts of miscellaneous information, and this seems to have some relation to a certain record. However, records are only records, after all. As such, I can't be 100% certain, which is why I'm waiting to see what happens so that I can verify my speculations. Song Shuhang, thumbs up emoji, Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue is a real man. Back when she forged 2 sets of the 33 Divine Beasts combined magical treasure for Song Shuhang, Senior White 2 gave Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue the opportunity to free herself from the bindings of the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber and regain her freedom. Of course, due to Senior White 2's evil nature as the ruler of the Netherworld, he made it such that there was only one spot. Between 4th Cultivator of True Virtue and 6th Cultivator of True Virtue, only one of them could be freed. In the end, Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue and Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue gave the opportunity to 4th Cultivator of True Virtue. Now, 4th Cultivator of True Virtue was already free, while Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue still needed Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue to help her. This was also a form of a romantic agreement between the two. Northern River's loose cultivator. From the photos, it can only be inferred that the Big Dipper is man-made. Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, how were you able to understand so much? Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue replied, it should be starting with at least a medium-grade Big Dipper in order to attract a large number of cultivators to come over. However, there should be several more waves of treasures that will be spewed out afterward. This kind of thing has appeared several times in the history of the world of cultivation. Moreover, it happens on Earth each and every time. The fellow Taoists who have only been cultivating for a short period of time might not know of it, but your sects should have records of it. The seniors in the world of cultivation call this event wealth distribution. Besides the medium-grade Big Dipper, if you were to look carefully at the photo fellow Taoist Yellow Mountain sent, you should see the projection of an eye. If one were not to look carefully, they might miss it. Anyway, if the records I've read are correct, then this is the sign for wealth distribution. Whether it was the Big Dipper or the treasure spewing out after it, it was pretty obvious that it wasn't due to natural factors, but rather someone was deliberately throwing these treasures out and giving them away to all the fellow Taoists. This matter might have sounded incredulous as what was being distributed wasn't some rubbish treasures that were merely uncommon, but treasures that were extremely valuable. From the picture sent by Venerable Yellow Mountain, it could be seen that there was at least a medium-grade Big Dipper, and this was just to attract cultivators over. That being said, the value of the treasures that would be spewed out afterward would definitely not be worse and might even be much better than the Big Dipper. At present, according to the historical records of the world of cultivation, it wasn't known who was distributing their wealth or why they did it in the first place. The treasures that were scattered were all treasures without owners or curses, and they could be used directly. Therefore, the seniors in the world of cultivation could only sigh emotionally as they continued to guess, but it could not be denied that the other party was truly rich and willful. For this mysterious person who distributed their wealth, perhaps distributing their wealth was a kind of pleasure. 7th Cultivator of True Virtue shared the information he had with the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group. Distributing such wealth as a hobby. Who has the ability to do this kind of thing? Northern River's loose cultivator rubbed his temples. Just how much wealth and cultivation resources did the other party have that they could be so bold and generous? As soon as the Northern River's loose cultivator's words fell, many fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group suddenly thought of Senior White. Perhaps, only a special existence like Senior White could awaken a hobby like distributing wealth someday in the future. Xiaoyao? At this moment, Venerable Yellow Mountain suddenly sent a message in the group. Song Shuheng, free and unfettered? Towards money in this case. Venerable Yellow Mountain said, no, when I tried approaching the Big Dipper again, I vaguely heard this name come from under the Big Dipper. Fairy Lychee asked, is it a Taoist name? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, there are too many similar Taoist names, such as Zaiyaozi, Loose Cultivator Xiaoyao, Fairy Xiaoyao, Cave Lord Xiaoyao, Loose Immortal Xiaoyao. They're everywhere. I've arrived. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue sent a message, Susu, were you able to keep up? Senior, you fly too fast. I lost you a long time ago. Susu for the masses didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Immortal visitor amidst clouds, don't worry, I will send you the coordinates when the time comes. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, fellow Taoist Yellow Mountain, I see you. After a while, Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue sent another message, sure enough, it's wealth distribution. Perhaps the Celestials have similar records, which should be why they took hold here and want to take advantage of this place as much as possible. According to the conventions of wealth distribution, there must be a Big Dipper every time. Afterward, there should be a kind of pupil-like sphere, and that is what I'm after this time. Song Shuhang's little hand trembled. Another eyeball? Apart from eyeballs, can't we switch it up with other unique treasures? Thrice reckless mad saber, ha ha ha, speaking of eyeballs, I have to let everyone know how terrifying eyeballs are. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's left eye emoji, be impregnated, mortal. System prompt, 7 reckless mad saber has been muted by the group owner for 1 hour. Thrice reckless group nickname had unknowingly changed to 7 reckless mad saber. Perhaps, this was one of the reasons why he was so reckless today? Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, all of the fellow Taoists who can come should come. This Big Dipper is partially hidden and can't be seen too clearly. However, it should at least be at the medium grade, and it is worth fighting for. In addition, there should be treasures no weaker than the Big Dipper that will appear afterward. At Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather, please contact fellow Taoist Spirit Butterfly. If he's free, please ask him to make a trip. Besides Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly, he actually wanted to summon all the 8th stage profound sages in the 9 provinces number 1 group to gather and dominate the area. Little friend Shuhang, does Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword still have combat power? Asked Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Song Shuhang said, it won't be a problem. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue asked curiously, great. In addition, is fellow Taoist White there? Why haven't I seen him go online? Aren't such lively matters his favorites? Song Shuhang, Senior White is playing with the Heavenly Tribulation in the 9th stage Heavenly Tribulation realm. Unless he gets tired of playing, he won't come out. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, do you not see the Heavenly Tribulation as something worthy of having dignity? Do you really have to go and challenge it every day? Soft Feather said, if you want to dominate the area, perhaps we can also come in handy? Shi and Daodu were also ancient sages who had shown their divinity. Although their combat power wasn't actually at the 8th stage, the Sage Seal and the "nobody under the heavens doesn't know of me" effect were still there. It should be fine to mix in with other profound sages and fill up the numbers in order to provide some more momentum to the group. Other than her, there was a good number of seniors in the 9 provinces number 1 group with sage names. At that time, with a row of fake 8th stage profound sages lined up neatly, wouldn't others feel pressured? 1784 Breaking the Rules of Wealth Distribution. In this era when immortals and tribulation transcenders rarely appeared in the outside world, a group of cultivators with sage seals all sitting together in a row would make anyone feel a mountain of pressure. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, alright, you guys gather to where I am first. Afterward, we can have a look at whether or not we can find an opportunity to snatch the treasures from the Celestials. If there is an opportunity, let's beat them up. Cultivators had no kind feelings toward Celestials, the two sides being naturally opposed to one another. As long as Celestials didn't stop with their lust for hunting golden cores, cultivators would remain at arms against them. Tyrannical Saber Song 1, Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, how many Celestials are there? Since Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue did not immediately make a move, it seemed that the overall strength of the Celestials was considerable. From what I can see, there should be over 1,000 of them, with most being at around the 4th stage. However, I can vaguely sense that there is an 8th stage profound sage among them, and this is a veteran profound sage. At Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Yellow Mountain, we should take a step back, replied Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. This was merely the force being displayed to outsiders. There was a good possibility that there were more 8th stage experts hidden among them. And since there hadn't been any divinity shows by celestials lately, if there were indeed profound sages among them, they should at least be 1,000 years old. I'm that little white crane at the edge of the earth's end, Sage Monarch 7th cultivator of true virtue, was the news of the celestials gathering together disseminated? Those of the magic and holy light system seem to have both received news that a large number of celestials have gathered. A group of experts from both systems has been dispatched to Western Orchid Island. Those of the magic and holy light system were not as hostile to the celestials as the cultivation system. Although they also condensed a core when they ascended to the 5th stage realm, its attractiveness towards the celestials was not as great as the golden cores of cultivators. Nevertheless, when they heard that there was a large number of celestials gathering together, they still sent a batch of experts to survey the situation. Fairy Lychee, same here. Nectarine and I also saw many cultivators and fellow Taoists of other systems while heading towards Western Orchid Island. Immortal Visitor amidst clouds said curiously, could it be that the matter of the Big Dipper has been spread out? Fairy Lychee replied, it doesn't seem like it. I feel that these people are rushing over due to the matter of the celestials gathering together rather than because of the Big Dipper. I heard people discussing along the way and they were all talking about the celestials. Soft Feather suddenly asked, by the way, seniors, can these celestials who are gathering together be considered as a sort of treasure that can attract people like the Big Dipper? Immortal Master Copper Trigram, that shouldn't be the case. If the celestials were regarded as treasures, I feel like they would pull down the level of treasures. Song Shuheng laughed when he saw this, and he couldn't help but reply, actually, the levels of these celestials aren't that low. Among them, there's even an 8th stage celestials. If they don't resist and are captured, they can go for quite a bit. At this time, Island Master Tian Kong went online. The number of fellow Taoists who know of the celestials gathering together has been increasing non-stop. There have been many who have contacted me just now asking about what's going on around Heavenly Field Island. With how quickly the news was spread, it seems that someone has deliberately disseminated it. Obviously, this was someone who, like the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group, discovered the celestials and the hidden Big Dipper. Afterward, they likely delivered the news out, trying to make the situation more chaotic in order to fish in troubled waters. Hey, it looks like someone is trying to cause a stir. Dharma King Creation sent a sneering emoji and said, it looks like it's time for me to exercise my throat. Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather said, Senior Creation is going to sing? Wait a minute, give me in Senior Song some time. I want to finish eating first as I'm really hungry. After I eat, I will immediately be there. Fellow Taoist Creation is a secret weapon, so it would be better for you not to make your move unless absolutely necessary. Northern River's Loose Cultivator sent a witty emoji. Dharma King Creation, what in the world is going on in that head of yours? I'm merely talking about how I've lately improved my Buddhist roaring lions technique, so I want to roar a bit. At this time, Sage Monarch 7th cultivator of true virtue said, at everyone, change of plans. Since it appears that there's quite a number of fellow Taoists rushing over, fellow Taoist Yellow Mountain and I will be retreating for now and joining up with everyone. When the bright moon appears, I'm here. Where are you, senior 7th cultivator of true virtue? I can't see you. Ding, at this time, Venerable Yellow Mountain sent a short video. In the video, from the location of where the Big Dipper was to appear, about 20 rays of light flashed and rose into the sky. Above the rays of light, over 1,000 celestials were setting up a large formation. Venerable Yellow Mountain adjusted the focus, and soon after, it could be seen that those 20 rays of light were all fierce beasts. There was a fierce bird entwined with thunder and lightning, a wild elephant with black scales, a centipede with huge wings on its back, and a puppetized strange dragon. In every ray of light, there was a fierce beast, and every fierce beast exuded an ancient aura. The bodies of these beasts released a dazzling luster, just like magical treasures. Each of them had a different shape, the only thing in common they had was a jewel-like third eye on their foreheads. Judging from their physical strength and aura alone, these 20 fierce beasts should be around the 6th stage. But in fact, their combat power was likely higher than that. After the 20 fierce beasts appeared, they started killing the celestials in the sky. Relying on their powerful bodies, they brushed past the magical techniques and sharp arrows of the celestials, directly breaking into the formation. Then, they began slashing, killing, and eating the celestials. The strength displayed by these fierce beasts was now around the 7th stage venerable realm. When they broke into the celestials' formation, it was as if they were wolves that had entered a flock of sheep. As a result, the celestials' formation immediately fell into disarray. Cave Lord Snow Wolf, is this really wealth distribution? This scene was completely different from the wealth distribution described by Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. This was obviously a slaughter. 27th stage beasts were a force not to be trifled with. Strange, in the records of the previous wealth distribution, there has never been an instance of fierce beasts making an appearance. Could I have really misjudged the situation? Is this not actually an event of wealth distribution? Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue sent a frowning emoji. If this wasn't the so-called wealth distribution, would the treasure that 6th Cultivator of True Virtue needed to be freed still going to appear? I think that these celestials might have gone against the rules of wealth distribution. Soft Feather's finger quickly tapped on her phone. Since it is a distribution of wealth, the mysterious existence named Xiaoyao, who is distributing their wealth, should naturally be someone who enjoys distributing. That being said, I feel that the greater the number of people who get a treasure and cheer afterward, the more pleased the mysterious existence who is distributing their wealth becomes. But the celestials were occupying the location where the treasures were appearing, seemingly wanting to take all the treasures for themselves. As a result, the treasures would have all been snatched away by the celestials, right? That would leave other people with nothing, and the cheering would naturally not come to be. It's just like when we send red envelopes for others to snatch. If the red envelopes were all snatched by someone using cheats, leaving others with nothing, we wouldn't be happy. Soft Feather sent several messages in one breath, expressing her thoughts. Well, her theory was reasonable and convincing. Fairy Lychee, so, in order to punish the celestials for violating the rules of wealth distribution, the mysterious existence released these fierce beasts to give them a lesson? There was a great possibility that this was the case. If that really is the case, then we might have just escaped a catastrophe. The celestials became the examples for us to learn from, said Northern River's loose cultivator. If the celestials had not been there, the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group would have most likely occupied the location where the treasures were appearing from and taken everything for themselves. Let's continue to wait and see if things take a turn for the better. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, at this time, that 8th stage celestial will probably make a move. Venerable Yellow Mountain readjusted the angle and began filming. After a short period of disarray, the celestials quickly recovered their composure. The power of the battle formation took effect and it became a big, blood-red net that covered the 20 fierce beasts. In addition, 3 7th stage celestials appeared, each holding magical treasures, and they began killing those fierce beasts. These 7th stage celestials were completely different from those at the 4th and 5th stage. The appearances of the 4th and 5th stage celestials were almost all the same. It was as if they were all produced in an assembly line. At least when Song Shuhang looked at 4th and 5th stage celestials, he would find himself having a hard time differentiating between them when it came to their appearances. But these 7th stage celestials had a beautiful aesthetic to them, and their bodies were glowing with colorful radiance. With the help of the battle formation, they quickly killed several fierce beasts. After those fierce beasts were killed, no corpses were left behind. Instead, they all turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. They were not real animals, but summoned beasts condensed and made through magical techniques. Venerable Yellow Mountain broadcasted the scenes of battle between the Celestials and the fierce beasts in the group through a live broadcast. When the bright moon appears, it turns out Senior Yellow Mountain is recording from over there. I've found you. I will head over to meet up with you right away. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue concluded, these fierce beasts are all created through magical techniques. It seems that Soft Feather's guess is correct. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, if this is the case, when we get treasures from the wealth distribution, we should all shout loudly. If we do that, we might be able to make the mysterious existence happy and get even more treasures. It might actually be possible. Fairy Dongfang 6 said, but to do this, you'll have to abandon your sense of shame. Immortal Master Copper Trigram, between sense of shame and treasures, treasures are naturally more important. What was shame, after all? Copper Trigram had never had such a thing ever since birth. In the restaurant, Song Shuhang looked at Soft Feather. Her thinking was particularly jumpy, and she had a talent for answering questions. After combining the two attributes, she could always give people an unexpected answer when faced with difficult problems. However, the world of cultivation was vast, and there were all kinds of big shots. For example, there was the almighty merchant, who was already at the immortal realm but still insisted on going around and selling things. There was also this Xiaoyao whose strength was unknown, but seemed to find pleasure in distributing wealth and having people cheer loudly for him. There was also the scholarly sage, who was clearly a big shot from the scholarly faction but went on to research the impregnating gaze, twins impregnating gaze, triplets impregnating gaze, and quadruplets impregnating gaze. These big shots that Song Shuhang had come into contact with always gave him the feeling of people that didn't act according to their realm. Chapter 1785. He himself was taken aback. Soft Feather, we should get ready to set off. Song Shuhang turned his head and called out to Daodu, Daodu, let's go. Chu Chu, you should stay in the inner world for now. Chu Chu nodded and said, all right, teacher. Daodu hurriedly said, I want to stay in the inner world with Chu Chu. In the face of thousands of celestials, a little fifth stage monster like me can't do much. Daodu, you need to come with us. After all, you are ancient sage Daodu, aren't you? The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth curled up. I'm not just going to keep giving you opportunities to take advantage of my disciple. Senior Song, I haven't eaten yet, said Soft Feather. She was really hungry, and her belly was growling. She didn't want to eat a fasting pill as those didn't taste great. It's fine. We can eat on the way, said Song Shuhang. As he said that, he summoned the divine lobster's chariot from his original spirit lake. Chu Chu had already finished preparing the dishes, and they merely needed to move the table to the divine lobster's chariot to eat and drink while on the way. And wasn't it much more pleasant to be able to see the scenery while eating? With that said, Song Shuhang directly moved the restaurant table into the divine lobster's chariot. Soft Feather's eyes suddenly lit up. Great idea, Senior Song. She then moved a few stools over as well. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, shouldn't you be paying attention to your image? What kind of impression do you think the first sage in 1,000 years, profound Sage Tyrannical Song, and the 9th sage in 1,000 years, Spirit Butterfly, casually eating inside a chariot while making their appearance would give to others? How are you to redeem your image when the time comes? Didn't you say that you want to suppress the entire area with the aura of fake profound sages? With you playing around and eating while making your appearance, that would directly reduce your momentum by half. Song Shuhang picked up little Inju, then called out, Fairy Creation. Right after he called out, Fairy Creation's little head emerged from little Inju's body. Lend me the sage's eye, Song Shuhang said calmly. It might have to make an appearance again today. Scarlet Heaven Sword, what are you thinking of doing? Fairy Creation held on to that word for a good while, before continuing, not stupid, Song Shuheng? At that moment, the virtuous Lamia's little hand suddenly stretched out from the inner world. She then placed her hand over Song Shuheng's left eye, before plucking the eyeball out. After removing Song Shuheng's left eye, the virtuous Lamia's little hand retreated back into the inner world and went back to weaving the inner world network. Then, Fairy Creation took out the scholarly sage's eye and gently pressed it into Song Shuheng's left eye socket. At the same time, she used 2 healing magical techniques, allowing Song Shuheng's eye socket to properly accept the sage's eye. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "No matter how many times I see it, I always feel discomfort seeing it happen." Song Shuheng blinked his left eye and felt that his body had already adapted to scholarly sage's eye. Sometimes, he even felt more comfortable with the scholarly sage's eye than his own. Habits are great. Song Shuheng laughed. In the coming events, the sage's eye would definitely be useful. Fairy Creation sang, "Habits are truly terrible things, especially when you get used to being alone, Song Shuheng." Fairy Creation returned into little Inju's body. After Song Shuheng thought for a while, he transferred little Inju and Chu Chu into the inner world. When the time came for Dharma King Creation to sing, it wouldn't be too late to send Fairy Creation back to him. The Divine Lobster's chariot rushed into the sky. On the chariot, there was a table and 4 stools. Song Shuheng, Soft Feather, Daodu, and Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword each had a seat. They ate and drank as they traveled. Inside the 9 provinces number 1 group. Tyrannical Saber Song 1, Seniors, were also on our way. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, "Practitioners from all sorts of origins have come. In a while, when we gather, we'll have to act according to the circumstances." In Venerable Yellow Mountain's live broadcast, the Celestials had already dealt with the 20 fierce beasts. But after they finally managed to deal with 20 fierce beasts, from the location of the Big Dipper, 40 rays of light suddenly shot out. 40 powerful fierce beasts of different shapes and sizes appeared, and they forcibly entered the Celestials' camp and wreaked havoc. This time, the 8th stage Celestial made her move. In the video, the 8th stage Celestial could be seen clearly. Compared to 7th stage Celestials, this 8th stage Celestial was even more beautiful. She was like a work of art, and her looks were very much in line with human aesthetics. When the 8th stage Celestial revealed her true body, she appeared to be around 3 times taller than ordinary Celestials, causing her to stand out from the crowd. Similar to 7th stage Celestials, she came with her own light effects which were particularly dazzling. As soon as she made her move, countless spears of light appeared in the air, piercing the 40 fierce beasts and causing them to be immobilized. The Celestials in the surroundings then rushed forward and killed the 40 fierce beasts. Xian Nu Sect Skylark, who is posturing? Dazzling to the point of being blinding. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, thrice reckless? This style was clearly not that of Senior Xian Nu Sect Skylark. Thrice Reckless had been muted by Senior Yellow Mountain, so he logged into Senior Skylark's account? Sure enough, Skylark should be with Thrice Reckless right now. Tyrannical Saber Song 1, Heavens. Fairy Lychee asked, "What happened, Shuheng?" Tyrannical Saber Song 1, "That's Celestial. I might recognize them." Previously, when he was completing the mission of capturing Celestials, the QR code on their foreheads suddenly released a light screen that projected the image of a Celestial. This Celestial who looked like a work of art was exactly the one who had appeared on that screen back then. Northern River's Loose Cultivator asked, "Did you provoke her?" Tyrannical Saber Song 1, "No, I had only met her through a projection. How could I have provoked her? However, I did scold her as a fool, using the language of the ancient era back then. After that, she replied to me in the language of the ancient era, but I didn't understand her." This just went on to show that learning foreign languages was important, especially when it came to commonly used foreign languages. If one day, the entire universe shared the same language. Forget it, that would be too boring. When the bright moon appears, do any of you want live celestials? When I was moving towards Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's location, I managed to pick up a few live 4th stage celestials. I'm bringing them over. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, and you're still saying you didn't provoke her? It was just a bit of foul language, and it was also at a projection, so it shouldn't be considered as provoking the other party, right? Song Shuheng said. Senior Phoenix Slayer, you've already arrived? I see you. Have you eaten? Do you want to come and join us and eat something? Young Master Phoenix Slayer, he'd rushed to the area yesterday because everyone in the 9 provinces #1 group had agreed on holding a feast together. As such, he'd come over early and brought over a batch of immortal brew that he brewed himself in preparation for the feast. Therefore, after Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue had called for them, he was able to rush to the scene immediately. As soon as he turned his head, he saw the Divine Lobster's chariot approaching in the distance. On the chariot, Song Shuheng, Soft Feather, Daodu, were sitting at the sides of the small square table, merrily eating while flying in the sky. Young Master Phoenix Slayer thought for a while, and then felt that it would be better for him to pretend not to know them. Song Shuheng shouted, "Senior Phoenix Slayer, over here." Soft Feather said, "Senior Song, another bowl." Song Shuheng took Soft Feather's bowl and bent over to serve rice from the small pot at the side. Daodu said, "Woof. Phoenix Slayer, come here, the more the merrier." Young Master Phoenix Slayer, it was difficult to refuse kindness. He pushed his glasses up and flew over with a sigh. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword floated lightly onto Song Shuheng's back, giving its seat up to Young Master Phoenix Slayer. Young Master Phoenix Slayer said, "Thank you, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword." The other party was the divine weapon of an immortal, so it was a must to treat it with respect. "Phoenix Slayer, after so many years, my realm has finally equaled yours. Now, I am also in the 5th stage." Daodu's claws cut the steak nimbly, a human-like smile appeared on his face. Young Master Phoenix Slayer pushed his glasses up. "What are you trying to imply?" "I wish to take away the title of Daodu's unbeatable rival from you today." Daodu patted his chest. Young Master Phoenix Slayer laughed, "Ha ha ha. Don't laugh, I'll show you something." Daodu opened his mouth, and then a monster core popped out of its mouth. "See this? It's a 7-colored monster core. See this? It has 9 core patterns. How about it, are you afraid?" Seeing Daodu showing off his monster pill, Song Shuheng inexplicably felt like imitating him. He then opened his mouth to try it out. Afterward, the fat whale golden core popped out of his mouth. Soft Feather. Young Master Phoenix Slayer. Daodu shouted, F***CK. Although a cultivator's golden core and a monster cultivator's monster core were born in the same realm, they were still essentially different. The monster core of a monster cultivator could also be used as a means of attack. Some wild monster cultivators would directly spit out their monster cores to attack their enemy. However, a cultivator spitting out their golden core like how monster cultivators did with their monster cores was unheard of. The fat whale golden core jumped in the air, its tail flapping constantly. At the same time, a burst of clear spring spewed out from the hole on the top of its head. It was pure spiritual energy. Song Shuheng himself was dumbfounded. But after a while, he copied Daodu. "See this? It's my fat whale golden core. See this? It has 9 dragon patterns. See this? There's a star road composition on the whale's body. Isn't it gorgeous?" Daodu replied, F***CKU. Hee hee. Song Shuheng opened his mouth and swallowed the fat whale golden core back again. Heck, he himself was taken aback. At the side, Soft Feather put down her rice bowl. She opened her mouth and tried doing as Song Shuheng did. She perked up her tongue and breathed out, but her golden core did not pop out. Soft Feather felt dejected for a good while. Beep! At this time, there was another message in the 9 provinces number 1 group. Venerable Yellow Mountain, at everyone, the Celestials have retreated. After the 40 fierce beasts were slain by the Celestials, nearly 200 more beasts were spewed out in a single breath. Every time a wave of fierce beasts was killed, the number would only increase. As such, the Celestials chose to retreat a certain distance. After they retreated far enough, the fierce beasts stopped pursuing them. Northern River's loose cultivator said, "It looks like it really is as Soft Feather guessed. There are rules for the distribution of wealth. Only, when will the wealth distribution begin?" Immortal Master Copper Trigram, when will the wealth distribution start? When it starts, I'll make sure to sing praises non-stop. Shady Fortune Teller, have you arrived yet? Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman asked. Copper Trigram looked different every time he appeared, so even if he was already among the crowd, nobody would be able to tell. Immortal Master Copper Trigram, he. Fairy Dongfang 6 said, "Immortal Master, are you really going to sing praises?" Wait a minute, I'm warning you now. When you sing praises during the wealth distribution in a while, you are absolutely not allowed to use my appearance. She was afraid that Immortal Master Copper Trigram would take on her appearance and shamelessly shout all kinds of flattery. Copper Trigram would be losing someone else's face while earning treasures for himself. Copper Trigram's disguising technique was simply too strange, and even 8th stage profound sages had no way of seeing through his disguise, only the heavens knew how he was able to do such a thing. Su Clan 7, my big saber is already hungry and thirsty emoji, Fairy Firefly, Immortal Master, please let me off this time. I've been recently trying to find a Dao companion, so I have to pay attention to my image. Ancient Sage Daodu, don't talk. Once you speak, you'll end up being put on his list. He might take on your appearance just to spite you. Shady Fortune Teller, you can take on my appearance, then we can bark together. Northern River's loose cultivator, ha, don't worry. I won't take on your appearances. Immortal Master Copper Trigram's flexible fingers tapped on the keyboard, and the corners of his mouth curled up. If I were to change to anyone, I would only take old Northern River's appearance. Immortal Visitor amidst clouds, Northern River's loose cultivator, your uncle. How did I provoke you today? Although the shady fortune teller provoking him was a daily occurrence, it seemed like the other party had become very active in this regard lately. I just want to remind you that your uncle is still your uncle, and you should respect him. The corners of Immortal Master Copper Trigram's mouth rose up, becoming a nice arc, and then he handily sent a 100 yuan red packet to the group. Red packet notification, I just want to remind Northern River that his uncle is still his uncle, and he should respect him. As soon as the red packet was sent out, it was snatched away instantly. Song Shuheng said, This is the first time I've seen a red packet sent here in the 9 provinces number 1 group. He'd finally managed to swallow his fat whale golden core back in. When he was swallowing it, he was very careful with the process, afraid of accidentally biting the golden core. As a result, he missed the red packet. Ever since Song Shuheng entered the group, he had never seen anyone send a red packet. Today was the first time that he saw such a thing happen in the group. Was it because the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group thought that such small red packets weren't too attractive? Immortal Master Copper Trigram, we've sent red packets before, just that we usually send them during the Chinese New Year. By the way, little friend Shuheng, you've only joined the group this year and haven't even experienced New Year here yet. Just a reminder. Immortal Master Copper Trigram continued, we have a shared account under the name of Daluo Sect's True Monarch Rain Moon that uses 5th stage spirit stones as a standard. When you snatch a red packet, you can go to Senior Rain Moon and exchange for spirit stones. A red packet worth 100 yuan represents 105th stage spirit stones. Song Shuheng asked, "Isn't that too troublesome? Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. It's indeed a little troublesome." "Yeah, I even have a puppet clone watching the group for red packets in order to keep track." Daluo Sect's true monarch Rain Moon appeared and said, "During the last Chinese New Year, several fairies were able to snatch the spirit stone red packets, all of which were exchanged for my erotic drawings. This can be regarded as a source of fun for me." Song Shuheng, Daluo Sect's true monarch Rain Moon said, "Actually, we're waiting for the fellow Taoists in the group to ascend to the 9th stage. At that time, we can have them use their spatial abilities to create a real, spirit stone red packet program. When the time comes, whoever snatches a red packet can have spirit stones teleported to them immediately. That would make it even more fun. A Tribulation Transcender's spatial abilities were going to be used for such a trivial thing? Wouldn't this make the Tribulation Transcenders all over the universe cry?" When that was said, Song Shuheng couldn't help but remind them, "Senior White has spatial abilities. We can't make fellow Taoist White do it. He isn't suitable for such a task." True Monarch Rain Moon said, "He likes novel things. Although he is very responsible, if he gets bored of keeping track of the red packets and of sending them around. We would hate having to part with that." Song Shuheng, "I thought that you were going to say that Senior White's personality wasn't suitable for such a dull job." At this time, Fairy Lychee said, "I'm here. Has the wealth distribution started yet?" Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire said, "I see you. I will head over and pick you up right away. When the bright moon appears, I've been here for a while already." Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather, at when the bright moon appears, Senior, I see you too. When the bright moon appears, move to tears emoji, Soft Feather, you can see my messages? Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather replied, I can see them. Fellow Taoist when the bright moon appears felt so moved that he was speechless. On the Divine Lobster's chariot. Song Shuheng's party of 4 gazed at Fairy Lychee and Senior Yellow Mountain, who met up in the distance. Soft Feather let out a breath of relief. Just now, I was about to click on Fairy Lychee's avatar to ping her when I accidentally clicked on the avatar of the senior below. Fortunately, I answered wittily. Song Shuheng, young Master Phoenix Slayer said, more and more people are gathering. It wasn't only the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group that were gathering, but also practitioners from all kinds of systems. Among them, there were many practitioners who had received the news earlier than the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group. Soft Feather raised her head and said, is there really going to be a wealth distribution event such as Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue described? Celestials, a large number of practitioners from the vicinity, and fierce beasts. It felt like what was going to take place was no longer something as simple as a distribution of wealth. Could it be that someone is setting something up and using the treasures as bait to attract everyone over? Song Shuheng was a little worried. Young Master Phoenix Slayer pushed up his glasses and said, not bad, Shuheng. You were also able to think of such a possibility. It looks like there are still bits of your cautious personality left in you. Song Shuheng replied, actually, I have always been very cautious. It's just that there are often some incidents where, no matter how cautious I am, I'm faced with absolute power, resulting in my cautious side having no room to be displayed. Soft Feather said, should I remind the seniors in the group? At this moment, in the 9 provinces number 1 group, Xian Nu Sect Skylark said, at everyone, when the wealth distribution starts in a while, let me head in first. It would be better for me to enter the wealth distribution area first and scope things out while you stay outside safely. Upon seeing this, Song Shuheng quickly said, Senior Skylark, you don't have an eternal body anymore. This kind of thing. Let me do it instead. He still had the ability to resurrect. Please install our app, read more books and read offline. Install Xian Nu Sec Skylark, you don't have to worry about me. I can still resurrect 3 times. Immortal Master Copper Trigram, there's no need to panic. In fact, when I asked for a leave this time, I conducted a collective divination for the people in the group. When Northern River's loose cultivator saw these words, his face immediately changed. No need to panic. Divination? Was it good fortune? No. It was a big omen, Immortal Master Copper Trigram calmly said. I feel rather conscientious today. So, do you feel relieved? Fairy Dongfang 6, Supreme Demon Lord. Immortal Master, did you just admit that you're a shady fortune teller? This isn't the Copper Trigram I know. Northern River's loose cultivator, did you divine with your feet? I divined with my hands, the normal way. It was through this method that a big omen was divined. Are you satisfied now? Immortal Master Copper Trigram seemed to be exasperated. I've only divined with my feet once. 3 times actually. Also, divining with my feet is only for fun. I don't actually do such things normally. Xian Nu Sec Skylark, how many cup sizes was the omen? Fairy Lychee, thrice reckless, don't use Senior Skylark's account to speak. It really feels very wrong, thank you. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, I don't know why, but my heart suddenly feels at ease. This is the most comforting divination I've received this year. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, same here. Northern River's loose cultivator couldn't help but ask again, Shady Fortune Teller, did you really not take the wrong medicine today? Old Northern River was feeling slightly worried, and he kept on getting the feeling that several of the fellow Taoists in the 9 provinces number 1 group today just weren't in the right state. For example, Thrice Reckless today was clearly excessively reckless. And as for Copper Trigram, he was practically abandoning his old self. Also just now, Soft Feather had even noticed Scholar when the bright moon appears, who was always lurking in the group. If Soft Feather hadn't sent that message, he would have honestly missed Scholar when the bright moon appears messages. He kept on getting the feeling that there was something affecting the people of the 9 provinces number 1 group. Everything was simply too abnormal today. Old Northern River, why do you keep on going against me? Copper Trigram said in dissatisfaction. Is it because you aren't feeling comfortable that I haven't been pestering you? Northern River's loose cultivator, I'm merely slightly worried about you guys, but he couldn't bear to say it out loud. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, after everyone has gathered, come to me to receive a talisman. This is a talisman I made after becoming a profound sage and acquiring an understanding of the laws. If things get too dangerous, it can help everyone by some time. The inheritance which Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue received came from the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, so the technique he used to make the protective talismans originated from wielder of the wool-striped dragon. Therefore, the talismans he produced were of very high quality. I've also got some good things here with me. Immortal Master Copper Trigram continued, before I took my leave this time, I brought a stack of random spatial teleportation tokens with me. I should have just about enough to give everyone one. When you encounter danger, you simply have to crush the token and you'll immediately be sent through space to a random location. This spatial talisman was a good life-saving tool. Song Shuhang said, right. When the time comes, Senior Phoenix Slayer, can you use your innate skill and liquefy everybody? In this way, we don't have to worry about being slashed apart at our waists. It's very practical. The corners of young Master Phoenix Slayer's mouth twitched. Do you think that everyone is like you and can use something like your variant steel hands technique to maintain their human form after being affected by my skill? Normally, after falling to its power, the other party gets turned into a pool of liquid and can't take on a human form at all right? Susu for the masses said, I have some dragon luck fragments on me. When the time comes, you can carry some with you to increase your luck. Immortal Visitor amidst clouds interjected, it seems that I have to show my hand as well. When I closed up this time, I mastered a type of protective magical pattern. I will apply it to everyone later on. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, it looks like the wealth distribution is about to begin. In a while, when we enter the area of the wealth distribution, everyone should stay attentive and stay close to me. If I say to retreat, don't hesitate to activate the protective talisman and evacuate as soon as possible. Just as Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue finished speaking in the group, a large amount of bright light erupted from around the Big Dipper. The dazzling brilliance sprayed high into the sky, and then fell like raindrops. The scope of the eruption was extremely large, covering all the practitioners and celestials present. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, Spirit stones. These raindrops were actually all spiritual stones. However, their grade wasn't that high, with the spirit stones being around the 4th stage. Everyone grabbed the spirit stones beside them. After this eruption of 4th stage spirit stones, the Big Dipper began to slowly rise. As this took place, most of the practitioners and celestials in the area involuntarily headed closer to the area of the wealth distribution. The members of the 9 provinces number 1 group, on the contrary, stepped back a bit, gathered together first, and then left the scope of the wealth distribution. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue gave talismans to everyone. At the same time, an unknown teenager handed out tokens to the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group. It was Immortal Master Copper Trigram. It was left to the others to wonder whose appearance he had taken. Immortal Visitor amidst clouds and Susu, who Song Shuheng was seeing for the first time, also gave out dragon luck fragments and protective magical patterns to every fellow Daoist in the vicinity. All kinds of defensive measures, buffs, and means of escape were distributed. The members of 9 provinces number 1 group had finished making all of their preparations. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, if there is an opportunity in a while, we'll try and grab the Big Dipper. Fairy Lychee added, there's also that Treasure Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue wants to undo the bindings on Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue. Venerable Yellow Mountain said, let's get ready and make our move when the Big Dipper appears. Although we've already heard Copper Trigram's divination, we should remain cautious. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber reassured, don't worry. I promise that there will be no problems. Actually, Thrice Reckless, you're the one making me feel worried today. Venerable Yellow Mountain sighed. Song Shuheng said, the second wave of wealth distribution is coming. Right after he said that, brilliance spewed out from the location of the Big Dipper. This time, it was a wave of magical treasures. There was a very old drum, a bronze lamp, a huge pill furnace, flying swords, treasured sabers. There were many kinds of magical treasures. However, similar to the previous wave, the level of these magical treasures wasn't that high. They were mostly around the 4th stage. I'll go and give it a try first, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said. I can resurrect thrice, so there's no need to worry even if something unexpected happens. After saying that, he flew up and flashed towards the area of the Big Dipper. So, because he has 3 opportunities to resurrect, he can be reckless thrice? Northern River's loose cultivator rubbed his brows. He suddenly turned to Copper Trigram and said, Copper Trigram, can you do a divination on Thrice Reckless alone? Copper Trigram said calmly, Great Omen. Song Shuheng interjected, then I will head over as well. Just as he was about to leave the chariot and go with Senior Thrice Reckless, the Big Dipper suddenly erupted. It happened without warning. It looked like it was going to take a long time before it would come out. But right in the next moment, the Big Dipper directly shot up into the sky. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, let's go. Chapter 1788 Although we're fakes, we can't lose out on momentum when making an appearance. 1788, Although we're fakes, we can't lose out on momentum when making an appearance. For Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, the the treasure that could free Fairy sixth cultivator of true virtue from the bindings of the 9 virtues Phoenix Saber was of utmost importance. However, the Big Dipper was also very important to many of the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group. Which was why he decided that whenever the Big Dipper appeared, he would bring the fellow Taoists of the group to fight for it. As Sage Monarch's 7th cultivator of true virtue's voice faded, there were already many practitioners and Celestials vying for this Big Dipper. The Celestials had retreated slightly due to the fierce beasts, but they'd remained in formation even after retreating. Moreover, even when they did retreat, they still held the most advantageous position among those present. As such, when the Big Dipper shot into the sky, they were able to immediately make their move to intercept the Big Dipper. However, being in the most advantageous position also made them a common target for everyone else. As proof of that, just as the Celestials made their move, saber light streaked across the sky, directly targeting their ranks. This saber light did not pay any heed to the Big Dipper, caring only about the Celestials. This saber light was white-colored and flawless, and the saber intent behind it was domineering and overbearing. Everything that stood in its path was crushed. The technique was very recognizable. The saber light tore into the Celestials' large formation. With that, a corner of the large formation was cut out, and the dozen or so Celestials who bore the brunt of the attack were utterly crushed. The saber light continued unabated, rushing into that gap in the formation, and then exploded. White Wall 3 Live Saber. Someone recognized the saber light. The White Wall 3 Live Saber was not the name of a specific expert, but rather a famous cultivation clan. This was a clan of cultivators which was once as famous as the Spirit River Sioux clan, but had been facing a slight decline in the past 1,000 years. However, in terms of overall strength, they possessed the strength of a large cultivation force. After the saber light, 20 cultivators of the 3 Live Saber clan came out. Their goal was not the Big Dipper, but the Celestials. Each of these cultivators wore angry and murderous expressions, clearly wanting to chop the Celestials into pieces. Northern River's loose cultivator said, "I heard that the 3 Live Saber clan has 10 fifth-stage geniuses that they focused on nurturing." During the period when they were exhausted from exchanging views on saber techniques and discussing the saber path, they were raided by a large group of Celestials. Of the 10 genius, 8 died and 2 were severely injured. 8 golden cores with at least 6 dragon patterns, giving those who had them the qualifications to become 7th-stage venerables, were taken away as trophies by the Celestials. With what had happened, it was no wonder that cultivators of the 3 Live Saber clan paid no heed to the Big Dipper and were instead hellbent on rushing towards the Celestials. No matter which force it was, they would undoubtedly become furious if the geniuses they painstakingly nurtured got hunted down for their golden cores. Venerable Yellow Mountain said calmly, "In the recent campaign to hunt down Celestials, when it comes to rankings for Celestials hunted, the cultivators of the White Wall 3 Live Saber have maintained a position within the top 5. It appears that they want to repay the blood debt from the Celestials 100-fold. The troubles the Celestials were going to face had only begun." After the cultivators of the White Wall 3 Live Saber made their move, several other groups of cultivators also attacked the Celestials. They were all helpers invited by the 3 Live Saber clan. A huge immortal war boat emerged, and spheres rose from it. Each of these spheres was engraved with runes, and magical technique formations shot out from these spheres, shooting towards the Celestials in the distance. Every attack fell into the gap in the Celestials' formation. Northern River's loose cultivator explained, "This is the offensive magical treasure of the Gold Ruins sect. Due to its large size, it needs immortal boats to carry it. Its main function is defense, and this attack is merely a way of taking advantage of the current situation." In the distance, a group of cultivators from the scholarly faction appeared. They stood far behind the immortal war boat, unfolded their scrolls, and began speedily writing. Every time they wrote a character, righteous chi poured into the runes, and faint voices sang and shouted in the air, chanting the words on the scroll. These scholars were also helpers invited by the 3 Lives Saber clan. They were responsible for strengthening their camp. As the runes formed from righteous chi continued to rise and fall, whether it was the Immortal War boat or those of the 3 Lives Saber clan attacking at the front, the more they fought, the more courageous they became. At the rear, there were several batches of experts. After receiving the buffs of the scholarly faction and the protection of the Gold Ruin sect's magical treasure, they followed the saber cultivators of the 3 Lives Saber clan and rushed towards the Celestials. With the saber cultivators of the 3 Lives Saber clan taking the lead, some powerful cultivators among the onlookers also made their move. The Celestials could be used to exchange for rewards, and the rewards were not bad. In addition, without breaking through the Celestials' large formation, it would be difficult to form a group to compete for the Big Dipper. At this time, the Big Dipper had been shot to a very high altitude. In the camp of the Celestials, one of the closest venerable level Celestials made her move. She brandished a colorful cloud in her hands and made it wrap around the Big Dipper. Afterward, she stretched out her hand and prepared to bring the treasure back. Whoosh! At this time, there was a wheel-shaped magical treasure that flashed out of thin air, cutting apart the colorful cloud of the Celestial Venerable. Ha ha ha, this Big Dipper isn't something you Celestials should touch. Today, as long as I'm here, don't even think about taking it away. The wheel-shaped divine weapon turned around and flew to a higher altitude. In the clouds, a handsome cultivator descended, gently stepping on the wheel-shaped divine weapon. In an instant, the eyes of most of the people present fell on this handsome cultivator. Someone exclaimed, "It's Venerable Tornado." Venerable Tornado, who was stepping on the child will section of the space-cutting mother-child will, made his appearance in a very eye-catching manner. He stretched out his hand and stroked his hair lightly. "Look at me. Look at me. Everyone, look at me. I am the most eye-catching man here, I am the most dazzling venerable." The Celestial Venerable looked at Venerable Tornado coldly. She then took action once more, with the cloud-shaped magical treasure of hers turning into a giant bow. She pulled on the bowstring, then let go, resulting in a rain of arrows violently shooting towards Venerable Tornado. "It's useless. Your attack is too weak." The corners of Venerable Tornado's mouth curled up, and the space-cutting mother-child wheel under his feet began spinning. In this state, the wheel would even be able to cut through space. It caused the rain of arrows to be completely obliterated. Venerable Tornado knew that he undoubtedly looked really handsome at this moment. However, when he resisted the arrows, he caught sight of an 8th stage Celestial within the enemy camp. With the other party present, I'm afraid that I won't be able to appear in the headlines of the Daily Cultivator tomorrow. After all, an 8th stage profound sage had the power to single-handedly determine the outcome of the battle. Swoosh! While Venerable Tornado was in thought, a small Celestial emerged from the enemy camp, the wings on their back unfurling. This type of Celestial was extremely fast. In an instant, they were able to fly to the Big Dipper and grab onto it. At that same moment, they brought out a small bottle, ready to store the Big Dipper inside it. 30 Celestials followed behind this one, forming a defensive formation to protect them. Seeing that the Celestials were about to succeed, another force suddenly made their appearance. A small mountain peak smashed down, smashing the Celestial variant who had the small bottle in hand, as well as the 30 Celestials behind. After the small mountain peak descended, a sky bridge that crossed through the air appeared on the mountain peak. Rumbling sounds could be heard as horse hoofs stamped on the sky bridge. Colorful light galloped from the other end of the bridge alongside faint bursts of bestial roars. It was a carriage dragged by 10 dragon horses. The colorful light came from the feet of the dragon horse spirit beasts. On the carriage, a sleepy young man with elegant black hair sat lazily. He was alone, but he carried the momentum of an entire infantry. Venerable Tornado whispered softly, "An 8th stage profound sage." The other party wasn't a recently ascended profound sage, but rather a profound sage from at least 1,000 years ago. They did not cause one to experience the "nobody under the heavens doesn't know of me" effect, resulting in their sage name remaining unknown. The way they made their appearance is even better than mine. Venerable Tornado's momentum was eclipsed. Song Shuhang looked at the other party's carriage, which was drawn by 10 dragon horses, their bridge that spanned across the sky, and the mountain peak which the bridge laid on. And then, he looked down at his own divine lobster's chariot, as well as the tables and chairs on it, along with the 8 dishes, soup, and a big pot of rice. Soft Feather said, "Senior Song, you've been thoroughly defeated." Song Shuhang replied, I know, Soft Feather. A veteran profound sage was a veteran profound sage, after all, and they had to be domineering in their appearance. Back when Immortal Fairy Bishue's immortal feast was held, due to the venue's limitations, the various profound sages didn't have a way to appear too ostentatiously. The dragon horse carriage stopped on the mountain peak. The young man in the carriage waved lazily, and the Big Dipper floated up and flew towards him. Humph! The 8th stage profound sage among the celestials finally made a move. The air between her and the Big Dipper shook slightly, and then the Big Dipper seemed to become frozen in place. It remained suspended in the air, and did not move. "I've got some use for this Big Dipper." The young man on the dragon horse carriage looked at the celestial, smiling slightly. "Give it to me, and I will turn around and leave." The celestial profound sage sneered, and then said, "Jaligula." It appeared that there was a language barrier. Despite that, it seemed quite clear that the celestial profound sage did not want to give up on this Big Dipper. 2 bones extended out from her back as she entered combat mode. "Yo, Sage Monarch Carria, your wig today is very handsome." In the distance, a pleasant voice sounded, and a golden ocean rushed in. Above the golden ocean sat a tall, red-haired woman in cool clothing. She was like a beautiful sea monster, her every move filled with a strange charm, and her golden dragon pupils filled with pressure. This sage monarch was someone Song Shuhang recognized. She had shown up at Immortal Fairy Bishue's immortal feast. A profound sage from among the ancient witches, Sage Monarch Enchanting Dream. Back then, she came in a chariot led by 2 golden dragon beasts, but it looked like she had changed it up this time. That golden sea was actually a sea of insects. Each of the beetles was about the size of a gold coin, and they collectively formed a large ocean. These beetles were all her familiars. "It isn't a wig." Sage Monarch Carria turned his head and gently stroked his long hair. "This time, I got hair transplanted onto my head, isn't it handsome? A bald head still suits you better." Sage Monarch Enchanting Dream licked her sexy lips. "Your bald self did look way more delicious, much more suitable to be fed to my insects." Sage Monarch Carria didn't want to dwell on the topic of his previously bald self. He said bluntly, "Are you also interested in the Big Dipper?" "No, my goal is the Celestials." Sage Monarch Enchanting Dream looked at the Celestials with her beautiful eyes. "They are very suitable for nurturing my new insects. Anyway. Fellow Taoist 7th cultivator of true virtue, what about you? What's your aim in coming here?" Sage Monarch Enchanting Dream turned her head and looked not far away. She had met 7th cultivator of true virtue at the immortal feast, and they had once held a lecture together, so she could recognize his aura. Sage Monarch 7th cultivator of true virtue treaded on the air, taking 1 step at a time. Behind him, a treasured saber was spinning. The saber projected a phoenix that covered the sky and earth. It was the 9 virtues phoenix saber. After several profound sages appeared, Song Shuhang temporarily transferred the 9 virtues phoenix saber from Lady Onion to Sage Monarch 7th cultivator of true virtue. For now, Sage Monarch 7th cultivator of true virtue was the person who could make the best use of the power of the 9 virtues phoenix saber. Sage Monarch 7th cultivator of true virtue said calmly, "Although my personal aim is something else, this Big Dipper can also be considered to be one of my goals. Although he was a newly ascended profound sage, his inheritance came from a supreme, primordial treasure. Added to it were his recent adventures and his several direct encounters with the laws. Now that he had the 9 virtues Phoenix saber in hand again, he had the power to fight against veteran profound sages. You wish to take away the Big Dipper I have in hand? Sage Monarch Carriage stared at Sage Monarch 7th cultivator of true virtue. While he was speaking, he was in a stalemate with the celestial profound sage as they fought for the ownership of the Big Dipper. Sage Monarch Enchanting Dream said with a smile, I don't plan on helping either of you, my goal is the Celestials. But, if you both lose, I don't mind taking the Big Dipper. Although this kind of thing is useless to me, it can be used to nurture the younger generations. Sage Monarch Carriage said, both lose? Are you kidding? Sage Monarch 7th cultivator of true virtue reached into his pocket and silently took out his phone. He made a call. Hello, fellow Taoist spirit butterfly, are you still not here? Fellow Taoist 7th cultivator of true virtue, you have to give me some leeway. Do you know how far your location is from my place? Profound sage spirit butterfly's voice came from the phone. While they were speaking, a blue spirit butterfly could be seen flying deep within the clouds. This blue spirit butterfly looked like a beautiful cloud. Profound sage spirit butterfly descended with a smile from above the butterfly cloud. He had a long sword hanging at his waist. His face was like jade, his eyes were like stars, and his bearing was graceful. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly, the 11th sage in 1,000 years. Soft Feather said happily, my father is here, Senior Song. I will be going as well. She put down the tableware and jumped off the divine lobster's chariot. Song Shuheng quickly stretched out his hand to hold Soft Feather. Wait, although we're fake profound sages, we can't lose out on momentum when we make our appearance. I have the holy sword of the end here. You can take it with you. Not only could the holy sword of the end enhance Soft Feather's aura, but as it also had the big-eyed planet's heart, it could protect her at any time. Thank you, Senior Song. Soft Feather grinned and said, however, I have something that suits me better. Song Shuheng. In the next moment, Soft Feather made long strides with her long legs, running in the air. Looking at Soft Feather going away. Daodu suddenly thought, right, when fairies run in the air wearing skirts, do they not become exposed? I've never paid attention to this before. Young Master Phoenix Slayer said calmly, Daodu, you are too naive. Do you think that a fairy maiden in a skirt has no means to prevent herself from becoming exposed? Daodu's eyes lit up. Phoenix Slayer, why do you seem to know so much about this? Were you secretly peeping? Young Master Phoenix Slayer, a dangerous light flashed in Phoenix Slayer's eyes, turn into a pool, Daodu. In the air, there was a large patch of light that shone behind the running Soft Feather. This light became increasingly dazzling. In the end, it turned into a little sun. Everyone couldn't help but look at the little sun, and then the effect of the seal was produced. Even the 9th sage in 1,000 years, ancient sage spirit butterfly, had come. Chapter 1789 Terrifying, profound Sage Tyrannical Song is pulling a carriage. The sage names of ancient sage spirit butterfly and profound sage spirit butterfly made it appear to others that they were of one family. Moreover, the content of their sage speeches back then were clearly of the same lineage. As long as one was not blind, they would easily be able to see that there was a deep relationship between the two. Soft Feather ran faster and faster, the projection of the little sun that had emerged behind her following closely. There was a figure hidden deep within the projection of the little sun, but due to the light of the little sun being too dazzling, its appearance could not be seen clearly. However, just by looking at the figure, most of those present felt their scalp tingling from fear. The little sun worked well in setting off ancient sage spirit butterfly, and she was able to quickly run to the side of sage monarch spirit butterfly. Once she got close to him, she called out, "Father." This clear and melodious call was heard by all of the practitioners present in the area. Father? So they were actually father and daughter. One family, 2 8th stage profound sages, and in sage monarch spirit butterfly's direct lineage at that. Wasn't this a bit too terrifying? Sage monarch spirit butterfly smiled slightly, and a huge blue spirit butterfly flew to protect Soft Feather. While outsiders were still stunned by the dragon seal and ancient sage name attached to Soft Feather, as well as the little son, sage monarch spirit butterfly was able to sense the true realm of his daughter. Soft Feather was now a 5th stage spiritual emperor. Sage monarch spirit butterfly said to Soft Feather, "Not bad." To be honest, his daughter's cultivation speed surprised him greatly. Before he had closed up, he had protected Soft Feather as she ascended to the 4th stage. In the end, during the period when he had closed up and adjusted his state all the way to when he finally took on the 8th stage Tribulation, Soft Feather had jumped all the way from the 4th stage to the 5th stage. He couldn't even imagine what encounters Soft Feather had come across during that period of time. However, it would not be too late to discuss such things when they returned to Spirit Butterfly Island. With the brilliance of the little sun now coupled with the protection of the blue spirit butterfly, others became even more uncertain of Soft Feather's true realm. 3-1. The lazy expression on Sage Monarch Carria's face disappeared, and a serious expression replaced it. But at this time, Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue suddenly made another call. Again? Don't tell me you're calling more people over? Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said calmly, "Hello, fellow Taoist Song. Can you bring the other fellow Taoists here? Use your special means. F***CK, you're really calling more people over?" The special means that Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue mentioned just now referred to Song Shuhang's inner world. He hoped that Song Shuhang could use the inner world to bring all the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group over. And in the same way, transfer them back during a critical moment. Since the inner world was Song Shuhang's trump card, Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue had referred to it using the words special means during the call to avoid revealing it. In his mind, with Song Shuhang's wit, he would definitely be able to understand what he meant. Song Shuhang replied, "I understand." Then, he took off the copy of the Almighty Merchant's sheet that he had covered himself with. At the same time, he quickly transferred the tables and chairs on the chariot into the inner world. "Come out, impregnable holy city." Song Shuhang lifted his right hand and released the 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure which he had nurtured in his original Dantian. Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue had asked him to bring all of the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group by using special means. That should mean that he needed to bring the members of the group to make their appearance in an imposing manner, right? In the 9 provinces number 1 group, the seniors who got involved in the Black Dragon world all got a dragon seal and became ancient sages. Although they only showed their divinity in the Black Dragon world and not the main world, their dragon seal and identity of ancient sages would not disappear after coming to the main world. As long as they brought out their dragon seal and revealed their sage names, an entire group of 8th stage experts standing together would be able to awe everyone present. "Seniors, please enter the holy city." Song Shuhang stepped onto the chariot, and a set of armor from the combined magical treasure appeared on his body. Young Master Phoenix Slayer asked, "What are we going to do?" Song Shuhang replied, "Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue told us to appear on stage in a shocking manner. Therefore, you no longer need to hide your dragon seals and ancient sage names. We can't lose out on momentum." Fairy Dongfang 6 thought for a moment, and said, "Since Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue asked us to do this, let's do it. Although it feels a little embarrassing, I trust in his judgment." Thrice reckless Mad Saber said, "Then, should we stand behind Song Shuhang like last time and sing praises?" Immortal Master Copper Trigram sent a thumbs up. Great idea, thrice reckless. During the wealth distribution, we can loudly sing praises and kill two birds with one stone. While cheering for Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, Senior Spirit Butterfly, and Little Friend Song Shu Hang, we can also get into the good graces of the big shot who is distributing wealth. Northern River's Loose Cultivator asked with a stifled heart, "Please, can we not sing praises?" While conversing with one another, the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group entered the holy city. Song Shu Hang stretched out his hand and gestured at the divine lobster's chariot, which swelled up in size. At the same time, the power of 3 sage seals enveloped his body, buffing him with layers of profound sage-level dignity. In fact, even without the 3 sage seals, most of the practitioners present were able to recognize Song Shu Hang just from the appearance of the impregnable holy city. Tyra. Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song. It's him. Why did he come? Tyra. Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar. When did he come here? How did we not notice him? Senior Brother Gao Sheng must die. The first sage in 1,000 years. Tyra. Ancient Sage Tyrannical Dragon. All the practitioners present fell into a mess. During the past 6 months, profound sages hailing from the cultivation world had been appearing non-stop, and this could be said to be a prosperous age. But among the new profound sages, the most eye-catching ones were definitely Sage White and profound Sage Tyrannical Song. Ever since Sage White had shown his divinity, his unparalleled figure had become imprinted in the minds of all the practitioners in the universe, never to be forgotten again. Moreover, Sage White's farming of the heavenly tribulation, and valiant strength as he sealed the modernized heavenly tribulation, completely convinced the practitioners of the universe. As for profound Sage Tyrannical Song, they had an even deeper impression of him, with him appearing on TV every other month, and never easily withdrawing from the eyes of the practitioners all over the universe. And every time he delivered a speech, he changed his tricks. In recorded history, he was the only big shot who had shown his divinity several times and appeared on TV again and again. Across the entire universe, when profound Sage Tyrannical Song was brought up in discussion, everybody would have their faces drained of color without exception. Anyway, even the terrifying profound Sage Tyrannical Song was participating in the strife for the Big Dipper? Or did profound Sage Tyrannical Song have other aims? Wait, look behind him. Someone pointed at the holy city. Above the holy city, the figures of fairy maidens and male cultivators were faintly discernible. The divine lobster's chariot where the first sage in 1,000 years, Tyrannical Song, was situated was actually just clearing the way and pulling a carriage. Were the figures in the holy city the real protagonists? Who exactly is on there that can make profound Sage Tyrannical Song pull the carriage for them? What is their origin? There's a sage seal. I can see a sage seal beside them. There are many sage seals. Definitely more than one. Ancient Sage Phoenix Slayer, Ancient Sage Fallout, Ancient Sage Northern River, Ancient Sage Profound Principle. Ancient Sage Medicine Master. Ancient Sage White Crane, Ancient Sage Thrice Reckless. Ancient Sage Creation. Do they coincidentally have the same name as the Soul King? There are nearly 38th stage experts over there. It's no wonder that they could make profound Sage Tyrannical Song pull the carriage for them. Song Shu Hang, pull the carriage your sister. Chapter 1790. Don't worry, I don't need a stepdad. Do you really think that I don't dare use the expert's appraisal technique on each of you to determine if you're a peerless expert or not? My left eye has long been itching to be put to use. Dragon Network Assistant, can you hear me? Song Shu Hang used his mind to contact the Dragon Network Assistant of the Black Dragon world. The way by which the impregnable holy city had appeared this time was the same one as when he summoned it back during the Immortal Feast. Although it was still very shocking to others, Song Shu Hang felt that it wasn't novel enough. Song Shu Hang considered himself to be a man who strived for perfection and changed with each passing day. So he felt that it would be best to freshen things up a bit and give the fellow Taoists who were present a different viewing experience. The Dragon Network assistant replied, "Yes, Administrator Tyrannical Dragon. I can hear you." Song Shuheng asked, "Can you project the throne of the rising sun behind me?" If it was only a projection, it shouldn't consume too much energy, and much less so when considering that it was at full energy. Moreover, the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group who had signed a contract with the throne of the rising sun were all present. It just so happened that the projection would resonate to the greatest extent at such a time. The Dragon Network assistant replied, "No problem, Administrator Tyrannical Dragon." Beginning projection. Subsequently, the Dragon Network assistant projected the throne of the rising sun through Song Shuheng. Behind the impregnable holy city, a dazzling little sun emerged. A large number of thrones was visible in this little sun. On every throne sat a majestic sage. These sages corresponded to the ancient sages in the impregnable holy city. Another little sun? It suddenly feels so hot. There are already 3 suns in the sky. Are they trying to remake the movie, 10 Suns in the Sky? The weather was clear today, and the sun was shining brightly in the sky. On the left was the little sun of ancient sage spirit butterfly, and on the right was the little sun of profound sage tyrannical song. All of a sudden, it felt like the temperature had risen greatly. Those present felt their mouths go dry, their throats go dry, and even their magical vestments felt like they were burning. Wait, I seem to have discovered something. Look at the little sun behind profound sage tyrannical song. That figure on the right side at the center, doesn't she look like ancient sage spirit butterfly? Where? Heavens, I see it too. It does look like her. Now that you've said that, don't you feel that the figure inside the little sun behind ancient sage spirit butterfly looks very familiar? Seeing him, my scalp goes numb, and even my stomach starts convulsing a bit. When I look at that figure, I feel as if I'm looking at profound sage tyrannical song. I seem to have discovered something terrifying. Profound sage tyrannical song and ancient sage spirit butterfly are also from the same lineage? Or could it be some kind of dual cultivation technique? Regardless, it's clear that there's a relationship between them. Sage monarch spirit butterfly's family actually has 3 profound sages. This is too terrifying. He isn't someone we can afford to provoke. If we encounter sage monarch spirit butterfly's descendants in the future, we must be extra careful and avoid offending the other party. If this trend were to continue, there's a good chance that more profound sages are going to appear his lineage in the future. It's not just 3 profound sages within a single force. Look at the group of 8th stage ancient sages that are in the carriage, being pulled by profound sage tyrannical song. Merely from the fact that these ancient sages can make profound sage tyrannical song pull the carriage for them, it goes to show that they have an indescribable relationship with one another. Sage monarch 7th cultivator of true virtues mouth twitched, WTF, it seems like today, little friend Song's brain is wired even more strangely than usual. Even with me being an old presence in the 9 provinces number 1 group, and having experienced countless strange jumps among the fellow Taoists in the group, I really can't understand what in the world little friend Song Shuheng is thinking. As Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly listened to the surrounding discussions, he was left speechless. He looked at the little sun behind Soft Feather, stared at the illusory figure inside for a while, and then looked at Song Shuheng in the distance. The more Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly looked at the illusory figure, the more it felt like it looked just like little friend Song Shuheng. Why is there a little friend song in the little sun projected by Soft Feather? Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly whispered, Soft Feather. Soft Feather blurted out, How do you feel about little friend song? Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly tried to make his tone as gentle as possible and wore a warm smile on his face. Soft Feather replied without hesitation, Senior Song is very fun. The things and events around him are also very fun. Every time I go out with him, I encounter exciting things. Yes, little friend Song is indeed really interesting. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly smiled and said, however, he is still too young. He isn't mature enough. Soft Feather giggled and said, it wouldn't be fun if he was too mature and couldn't play with me. The smile on the corners of Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly's mouth grew brighter and brighter. Yes, yes, he is indeed very suitable to be your friend. However, in the future, you need to find a mature and stable man who can protect you from the wind and rain. So, you need to look much further. Having fun now and your future need to be clearly distinguished from one another. My daughter will forever be cute. Even if she really wants to leave home one day in the future, I need to first make sure that she finds a mature and stable man who will shelter her from the wind and rain so that she can keep her precious innocence and have no worries in her life. My daughter will always be my pride. Hearing this, Soft Feather looked at Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly in surprise. Daddy, are you trying to tell me to look for a father? Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly, there's no need. I only need one daddy. I don't need a stepdad. Soft Feather comforted him again, don't worry, I don't have any intention of looking for a stepdad, so you don't need to think too much. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly? Where the hell did you even get that thought? After his daughter had gone on this latest trip, it seemed that her brain circuitry had gotten even more exotic. I can't keep up with her thoughts at all, what should I do? How can I answer my daughter's question? Meanwhile, Sage Monarch Carrier looked at Song Shuhang, and his expression became completely serious. The first sage in 1,000 years was an extremely troublesome existence. Regardless of his strength, just him having shown his divinity thrice was proof of his ability and uniqueness. In addition, there were 30 ancient sages behind him. The 30 or so ancient sages and their sage seals were all neatly in a row, bringing tremendous psychological pressure to those present. Although Sage Monarch Carrier could vaguely feel that there should be a problem with these 30 or so ancient sages, they were protected by profound Sage Tyrannical Song's impregnable holy city. The holy city's 8th stage aura was surging, leaving Sage Monarch Carrier no way of sensing the exact state of these 30 profound sages. But even if 2/3 of the 30-something ancient sages had problems, there would still be 10 or so ancient sages left. Who in their right mind would go against such a force? He was alone, while there was an entire force of profound sages standing against him. Even if he were covered in indestructible steel, would he have any chance of beating them? Sage Monarch Carrier really didn't have such confidence. So, what was he to do? Sage Monarch Carrier was now in a dilemma. His odds of winning were simply too low. Should he say a few words and then leave? Or should he leave after trying out a few moves? Or should he propose a peaceful competition? Sage Monarch Carrier said calmly, unexpectedly, even profound Sage Tyrannical Song is on your side. His eyes shifted slightly, not daring to look at Song Shuhang's eyes in fear of getting pregnant. However, he was actually using a magical treasure to keep watch over Song Shuhang's state at all times. Once the other party had any intention of launching the impregnating gaze, he would be able to avoid it immediately. After all, once the impregnating gaze was launched, it could not be avoided as it was too fast. He could only make a prediction before profound Sage Tyrannical Song used it so as to have a chance at dodging it. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said calmly, well, we are just new profound sages. If we want to compete with our seniors for the Big Dipper, we have to support each other. Therefore, profound Sage Tyrannical Song and I joined forces. I'm not fighting for the Big Dipper, don't count me in there. Sage Monarch Enchanting Dream licked the corner of her mouth. However, I am very interested in profound Sage Tyrannical Song. Song Shuhang, then, let's rely on our abilities, Sage Monarch Carrier said. Whoever snatches this Big Dipper, gets it. The Big Dipper is merely the beginning, there are more things to follow that are of greater worth. You don't want to exhaust all your strength vying for a mere Big Dipper, right? Everyone was a profound sage, so he believed that there was no need to tear off all formality for a Big Dipper. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly said, "A peaceful competition?" I agree. I also agree. Let's rely on our various means. Still, when is the Big Dipper considered as snatched? Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue reached out and held the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber. Is it just by grabbing hold of the Big Dipper in one's hand? Or placing the Big Dipper into one's own cosmos bag? The beautiful celestial profound sage shouted, "Jilagwala. We can have it such that whoever stores it in their cosmos magical treasure first owns it. Do you all agree?" Sage Monarch Enchanting Dream suggested. This is because it would be difficult to determine by just whoever grabs hold of it first. I can be the judge. I agree. Sage Monarch Carrier flung back his long hair. I'm sure fellow Taoist Enchanting Dream will see my beautiful long hair and be biased towards me. If fellow Taoist Carrier were bald, then I might actually consider paying extra attention to you. Sage Monarch Enchanting Dream licked the corners of her mouth seductively. Anyway, as long as you think you are capable and are interested in the Big Dipper, you can rely on your means to try and take it. No matter who it is, as long as you put the Big Dipper into your cosmos bag, it will count as yours. Sage Monarch Carrier smiled wryly and said, "Fellow Taoist Enchanting Dream surely knows how to have fun. This Big Dipper is not owned by any of us. Everyone present has the qualifications to snatch it." Sage Monarch Enchanting Dream lay sideways on her golden ocean. As an ancient witch, her character itself was unpredictable. It was just that even if you were to snatch the Big Dipper, you would have to store it in your cosmos bag under the eyes of a group of greedy profound sages, so who would dare to do it? It looks like there are fellow Taoists hiding themselves, Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said. He suddenly made a move while saying that, slashing out with the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber. Flames turned into a phoenix that covered the sky and the earth, crashing into the celestial profound sage and the celestials' camp beneath her. Is it starting? Song Shuhang raised his head and looked at Sage Monarch Carrier. Senior, please excuse my manners. A strange light suddenly shone in Song Shuhang's left eye. F***CK. Sage Monarch Carrier quickly avoided it. Chapter 1791 When my long hair reaches the ground, you'll be done for. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song is truly despicable. He's using his nasty signature skill right away, and completely disregarding the thoughts of the one he's impregnating. He's simply shameless. As soon as Sage Monarch Carrier moved, the impregnating gaze brushed past him dangerously. It continued on its way and ruthlessly hit a cultivator far behind Sage Monarch Carrier who was merely watching the ongoings. His face turned pale while his hands hugged his swelling abdomen. Then, he let out a cry of pain and knelt down in the air while staring at the battlefield. Was it just an accident? Was it on purpose? Could my identity have been discovered by profound Sage Tyrannical Song? No, that's impossible. Even the fact that I'm seeing profound Sage Tyrannical Song here is merely a coincidence. I had not revealed my identity at all, so how could I have been discovered? But just in case, should retreat first, and then notify the Demon Lord that profound Sage Tyrannical Song has returned to the main world. The cultivator hugged his huge belly and rolled away in pain. The cultivators around looked at him with pity in their eyes. Nobody prevented him from leaving. After all, they had all experienced the pains of pregnancy and childbirth in the past. In order to give the other party face, nobody spoke out to comfort him. They let him silently roll to an empty corner, allowing him to savor the taste of maternal love in peace. Seeing the impregnating gaze be avoided, Song Shuhang was not surprised. With the increasing popularity of the expert's appraisal, many experts had already gained experience on how to defend against it. Unless the launching time of the expert's appraisal was reduced by a lot, there would definitely be many experts who would be able to avoid the impregnating gaze in the future. Or, can I perhaps instigate a change in the impregnating gaze? For example, is there a way I can make the impregnating gaze change trajectory? Song Shuheng did not have this ability in the past, but after listening to the demonic hamster's speech, he'd mastered psychic energy. With the power of his mind, maybe he could make the impregnating gaze curve? As soon as this idea emerged in his mind, he felt a great urge to give it a try. As he began to condense another impregnating gaze, before he launched it, he swung Scarlet Heaven sword and slashed toward Sage Monarch Carrier with the heaven-burning flaming saber technique in order to hinder the other party. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue faced the Celestial Profound Sage, while Song Shuheng faced Sage Monarch Carrier. Meanwhile, Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly's figure was as quick as lightning as he appeared by the side of the Big Dipper and reached out to grab it. At this time, another familiar voice sounded, "He, it seems that I can't stay in hiding anymore." The King of Defense, Sage Monarch Winter Melon. It was unknown when he'd appeared right below the Big Dipper, but he was one step faster than Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly. "This Big Dipper is mine." After saying that, he propped up his strongest defense, the Iron Fortress. This was an improved version of the Iron Fortress. It was Sage Monarch Winter Melon's greatest pride and the ultimate defense he could put up at his current stage. Against defenses of this level, even if several profound saints were to attack together, they would not be able to break through it in a short period of time. The improved Iron Fortress this time was his trump card in preparation to challenge profound Sage Tyrannical Song once again. As soon as the Iron Fortress was put up, Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly, who was a step too late, was blocked by it and found himself without any means to break through the defense in a short time. Then, Sage Monarch Winter Melon happily stretched out his hand and prepared to collect the Big Dipper. At this moment, Song Shuheng, who was fighting against Sage Monarch Carrier, waved his right hand vigorously. "It's you. Come out, Senior Turtle." In the main world, his inner world would not get blocked. Soon after, a large turtle with a green facial mask on its face appeared out of thin air. It crossed through space and used its turtle shell to directly slam into Sage Monarch Winter Melon's Iron Fortress. From the large sea turtle's aura, it was clearly only at the 8th stage Profound Sage realm. However, the Profound Sages present could feel a unique vitality inside the large sea turtle. That was the vitality of a Tribulation Transcender, a vitality which was very different from that of a Profound Sage. In addition, the physical strength of this sea turtle was definitely not at the Profound Sage realm. Speaking of the vitality of a Tribulation Transcender, Sage Monarch Carrier's eyes locked onto Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, who was in a deadlock with him. Was he just seeing things? He always felt that, from time to time, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song would exude an aura similar to the vitality of a Tribulation Transcender, although it was very weak. Boom! The large sea turtle's shell rammed into the Iron Fortress. Bang! A sound similar to glass breaking rang out. Then, the defense which Sage Monarch Winter Melon was proud of was smashed to pieces in one breath. Sage Monarch Winter Melon looked dazed. "This is the defense I'm so proud of?" "Kid, your defense is not bad." Senior Turtle grinned. He then stretched out his claws to take the Big Dipper from Sage Monarch Winter Melon and said, "But in terms of defense, you still have some shortcomings. In my eyes, there were 5 deadly weak points. I simply needed to aim at any of those weak points and I can smash through your defense in a single blow. Your Iron Fortress still has a lot of room for improvement." Senior Turtle was also very good at defense, after all, it was of the shelled Tribulation Transcender variety. Sage Monarch Winter Melon said quickly, "Senior, please guide me. For example, an onion mud seaweed mask, do you understand?" Senior Turtle picked up the Big Dipper and put it in his turtle shell. Sage Monarch Winter Melon exclaimed, "Excuse me?" Senior Turtle said cheerfully, "Next time, you will have to go through Song Shuheng to find me. But if you want to learn from me, you will first have to bring a gift that suits my preferences. Something like an onion mud seaweed mask, got it? Sage Monarch Winter Melon nodded. I understand, Senior. At this moment, the particularly beautiful celestial profound sage not too far away let out a long and slender call. She seemed to be summoning something. Following her call, a beast claw broke through the space and appeared directly in front of Senior Turtle. The beast claw pinched the Big Dipper and forcibly snatched it. At the same time, another beast claw stretched out and struck Senior Turtle. Clang! Senior Turtle blocked the strike, but his figure was sent flying. Profound Sage Winter Melon was sent flying together with him. 9th stage. Senior Turtle was furious. If it weren't for his strength having been sealed by the Great Emperor, how would it have been possible for him to have been sent flying by a mere beast claw? After the beast claw grabbed the Big Dipper, it shook it gently and began to shrink back. The world really seemed to be changing. Immortals and Tribulation Transcenders were usually recluse from the world. Although the owner of the beast claws had some scruples with it not exposing its true body out in the open, it still stretched out its claws and displayed some abilities from afar through a spatial passage. Normally, a single Big Dipper was not enough to make 9th stage Tribulation Transcenders fight for it. After all, no matter how high the quality of the Big Dipper was, it was only an item to be used by 6th stage true monarchs, and its level limited its value. However, the Celestials actually dispatched an existence at the 9th stage to compete for this Big Dipper. Could it be that this Big Dipper is very special and is worthy of being fought over by 9th stage Tribulation Transcender powerhouses? This thought suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. Senior Turtle exclaimed, "Tyrannical Song." It stretched out its forelimbs forcibly and used its own spatial abilities to barely expand the spatial gate from where the beast claws appeared so as to buy time for Song Shuheng. Although Senior Turtle did not know whether Song Shuheng had any means to take back the Big Dipper, it was too late to think about such a matter at this time. Anyway, this Big Dipper was definitely a good thing. If he had any way of getting it back, then he definitely had to do so. More importantly, the owner of the beast claws had to be beaten to death. When he heard Senior Turtle's call, Song Shuheng's mind thought up many solutions: impregnating gaze, heaven-burning flaming saber technique, karmic saber technique, holy sword of the end. However, none of them seemed to be able to deal with the current problem. At this moment, the voice of Pavilion Master Chu inside the inner world sounded, "Open the inner world's passage for me." Song Shuheng subconsciously opened the passageway between the inner world and the main world right above Pavilion Master Chu's head. In the next moment, long black hair stretched out of Song Shuheng's head. To be precise, this was Pavilion Master Chu's hair, which emerged from the inner world passageway right on top of Song Shuheng's head. The long black hair spread out from the back to the waist, and then from the waist to the legs, and finally spread all over the floor. Each strand of hair contained the power of laws that surpassed the Tribulation Transcender realm. So beautiful. I'm feeling that profound Sage Tyrannical Song is really beautiful. Am I in need of eye drops? The young profound Sage Tyrannical Song already looks rather delicate and beautiful. With this long hair he now has, he has indeed become very beautiful. Is this long hair an ultimate skill of profound Sage Tyrannical Song? I heard that Dharma King Creation had a skill called hair growing technique. Is this it? While discussions ensued, the long black hair twisted into dozens of sections on their own. These long locks of hair plunged directly into the air and crossed through space. They had spatial powers. This was the signature skill of Tribulation Transcenders. After the long hair penetrated through space, it appeared directly in front of the spatial gate being maintained by Senior Turtle. At this time, the beast claws had already disappeared into the spatial gate together with the Big Dipper. Dozens of locks plunged into the spatial gate being held by Senior Turtle, chasing after the other party. Boom boom boom, terrifying fluctuations were transmitted through the spatial gate. This was power at a level that could destroy worlds. These were fluctuations that only occurred when powerhouses above the 9th stage Tribulation Transcender faced one another. The power of a 9th stage Tribulation Transcender could achieve the effect of shaking the sky and earth with every blow. As long as they were given enough time, they would be able to flatten the surface of a planet and erase all life on it. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song was actually this terrifying. His eyes were the nightmare of practitioners all over the universe. Over 99% of practitioners dared not look directly into his eyes. And now, even his hair could chase down an existence at the 9th stage Tribulation Transcender realm and directly face off against them. Besides his eyes and hair, were there any other special organs on his body, such as nails, which also possessed such terrifying power? Boom! A deafening explosion boomed, and the spatial gate collapsed. At this time, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's long hair came back through the spatial gate. The tips of the long hair were slightly burnt black. But this was not the most important point. What was to note was that this long hair was curled around 2/3 of the Big Dipper. Clearly, the Tribulation Transcender to whom the beast claws belonged had suffered a loss. The long hair curled around the Big Dipper returned to Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's side. Is your Taoist name Carria? At this time, a woman's voice rang in Sage Monarch Carria's ear. Sage Monarch Carria had not even replied when the long hair became like a saber and gently cut off a small piece of the Big Dipper and threw it in front of him. Sage Monarch Carria had a dumbfounded expression as he received the Big Dipper. Why did Profound Sage Tyrannical Song give him this small piece of Big Dipper? And why did his voice sound like a sweet, gentle woman's voice in his ears? Sage Monarch Carria was utterly confused. Call me Daddy. At this moment, a beautiful little face emerged from Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's face, making it look like he was wearing a mask. It was the manifestation of Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's light of virtue, the virtuous Lamia. Song Shuheng, the virtuous Lamia, was busy weaving a network in the inner world, and she didn't have any moment to spare. This was a big project, and it was unknown how long it would take to finish. When she popped out this time, it could be taken as her taking time out of her busy schedule to cause trouble. Fairy, don't make trouble. Song Shuheng stretched out his hand to press on his face. Ignoring the protests of the virtuous Lamia, he directly pressed her back into the inner world. I will be back, the virtuous Lamia recited strange lines as she was stuffed back, going back to weaving the network. At the same time, Song Shuheng's interest had been piqued, so he contacted Pavilion Master Chu. Senior Chu, you know Sage Monarch Carria? Pavilion Master Chu replied, this is the first time I've seen him. Song Shuheng? Then why did Senior Chu give a piece of the Big Dipper to Sage Monarch Carria? Did she find Sage Monarch Carria pleasing to the eye? Although Sage Monarch Carria looked handsome, he shouldn't belong to the type that Pavilion Master Chu liked. Wait, before sending the Big Dipper, Pavilion Master Chu seemed to have confirmed Sage Monarch Carria's Taoist name. So was it because of the other party's Taoist name? Is there anything special about Sage Monarch Carria's Taoist name? Would? Song Shuheng's eyes lit up suddenly, and he felt that he had discovered the truth. Senior Chu, could it be that because Sage Monarch Carria's Taoist name contains a character, he made you feel nostalgic of the past and think of slow-witted Song? Pavilion Master Chu said slowly, do you think that I don't dare strangle you with my hair? A lock of long hair curled up in the sky, floating around Song Shuheng's neck. At the same time, in order to prevent any accidents, another lock of Pavilion Master Chu's hair curled around the Big Dipper and sent it straight into his inner world. Song Shuheng quickly reached out and grabbed the lock of hair. Did I guess wrongly? There are many people with the character in their Taoist name, so why would I suddenly think about such a thing after meeting Sage Monarch Carria? Pavilion Master Chu said mockingly. If you were to have thought about it carefully, you would have known that. Song Shuheng said, then, there is only one possibility. Is he the descendant of an old friend? Pavilion Master Chu said slowly, there's a small chance of that being the case. Before chancing upon Song Shuheng, the crystal-clear water pavilion had wandered in the universe for a long time. At times, the pavilion would land on Earth in the main world, at other times, it would land somewhere else or drift freely in the starry sky. The illusory reality of the crystal-clear water pavilion was something that many cultivators had once stumbled upon, but they never noticed its strangeness. They lived in this paradise-like place for a period of time and were warmly received by the members of the crystal-clear water pavilion, making them feel at home. There were even several cultivators who would make contact with Pavilion Master Chu and receive some treasures from her, or accept her guidance and learn some of the magical techniques of the crystal-clear water pavilion. Therefore, there was a chance that one of the ancestors or elders of Sage Monarch Carria's family had once entered the crystal-clear water pavilion. Pavilion Master Chu's long hair slowly retracted back into the inner world. She only had her head left and barely had any strength left. Doing all she did just now had consumed a rather large portion of her energy. She had no idea how many more bubbles she had to blow before she regained enough strength. So that's the case. After listening to Pavilion Master Chu's explanation, Song Shuheng felt confident. He looked at Sage Monarch Carria with a complicated look in his eyes and a hesitant expression. Sage Monarch Carria looked back at Song Shuheng but immediately turned away. He dared not look directly at Song Shuheng's eyes. A breeze blew, causing Sage Monarch Carria's black hair to flutter in the air. Fellow Taoist Carria. Song Shuheng slowly said, hair-growing technique, got it? Sage Monarch Carria, Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly, Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, Sage Monarch Enchanting Dream froze for a moment, and then she rolled around while laughing. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha, Song Shuheng continued, of course, I can't directly teach you this magical technique. The owner of this magical technique is Senior Creation who is behind me. Dharma King Creation, my goal is to become the top singer in the universe, not a hairdresser. Fellow Taoist Tyrannical Song, I owe you a favor. Sage Monarch Carria cupped his fists at Song Shuheng and said, I will not refuse your call in the case that you require help next time. Sage Monarch Carria was very busy. He had appeared here today by sheer coincidence as he was merely passing by. He still had important matters to attend to. It just so happened that when he was passing by, he saw the Big Dipper and thought that he would require it for his next experiment, so he temporarily stopped by to compete for it. Now that he had it in hand, he was anxious to get back to his important matters. Although he didn't know why Profound Sage Tyrannical Song suddenly gave him a piece of the Big Dipper, he wrote it down as a favor. He had come out in quite the hurry this time, so other than the spirit stones in his spatial magical treasure, he wasn't carrying any other treasure suitable for showing his gratitude. However, he felt that if he were to directly give Profound Sage Tyrannical Song spirit stones, it would be too tacky. Therefore, he decided that he would prepare a suitable gift to send to Profound Sage Tyrannical Song in the future. Song Shuheng also noticed that Sage Monarch Carria seemed to be busy, so he cupped his fists in return and said, Fellow Taoist Carria, have a safe trip. Fellow Taoist Tyrannical Song, when we meet again next time, you and I can have some wine and chat. Sage Monarch Carria cupped his hands again and stepped back onto his carriage. A bridge appeared in the sky, and a dragon horse-drawn carriage brought Sage Monarch Carria into the distance. After getting on the carriage, Sage Monarch Carria glanced at ancient Sage Creation, who was in the holy city. Hair-growing technique. The next time he was free, he might try to pay fellow Taoist Creation a visit. The only problem, would the hair-growing technique be effective for a bald man like him who was affected by a curse? Sage Monarch Carria went on his way, and the Big Dipper had been acquired by Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. The next wave of wealth distribution had yet to begin. In this area where wealth was to be distributed, the situation was still as fiery. There was a group of cultivators, led by the White Wall 3 Live Saber family, that constantly launched powerful attacks at the Celestials' camp. There was no nonsense, just straight-up fighting. The Celestials' camp had an 8th stage Celestial, while the cultivators' side had Sage Monarch Enchanting Dream, who was looking fiercely at the Celestials. The White Wall 3 Live Saber family's goal was to take revenge on the Celestials, while Sage Monarch Enchanting Dream needed living Celestials in order to make a seed bed for the insects, so the two sides joined forces. At the same time, Sage Monarch Winter Melon, Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly, and Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue also helped to suppress the Celestials' combat power. The number of the Celestials began to shrink. Phew! At this time, a vortex was generated from the original location of the Big Dipper. In the vortex, there were countless treasure lights flashing. It's coming. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue turned around and escaped from the battle against the Celestials. His eyes quickly searched through this batch of treasure lights. With his strength at the profound Sage realm, he could quickly distinguish and classify treasures with just one glance. After a while, he found what he needed, a pupil-shaped sphere. It was what he needed to rescue 6th Cultivator of True Virtue from the restraints of the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue jumped forward and descended towards the vortex. In terms of appearance, this large vortex looked like an endless pit. However, even if it were purgatory, Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue would force his way through. This was the power of love. At the same time, the practitioners from various systems also stood up and jumped towards the vortex. Most of the cultivators who jumped into the vortex could also see its strangeness. After all, this vortex did seem weird. However, there were simply too many treasures in the vortex, and every treasure was a top-tier product. For most cultivators, some of these treasures were treasures worth risking their lives for. There were great medicines for prolonging life, treasures for curing hidden ailments, jade slips for cultivation techniques, and precious cosmos bags. As long as they were able to seize them, they could step onto the road to the peak, prolong their life by hundreds of years, or heal hidden dangers in their body. Most of those present had a great need for these treasures. Of course, there was also a portion of people who were hoping to get lucky and get to snatch something before leaving. Some carried secret treasures and believed that they could break their way out even if they fell into a predicament. All kinds of people with all kinds of thoughts. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue had the greatest strength and the fastest speed. When he descended into the vortex, he felt that the world was turned upside down. Up and down had swapped places. He flipped his body, stepped on the air, and stabilized his figure. When he flipped his body, he found that there were stairs in the vortex. All of the treasures in the vortex surrounded the stairs. After Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue paused for a while, he stepped onto the stairs and began heading up. Soft Feather asked, Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue went in, shall we go in too? Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly replied, Fellow Taoist 7th Cultivator of True Virtue is too impatient. At this time, it's best to let a puppet or a clone test the waters. Song Shuheng said, however, Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue has a reason to head in immediately. There was only one treasure that could save Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue among this batch. If he didn't hurry, it might end up getting taken away by others. It doesn't look too dangerous. Let's go in as well. Soft Feather found herself having difficulty containing her excitement. I don't think there will be much danger, but it feels like it will be very exciting. She liked this kind of exciting adventure. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly said, Wait for a while, there's no rush. Then you wait, I'll be going in first. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber laughed. He then jumped down from the holy city and into the vortex. He was currently carrying 3 resurrection magical treasures, and he felt that his condition was better than ever. I'll be going in as well. Fairy Dongfang 6 also jumped down from the holy city. She seemed to have discovered a treasure that she wanted to get. Song Shuheng thought for a while and said, Senior Spirit Butterfly, I will also be heading in first. I have to keep watch over Senior Thrice Reckless and Fairy Dongfang 6. If there was really an abnormal change in this vortex, with his inner world, he should be able to protect Thrice Reckless and Fairy Dongfang 6 in time. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue ran up the stairs, every 500 steps of which was akin to a floor. He continued rushing all the way up to the 7th floor and reached the area where the pupil-like treasure was. Why can't I go up? At the same time, a shout could be heard from below. In the rear, the cultivators who entered the vortex fell into chaos. Some people were trapped on the 4th floor, while some others were trapped on the 5th floor. Where there are people, there is a hierarchy. Some people were trapped on the 4th floor, while others were trapped on the 5th floor. Only a few could climb to the 6th floor, and even fewer could climb to the 7th floor. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue stretched out his hand and carefully put away the pupil-shaped treasure. It was the right one. He had not made a mistake. A smile appeared on his face. With this treasure in hand, he had accomplished his goal this time. In addition, the Big Dipper, which was also of quite some importance to the members of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, had been snatched away by them. Then, it was time to leave. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue was a very goal-oriented and resolute man. Once he got what he wanted, he would not be enticed by the other treasures around him. He turned around, then his gaze took a sweep of those below. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue nodded gently and said, It is related to one's realm. Cultivators who had come to the wealth distribution this time around were at least at the 4th stage realm. It was usually only after reaching the 4th stage that cultivators were able to learn how to fly on swords or other similar items, and the same went for practitioners from other systems. Practitioners of this level were also the most numerous. What followed was the group of practitioners at the 5th stage. Most of the 6th stage practitioners were looking at the vortex from outside, choosing not to enter just yet. The levels and floors in the vortex were divided according to one's realm. Only those who had greater strength were able to go on to the higher floors. In other words, I should be able to reach the 8th floor. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue silently thought to himself. But he had no intention of doing so. I'll go out first, and then discuss with the fellow Taoists of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group to see if they can benefit from this wealth distribution. As Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue was in thought, a figure flew up from below, rushing towards him all the way. Thrice Reckless laughed and said, Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, did you find anything good? While he was speaking, he had already gotten past the 6th floor and ran all the way to the 7th floor. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, he looked at Thrice Reckless Mad Saber who was at the 5th stage realm and nearing the 6th stage. Could it be because of the dragon seal on Thrice Reckless? Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue quickly understood that the reason Thrice Reckless was able to proceed was very likely the dragon seal and ancient sage name attached to him, resulting in the large vortex considering him to be at the 8th stage realm. Immediately afterward, Fairy Dongfang 6 had run all the way to him as well. Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, did you find what you were looking for? Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue smiled slightly and said, If you have something you want, head on up. It's best to go to the 8th floor and get what you like. The higher the level, the higher the value of the treasures. It just so happens that the thing I want is on the 8th floor. Fairy Dongfang 6 giggled and said, Then, I will be heading on up first. After saying that, she jumped and rushed towards the 8th floor. Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, I'll be going on my way as well. Thrice reckless Mad Saber also headed towards the 8th floor. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue smiled slightly, and after giving it some thought, he followed them to the 8th floor. Thrice Reckless and Dongfang 6 were at the peak of the 5th stage and beginning of the 6th stage respectively. If a problem arose on the 8th floor, they would likely be unable to deal with it themselves. It was unknown if the random spatial teleportation tokens which Immortal Master Copper Trigram had given out would work inside this large vortex. Therefore, Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue changed his mind and followed Thrice Reckless and Dongfang 6 to the 8th floor in order to protect these two juniors of his. Only one treasure can be taken away. At this moment, a voice sounded from below. After someone took a treasure, he tried to get a second treasure. But no matter how much strength he used, he couldn't take the second treasure away with him. Someone said worriedly, "How could this be? The thing I want is the one on the 5th floor. If you can only get one, I really am unable to take a second treasure. Perhaps this is a rule?" Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue immediately said to them, "Thrice Reckless, Fairy Dongfang 6, quickly take whatever you want. Don't waste the opportunity." At the same time, he passed the news to other fellow Taoists outside the vortex through sound transmission. In the end, Fairy Dongfang 6 took away a book on the 8th floor, while Thrice Reckless Mad Saber chose to take away a special scabbard after deliberating for a long time. The scabbard that Thrice Reckless had gotten was really only a scabbard, it did not have a saber inside. At the same time, Song Shuheng was still standing on the 1st floor of the vortex and had not gone up. There's no problem with the inner world. It hasn't gone into hiding. My connection with the Dragon Network Assistant seems to be fine as well. It hasn't been blocked. And my intuition isn't warning me of any dangers. He wasn't trapped on the 1st floor, it was just his cautiousness acting out today. After entering the vortex, he'd chosen to do a check first. Now, the final check, pseudo-eternity mode. Song Shuheng's body burst apart and turned into smoke. Then, he stretched out his hand and laid it on the steps of the vortex. Secret appraisal technique. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Every time I suffer, I gain more knowledge and information. Fu, a great quantity of smoke burst from his body. Clearly, this large vortex could not be underestimated. Having held the wealth distribution ceremony for tens of thousands of years, this Xiaoyao was likely a Tribulation Transcender, or perhaps even stronger than that. If it were in the past, Song Shuheng would not have dared to appraise such things. But now, his pseudo-eternity mode had been strengthened after coming in contact with the Black Dragon world's origin through the Dragon Eye gem. In addition, his proficiency in the secret appraisal technique had also deepened, while his pain tolerance had been greatly enhanced after experiencing the heavenly tribulation of the 9th stage. As such, Song Shuheng felt confident in trying to appraise something of this level. Song Shuheng gritted his teeth and said, "I should be able to appraise this vortex before reaching the limits of what I can bear." The secret appraisal technique was successfully performed. The golden runes transformed into a clock that started spinning counterclockwise, which then became a huge chunk of information that appeared in Song Shuheng's mind. Song Shuheng gritted his teeth and screamed, "Aha mommy, it really hurts this time." The cultivators who happened to pass by trembled with fright, afraid that profound Sage Tyrannical Song would unknowingly use the impregnating gaze on all of them. Xiaoyao's throne of wealth distribution, a wonderful space created by the wealth distribution hobbyist loose immortal Xiaoyao for the sake of his peculiar hobby. Whenever he wins a bet against Beep 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 and wins a large amount of property from their hands, a grand wealth distribution ceremony would be held using a quarter of the winnings from Beep Beep Beep. This is the last wealth distribution that will be held by loose immortal Xiaoyao, so cherish it well. Song Shuheng. It turns out that this wealth distribution is really born from someone's hobby. After winning a bet from another big shot, the wealth distribution ceremony would be held. A big shot with such a hobby. Please give me a dozen. However, what is the origin of that beep 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 guy? With Song Shuhang's current secret appraisal technique, even a Tribulation Transcender would be able to be appraised. Yet, he couldn't even get a single piece of information on this big shot. Placing that in consideration, this big shot should be at the immortal realm or above. Judging from the information obtained through the secret appraisal technique, it looked like the wealth distribution was merely a hobby of loose immortal Xiaoyao. However, what had to be given more attention was the big shot who loose immortal Xiaoyao won a bet against. What exactly was their origin? In addition, why was this loose immortal Xiaoyao's final wealth distribution? Song Shuhang turned around and said to all the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group, "Seniors, you can enter. The risk factor of this throne of wealth distribution is within a tolerable range." According to the information from the secret appraisal technique, the throne of wealth distribution was very safe. However, one should always be on guard. As such, Song Shuhang opened a small passage between himself and the inner world. As long as this small passage was stimulated and began to close, Song Shuhang would use Senior Turtle and Pavilion Master Chu's powers to pull all the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group into the inner world at once. At the same time, Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue also said, "Those who enter will only be able to choose one treasure. Therefore, I suggest ignoring the treasures below and heading straight up. The higher the floor you're at, the greater the value of the treasures. It appears that the throne of wealth distribution separates people according to their realm. The realm you're at will correspond to a certain floor. However, since most of the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group had acquired an ancient sage name in the Black Dragon world, they could directly go to the 8th floor." Song Shuhang added, "Seniors, as long as you have a dragon seal and an ancient sage name, you can head up to the 8th floor." After saying that, he got up while still trembling, and climbed up towards the higher floors of the staircase. The pain from appraising the throne of wealth distribution was constantly assaulting his nerves. The pain he was experiencing was much greater than expected, and it would take some time for him to adapt. Unknowingly, he had gained the ability to adapt to pain. As long as he didn't directly fall unconscious, he could gradually adapt to it. A gentle voice sounded, Then, since I haven't shown my divinity yet, I can only go up to the 7th floor?" Fairy Susu said, "I'm limited to the 6th floor. I've only just left my seclusion and haven't gotten a dragon seal. Anyway, where did you all get your ancient sage name and dragon seal?" She had just left her seclusion and had yet to come to understand many things. Northern River's loose cultivator replied, "We got it in the Black Dragon world a few days ago. There might not be a way to get it again." Over the past few days, the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group had all experienced the benefits of this dragon seal. Fairy Susu said with a stifled heart, "If I knew, I would have left my seclusion earlier." Song Shuhang laughed and said, "Seniors who don't have a dragon seal yet, don't worry. There might still be an opportunity in the future." The Black Dragon World's divinity show required 2 steps. The first was to survive the Saint Space Tribulation, which was the Black Dragon World's tribulation of the 8th stage, and sign a contract with the Throne of the Rising Sun afterward. A Black Dragon World's divinity show could be arranged for them through the Dragon Network assistant. The gentle voice said, "Little friend Shuhang, if there is a similar opportunity next time, you must take me too." This voice sounds familiar. It should belong to a senior in the group, right? Song Shuhang nodded and agreed, "No problem, no problem. Should I turn the Black Dragon World's divinity show into a business?" Song madly poor Shuhang suddenly thought of a Black Dragon World divinity show industrial chain. Fortunately, his reason was still present. After shaking his head vigorously, he erased the thoughts of making money through such means from his mind. After all, the Black Dragon World was not his inner world, and some things should not be messed around with. And so, the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group entered the throne of wealth distribution under the protection of Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly and Venerable Yellow Mountain. That celestial in the rear was still occupied with Sage Monarch Enchanting Dream and White Wall 3 Live Saber Clan, so she was unable to enter the vortex. When all the group members had entered the throne of wealth distribution area, Venerable Yellow Mountain said, "Everyone, when you choose treasures later, do wait for a while. For those who are limited to the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors, don't hurry to choose your treasures. There's a possibility that the fellow Taoists who can go up to the 8th floor might need things in the 5th, 6th, or 7th floors instead. At that time, you can exchange with one another and avoid wasting the opportunity." Venerable Yellow Mountain really deserved to be the founder of the group. He was always careful and thought things out for the group. The members of the 9 provinces number 1 group responded, "No problem, Senior Yellow Mountain." Meanwhile, after Song Shuheng got used to the pain, he finally reached the 8th floor of the throne of wealth distribution. Almost there. He stopped, ready to do an experiment. He took out Lady Onion from the inner world. Lady Onion was at the 3rd stage realm. Song Shuheng was currently on the 8th floor of the throne of wealth distribution, a level that only profound sages could reach. If Lady Onion were taken out of the inner world at this time, would she be able to take a treasure from the 8th floor? A space like the inner world was truly amazing, and it was especially great for smuggling. After Lady Onion was taken out of the inner world, her little feet drilled out from the enlightenment stone as she jumped lightly. Song Shuheng asked, "How are you feeling? Was there going to be a heavy pressure that would restrict Lady Onion's movements?" Lady Onion replied, "I feel fine, as light as a swallow. I don't think I can feel any better." Song Shuheng's eyes lit up. It looked like his experiment was already half successful. "Then Lady Onion, take a look around you and see if there is any treasure you like. Once you see something you like, you can try taking it." Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue looked at Song Shuheng and immediately understood what he wanted to do. Lady Onion inspected the 8th floor of the throne of wealth distribution, and then took fancy to a watering can-like magical treasure. "That one. I'll bring you there to see if you can take it away." Song Shuheng picked Lady Onion up and went to the magical treasure. Lady Onion stretched out her hand and grabbed the magical treasure, and then tried taking it. However, the watering can did not budge at all. It seems that the treasures on the 8th floor need to be unlocked with a sage seal or sage name, Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said. Despite Fairy Dongfang 6 and thrice reckless Mad Saber having not reached the appropriate realm, they still had a sage seal and sage name, and with those, they were able to take a treasure away. Song Shuheng said regretfully, "It seems so." He placed Lady Onion on the ground. Lady Onion raised her head and looked at the beautiful green watering can. Her eyes stared at it unblinkingly, filled with longing. Song Shuheng smiled and said, "Do you want it?" Lady Onion nodded vigorously. "All right." Song Shuheng stretched out his hand, took the watering can, and handed it to Lady Onion. "It's yours." Lady Onion was taken aback for a moment. Song Shuheng said softly, "I still have to thank you for what you did back in the heavenly tribulation realm. This can be considered as one of my gifts to thank you." Lady Onion rejoiced, "Then I'll be accepting it." When her little hand touched the watering can, it shrank and adapted to Lady Onion's physique on its own. "Now, how about another experiment?" Song Shuheng held up Lady Onion. The 8th floor required a sage seal or sage name, but what about the 7th floor? Song Shuheng moved Lady Onion back into the inner world, and he returned to the 7th floor from the 8th floor. 7th stage venerables didn't have something as iconic as a sage seal or sage name, so if Lady Onion could be moved to the 7th stage area, she should be able to take a treasure, right? Song Shuheng felt that there was nothing wrong with his theory and that the chance of success should be rather high. However, Lady Onion failed again. It still doesn't work, Shuhang, Lady Onion said pitifully. She tried to take a divine bead from the 7th floor, but the bead did not budge. Song Shuhang comforted her, it's fine. We can continue trying. There are still the 6th, 5th, and 4th floors. As long as any one of them works, we wouldn't have lost out. In this way, the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group watched Song Shuhang bring Lady Onion across the various levels of the throne of wealth distribution. From the 7th to the 6th floor, then from the 6th to the 5th, and then from the 5th to the 4th. It's a complete failure, Senior Song, said Soft Feather. At some point in time, she had arrived by Song Shuhang's side. Song Shuhang let out a long sigh, I see that, Soft Feather. It seemed that loopholes were really hard to find. Even if he could bring Lady Onion to a higher floor through the inner world, she couldn't take the treasure from those floors. Song Shuhang asked, Soft Feather, have you picked out a treasure yet? Soft Feather grinned, stretching out her hands and twirling. In the next moment, a silver-white armor appeared on her body. My father said that this is a strange object. He said that as long as I take good care of it, it can grow to the 8th stage or even the 9th stage in the future. And with it currently only being at the 5th stage, it suits me quite well. Moreover, it matches the sheet I bought. While saying that, Soft Feather stretched out her hands again, took out a sheet similar to that of the Almighty Merchants, and put it on. How does it look, Senior Song? It looks good, it suits you, Song Shuhang said while nodding in praise. It should be because Soft Feather herself was beautiful, so any sheet she wore looked pretty good. If it were Song Shuhang who was wearing the sheet, he would likely look bizarre instead. Soft Feather said, he, I also gave the same type of sheet to my father. Song Shuhang turned his head and looked towards the 8th floor. Sure enough, there was a handsome middle-aged man wrapped in a sheet that looked especially bleak. Uncle Spirit Butterfly's style had completely collapsed. But Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly did not care and wore the sheet happily. The gift itself wasn't that important, what mattered the most was who gave it. As such, Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly was happy. Lady Onion asked somewhat embarrassedly, are we going to continue with the experiment? Song Shuhang smiled and said, let's go to the 3rd floor. You can choose whatever you like. After reaching the 3rd floor, Song Shuhang released Lady Onion, letting her choose whatever she wanted. Then, he went to the 2nd floor and released Choo Choo. Although Choo Choo was still in the 2nd stage realm, she had become an immortal chef, and her strength was soaring. It was estimated that she would soon ascend to the 3rd stage realm. After Choo Choo went around on the 2nd floor, she picked out a set of Immortal Chef kitchenware. There was a dazzling array of treasures on the 2nd floor, but Choo Choo did not have a shortage of cultivation techniques, magical treasures, medicines, or natural treasures. Even the materials for her life-bound magical treasure, the Holy Master Ape Sword, which she was planning on forging when she reached the 4th stage, were already set to be of the 8th stage. To be honest, this kind of life was something that she would not have even dreamed of having in the past. Back when she was in the Chu family, even though she was the family's most prided genius, the medicines and resources she used for cultivation still had to be carefully rationed. Besides that, she needed to go out to find natural treasures by herself. And that set of sword techniques that led all the way to the 5th stage, which her family had gotten through much trouble, had been coveted by the illusory sword school next door, with this having eventually forced the Chu family to the grievance settling platform. Therefore, although there were many treasures on the 2nd floor, Choo Choo was not enticed by them and was able to quickly choose the treasure she needed. Teacher, I choose this. Choo Choo took the kitchenware. Song Shuhang then casually used the secret appraisal technique on this set of kitchenware. Interesting. After the appraisal, Song Shuhang said, this set of kitchenware is of the 5th stage. You found something good, Choo Choo. Song Shuhang handed the kitchenware back to Choo Choo. Its name is Hippogriff, and it isn't a bad set of magical treasures. The treasures of the throne of wealth distribution were basically arranged with the level of treasure corresponding to the floor they were in. But it seemed that on each floor, there would be some hidden, top-tier loot. It seemed that one's luck and eyesight mattered a lot. It turns out that there's hidden loot on each floor. "Senior Song, I'm going to head back to the 8th floor and look around," said Soft Feather. She then happily jumped towards the 8th floor. Although she had already selected a treasure, there were still several seniors in the 9 provinces number 1 group who hadn't selected treasures, and she might just be able to find hidden top-tier loot on the 8th floor. After Chu Chu put away her magical treasure, Song Shuhang took her back to the inner world, and then went to the 3rd floor. There, Lady Onion had already chosen a treasure. "Here you go, Shuhang." Lady Onion handed Song Shuhang a booklet. Song Shuhang blurted out, "Huh? It's thanks for letting me pick the kettle." Lady Onion blinked. "Ha ha ha." Song Shuhang reached out and took the booklet. The booklet read Divine Weapon Appraisal, Volume 1 of 3 in Chinese characters. It looked like it was written by hand. More importantly, the handwriting of the book writer wasn't that good. The calligraphy was rather old and ugly. Song Shuhang smiled and asked, "How did you choose it?" Lady Onion replied, "I jumped randomly and chose whatever I landed on." "Good idea." Song Shuhang gave her a thumbs up. Afterward, he lifted Lady Onion up and moved her into the inner world. Then, he got up and headed back towards the 8th floor. He went from the 3rd to the 4th floor, then to the 5th floor, and then to the 6th floor. While he was on the 6th floor, Song Shuhang paused. He found that the Divine Weapon Appraisal booklet in his hand was faintly resonating with another booklet on the 6th floor. Song Shuhang looked around, and then saw Divine Weapon Appraisal, Volume 2 of 3, which also had rather ugly calligraphy. What kind of trap is this? Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In this throne of wealth distribution, one person could at most choose one thing. But this booklet had a volume on the 3rd floor and a volume on the 6th floor, so how was one person supposed to get both? "Little friend Shuhang, you discovered this as well?" A familiar, gentle voice sounded in Song Shuhang's ears. "It isn't only the booklet you have in hand. I just went around all the floors from the 1st to the 7th and discovered that several cultivation techniques and secret techniques were disassembled. Some were divided into 2, while some were even divided into 5, scattered across all the levels of the throne of wealth distribution." The voice continued, "If I could, I would like to try to collect an entire set, but it's a pity that it's not possible." Song Shuhang turned his head and looked at the senior. His consciousness immediately dove into the inner world, turned on his phone, and checked the contacts list. After a while, Song Shuhang smiled slightly. "Senior Drunken Moon, the one I have in hand only has 3 volumes, maybe I can collect them all." The senior smiled bitterly. "I am Drunken Sunday." Song Shuhang. For a moment there, Song Shuhang thought that he had failed his Chinese classes when he was younger and had misread the second word. He repeatedly stared at the name in his contacts list. It really was read as Scholar Drunken Moon. No matter how blind he was, he wouldn't mispronounce moon as sun. Could it be that the Taoist name in my contacts list is wrong? That can't be right. I remember calling the scholar by this name several times in the past, and the scholar would be exhilarated during those few times, thinking that I had remembered his Taoist name. As such, Song Shuhang raised his head and looked at the scholar, his eyes filled with pity. "The scholar?" Song Shuhang said, "Senior Tyrannical Moon, my 33 Divine Beasts technique leads all the way to the 9th stage Tribulation realm. Would you like to consider changing your cultivation technique?" If Senior Tyrannical Son were to continue practicing his cultivation technique, his life would be over. As his strength increased, he went from being slightly transparent to almost fully invisible, and the degree of his loss of presence is getting higher and higher. By the time he's finished with his practice, he might have been forgotten by everyone. Drunken Sunday. It's Drunken Sunday. The scholar let out a sigh as his heart felt stifled, and said, "Forget it, let's go back to the topic just now. Do you want to complete the Divine Weapon Appraisal booklet you got? I was hesitating just now on whether or not to gather together a set of cultivation techniques that has been separated into different volumes to see if any special changes would happen." The scholar had yet to use up his opportunity to take a treasure. If Song Shuhang wanted to gather together the complete Divine Weapon Appraisal, he could have the scholar take the second volume. Song Shuhang thought for a moment, then said, "All right, I already have the first volume in hand, so let's collect the second one as well and test it out." This was a normal reaction. Once a person had the first part of a certain treasure in hand and happened to encounter the following part, they would have the desire to collect them both. "I'll help you out then," said the scholar. After walking around, he found that there were a lot of things that he wanted. But there were so many that he didn't know which one to choose. Song Shuhang hurriedly said, "Senior, wait a bit. Let me try something out." Right after that, a tall celestial was transferred out from the inner world. This was a sixth-stage celestial that Song Shuhang had captured previously. Originally, he was planning on exchanging the celestial for a reward. But with everything that had recently taken place, he'd forgotten to exchange the celestial for a reward, leaving it stuck in his inner world all this time. The sixth-stage celestial was in a weakened state at this time. Although its physical injuries had already recovered, it could not move. After being transferred out from the inner world, it glared at Song Shuhang. To be on the safe side, Song Shuhang summoned his invisible saber insect and got it to stab the sixth-stage celestial's waist to inject the latter with paralyzing poison. Theoretically speaking, it's at the sixth-stage realm, so it should also be qualified to take a treasure from the throne of wealth distribution. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, aimed it at the sixth-stage celestial, and then waved it gently. In the next moment, the body of the sixth-stage celestial seemed to get dragged around like a puppet as it stiffly climbed up from the ground. At the side, the scholar asked, "Psychic energy?" A while back, when the demonic hamster, ancient demon Ranjan, had delivered a speech to the world, the content of its speech was related to psychic energy. It discussed a brand new way of using psychic energy. There were many practitioners across the universe who had tried practicing it, but since it hadn't been that long since the speech, nobody had been able to master the special psychic energy described in ancient demon Ranjan's speech yet. In addition, after starting to practice according to ancient demon Ranjan's method, people discovered that this special psychic energy was not something that everybody could practice. Moreover, even if one were able to successfully practice psychic energy, the psychic energy attack that many were able to release could not compare to ordinary magical techniques. With all that, many came to suspect that ancient demon Ranjan's special psychic energy should be tailored for a certain special group of people or for creatures of the netherworld. It seems that little friend Shuhang is particularly suited to practice this type of psychic energy. That should also be why he was able to master it in such a short time. Yes, it's psychic energy. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and used the invisible strings of psychic energy to control the sixth-stage celestial's body to approach the second volume of the Divine Weapon Appraisal. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song is choosing this set of cultivation techniques. A treasure that can be selected by the first sage in 1,000 years should be very good, right? Nearby, there were two sixth-stage cultivators whose minds fell into thought. If they took this set of cultivation techniques first, wouldn't this cultivation technique belong to them? But as soon as this idea emerged in their heads, they killed it. Because this was profound Sage Tyrannical Song they were talking about, the same profound Sage Tyrannical Song who could make people pregnant with a glance. Perhaps if they were in the same room and breathed the same air he did, they would end up pregnant with twins. As they thought of that possibility, several sixth-stage true monarchs began to hold their breaths and switched to an internal breathing method. Song Shuheng did not notice the changes in the cultivators around him. He continued to use psychic energy to control the sixth stage celestial to approach the second volume of the divine weapon Appraisal, then had the other party reach out and grab it. The sixth stage celestial clenched his hands and successfully took the second volume. It's a success. My theory was correct. This is a pretty good method. Song Shuheng stretched out his hand and took the second volume of the divine weapon Appraisal. He then transferred the sixth stage celestial back to the inner world and locked the other party up in the Palace of Winter. Senior, if an opportunity presents itself, we should go and capture some celestials, possibly alive. That way, I can control them to get more treasures. Good idea. I captured a few live celestials before, but I didn't bring any here to the throne of wealth distribution. I'll fetch them in a while. After the scholar said that, he sent a secret sound transmission to the members of the 9 provinces of number 1 group. The celestials were more valuable alive than dead. Song Shuheng put the first and second volumes together and asked, Senior, have you seen the third volume of this divine weapon Appraisal? The scholar shook his head. I've gone from the first to the 7th floor, but I have no impression of it. I'm guessing that it should be on the 8th floor or above. When the scholar said this, his heart felt stifled. This was because he didn't have a dragon seal or ancient sage name and could not go to the 8th floor. However, when he was barred from entering the 8th floor, there was still a trace of happiness in his heart, because this meant that the rules of the throne of wealth distribution did not ignore him. Then Senior, I will head to the 8th floor and take a look. Song Shuheng waved the 2 booklets in his hand. Although he no longer had the opportunity to choose a treasure from the 8th floor, he wasn't someone who went around alone. There was a chance that the virtuous Lamia, Fairy Creation, Little Inju, Pavilion Master Chu, Senior Turtle, and even the invisible saber insect, who could now transform into a human, might have an opportunity to choose a treasure. Let alone the 8th floor, Senior Turtle and Pavilion Master Chu could directly go up to the 9th floor. And so, Song Shuheng leaped vigorously and jumped to the upper floors of the throne of wealth distribution. After a few jumps, he leaped past the 7th floor and entered the 8th floor. Afterward, he jumped energetically and jumped towards Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, who was standing at the highest spot of the 8th floor. Song Shuheng shouted in midair, "Oh no! I jumped with too much force." Chapter 1797 Don't shake me, I'm going to cry until dawn. If it were an ordinary person who had jumped with too much force, the only outcome would be that they would hit the wall head first and be in for quite some pain. However, it was different for cultivators, especially for those above the 5th stage. Even if they jumped too fiercely, they would still have ways to manage themselves. Song Shuheng quickly adjusted his posture in midair. He tucked and turned, and after flipping himself upside down, he finally assumed a landing posture with one leg facing towards the partition wall of the 9th floor. He was considered an 8th stage cultivator, so when heading to the 9th floor, he should encounter a wall that would prevent him from moving up. As such, he planned on making use of that invisible wall to land beautifully. But then, the invisible wall that was supposed to be there was, in fact, not there. Song Shuheng's figure passed through the partition wall between the 8th and 9th floor, reaching the 9th floor. Soft feather blinked. Senior Song went through. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue pinched his chin. He'd tried getting past the partition wall between the 8th and 9th floor, but there was an invisible wall that blocked him and confined him to the 8th floor. Everyone's eyes fell on Song Shuheng once again. He was a genuine 6th stage cultivator and a fake 8th stage profound sage, so why could he enter the 9th floor without hindrance? Thrice reckless Mad Saber speculated, could it be because little friend Song Shuheng has shown his divinity thrice? And adding them together, he's rounded up to the 9th stage? Northern River's loose cultivator couldn't help but say, does your family round things up based on the number 3? Soft Feather guessed, could it be because of the series of actions Senior Song did just now? The teen-looking immortal Master Copper Trigram said, there's a pretty good chance of that being the case. I'll try it out. After saying that, immortal Master Copper Trigram, as per his memory, went to the position where Song Shuheng had been standing on the 8th floor. Now, the height, posture, strength, and angle, immortal Master Copper Trigram rewound his memory to the moment when Song Shuheng jumped. Then, he jumped up and copied Song Shuheng's movements. He adjusted his posture in mid-air, tucked and turned, and finally extended his leg towards the 9th floor. Daodu said regretfully, what a pity. Copper Trigram is now using a teenager's appearance. Otherwise, we could have taken this opportunity to determine his gender. Young Master Phoenix Slayer patted Daodu on the head. I told you that female cultivators have special means to prevent exposure. Is Copper Trigram a female cultivator? Daodu rolled his eyes. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, bang. Copper Trigram bumped into the invisible wall, flipped around helplessly, and then landed. He shook his head and said, nope, it didn't work. Thrice reckless Mad Saber said, it doesn't seem to be due to his series of actions. Shuheng, how did you get in? Song Shuheng shook his head in confusion. He also had no idea how he entered the 9th floor. In terms of strength, he was at the 6th stage. And in terms of titles, he had only reached the 8th stage. Could it be that he had a treasure on his body that caused the throne of wealth distribution to mistake him for a 9th stage cultivator? Was it the virtuous Lamia? The inner world? Or his Dragon Network Administrator authority in the Black Dragon world? It seemed that each was equally possible, but it also seemed that none of them were enough for him to be judged as a 9th stage Tribulation Transcender. Soft Feather said, Senior Song, what good things are on the 9th floor? Can you go around and take a look? Song Shuheng said, actually, it's useless for me to be here. I already used up my chance to take a treasure on the 8th floor. Although Senior Turtle and Pavilion Master Chu could take a treasure from the 9th floor, these two could enter the 9th floor on their own, so it didn't matter whether or not Song Shuheng could enter as well. However, since he was already here, he decided to look around. Song Shuheng strolled around the 9th floor. Have you found the next volume? Asked Scholar Drunkenhouse through sound transmission. Song Shuheng replied, I really did find it. Just as Scholar Drunken Heaven had guessed, the Divine Weapon Appraisal had been disassembled into 3 volumes and placed on the 3rd, 6th, and 9th floors. One only had a single chance to take a treasure, but 3 chances had to be used up just to get this set. It was especially troublesome. If you weren't able to collect the entire set, you wouldn't be able to see its full effects. It was nearly useless to just take the 1st and 2nd volumes. It wasn't only the Divine Weapon Appraisal either. Song Shuheng found that there were a lot of final volumes, with some even being the 5th of a set, on the 9th floor. Knowledge was power, and it was priceless. This was an undeniable truth. The other natural treasures, medicines, and magical treasures were kept together. For example, Choo Choo's set of kitchenware was a set on the 2nd floor that could be acquired using the single chance one got. It was only some cultivation techniques, skills, and strange booklets that were kept separately. Hopefully, it wasn't a trap. Song Shuheng silently thought to himself. He opened the inner world and summoned Senior Turtle. Senior Turtle, can you do me a favor? Song Shuheng said. Do you see this Divine Weapon Appraisal? Senior Turtle said, I see it. Divine Weapon Appraisal, this thing, I remember having a hard time copying it in the past. You know, when I was in my turtle form, it was very difficult to copy things. Song Shuheng? Song Shuheng. His mind was shaken, and his will completely collapsed. He only had a single thought in mind right now, he wanted to facepalm and cry. He had already imagined many conclusions. The worst of which was that the Divine Weapon Appraisal was mere garbage content. He had already prepared for the worst. But he had not expected that this was a copy made by Senior Turtle. Why did he even need to pick it up? If he really wanted it, couldn't he have just asked Senior Turtle to tell him what was written inside? While he was in thought, without him noticing, Senior Turtle had appeared right beside the last volume of the Divine Weapon Appraisal. It stretched out its forelimbs, fished it out, and took the booklet. Senior Turtle said softly, "It really makes me miss those times. This handwriting, this content, it reminds me of my fleeting youth." Song Shuheng said, "Wait, Senior Turtle. Ah, crap. It's too late." It was over. Senior Turtle's opportunity to collect a treasure was already used. It was wasted on a booklet it had written in the past. Song Shuheng's heart ached. Every opportunity to get a treasure was akin to making free money. The treasures above the 8th floor in the throne of wealth distribution were all top-tier treasures. Just how much money had he lost this time? "I'm afraid I won't be able to fall asleep tonight." Senior Turtle asked doubtfully, "What's the matter? Why does your face look like someone died?" It waved its forelimbs and threw the booklet in its hand over to Song Shuheng. "Losing so much money really makes my heart ache." Song Shuheng said, "By the way, when did you copy down these booklets, Senior Turtle?" Senior Turtle said, "It was a very long time ago. I remember that it should have been back in the era of the ancient heavenly city." Song Shuheng pointed to the text on the Divine Weapon Appraisal and asked, "Then, what about its content?" "Oh, that was taught by a friend of my master," Senior Turtle replied. "Back then, I copied down a lot of things. Eventually, my handwriting got better and better. The characters in these books are crooked and ugly, so it should belong to the earlier copies I made." Song Shuheng stared blankly at the 3 booklets and shed tears of regret. Senior Turtle stretched out its forelimbs and patted the sad Song Shuheng lightly. "Although I don't know why you are sad, child, just cry if you are feeling this way. If you cry bitterly, you will feel better. Crying does not represent weakness, it is merely the catharsis of human emotions. Studies have even shown that people who cry tend to live longer." Song Shuheng raised his head and glanced at Senior Turtle. Ever since it had begun studying psychology, it had become increasingly understanding and compassionate of others. "But Senior Turtle, what are you doing by taking that little bottle out? Although you're only at the 6th stage realm, you have a special physique. You've held a divinity show 3 times, and didn't die even when coming into contact with the law of eternity, so your tears should be very valuable," Senior Turtle said seriously. It wanted to try out a profound Sage Tyrannical Song's tears facial mask. After all, under normal circumstances, if a 6th stage cultivator were to come into contact with the law of eternity, there was only one end for them, death. But despite that, Song Shuheng was not only alive and kicking, but he even managed to incorporate the law of eternity into his body to create a pseudo-eternity smoke mode. There should be a trace of eternity in his tears, and that would definitely be very effective in terms of nourishing properties. Song Shuheng, he silently stacked the 3 booklets together. "Senior Turtle, that friend of the great emperor that you mentioned earlier. Were you referring to slow-witted Song?" The language used in the Divine Weapon Appraisal was Chinese. When Senior Turtle copied them, it should have still been the era of the ancient heavenly city, and Chinese should not have existed back then. Song Shuheng had always had many speculations when it came to slow-witted Song's origin. If the Chinese characters above were truly taught to Senior Turtle by slow-witted Song, then he would have made some more progress with regards to his speculations. Was he a transmigrator? Or perhaps he had sent a projection into the past? Or had he traversed the long river of time and projected his will to peer into the future? Senior Turtle replied, "Yes, it's that guy who loves causing trouble." Song Shuheng asked, "Sure enough, it is him. Then, is this throne of wealth distribution also related to him? Could the guy who loose immortal Xiaoyao won against be slow-witted Song?" What, throne of wealth distribution? Is it related to slow-witted Song? I also don't know. Seeing that Song Shuhang wasn't going to cry, Senior Turtle regretfully put away the small bottle. Song Shuhang let out a long sigh. Senior Turtle, what is this divine weapon appraisal about? Senior Turtle said, as its name suggests, it's a magazine that records some interesting magical treasures in the era of the ancient heavenly city. I remember the original 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure was also recorded on it. Song Shuhang opened the first page of the divine weapon appraisal. Imperial Chariot, a very interesting magical treasure. Although it is currently only at the 7th stage, it has the potential to reach the 9th stage or even higher, possessing the potential to ascend and acquire the quality of a Tribulation Transcender's divine weapon. Most importantly, it is very cool, and when used to fly, it looks as if one were riding a wheelbarrow. He then flipped past. Majestic Codex, knowledge is power. And again. Divine Mobile Battle Bed, this is a magical treasure that hasn't been created yet and merely exists in concept. Its flight speed is slow but extremely stable. It is suitable for short trips for people that are in no hurry. All of them were some strange divine weapons, the only thing they had in common was that they were in line with the aesthetics of slow-witted Song. In addition to the ugly handwritten text of Senior Turtle, the end of each page was accompanied by a terrible illustration. These illustrations were even worse than children's doodles. And they were also made by Senior Turtle. In addition, when he saw the introduction of the divine mobile battle bed, Song Shuhang suddenly remembered Soft Feather's senior brother, Lu Jianyi. He seemed to have a big bed that could fly just like the one mentioned in the booklet. Song Shuhang quickly flipped through the 3 booklets, and was dumbfounded. What's the use of this divine weapon appraisal? Senior Turtle said, as I said, it is a booklet made for fun, so it isn't about anything serious. I merely used it to practice transcribing, why would it have any particular use? So it was a trap. Song Shuhang was heartbroken. 3 opportunities for top-tier treasures were exchanged for this trash, that was all wasted money. Don't be so sad. Senior Turtle patted Song Shuhang again. This is an antique, and it was made by a turtle of the 9th stage Tribulation Transcender realm. You can keep it as an heirloom treasure. I will. Song Shuhang stored the 3 booklets. I'll go and put it up for sale to see if anyone is interested in it. Perhaps I can sell it for a high price. If you want to sell it, I can give you a few more copies, Senior Turtle said cheerfully. We can do business together when the time comes. To a pleasant cooperation. Song Shuhang searched through the 9th floor again. Senior Turtle, can you look around and see if there are any useful treasures around? Besides the messy cultivation technique booklets, the treasures here are all of similar value. After Senior Turtle's head spun 360 degrees, it suddenly pointed to a throne and said, if you really don't know what to choose, then you can choose that. Song Shuhang looked over, it was a throne that would cause one's scalp to go numb just from looking at it. The throne was built from the bones of unknown creatures, and 12 dark blades were inserted into it. A ghastly fire shrouded the throne. Overall, it looked like the throne of an endgame undead boss in a Western fantasy game. But this was not the most important point. What was to be taken note of was that the spot where one would sit had white bone spikes sticking out. The longest one was even as long as a finger. Was this something for people to sit on? If a person sat on it, how horrible would that be? Just looking at this throne, my butt hurts. Only skeletons would be able to sit comfortably on this throne, right? Song Shuhang asked, Senior Turtle, what is special about this throne? It can't be something used to punish prisoners, right? Senior Turtle laughed. As a cultivator, you have to get rid of the habit of judging things by their appearance. In the world of cultivation, the stranger a treasure is, the more interesting its effects are. For example, This throne named Throne of Endurance has the effect of suspending life. Even a person on the verge of death, as long as they are placed on this throne, would be able to stay alive. After that, as long as you provide enough energy, they would be able to stay in such a state for about half a year. This half a year is enough time to find many ways to save the concerned party's life. It sounds similar to cryonics. However, if what you said is true, this is indeed a good item. After hearing of its effects, Song Shuheng decided to choose it. Song Shuheng opened the inner world again. Senior Chu, please lend me a hand again. Sorry, little friend Song. My hands haven't grown out yet, so I can't lend you one. Pavilion Master Chu calmly blew bubbles. Song Shuheng. Tell me, what is it that you require my assistance with? Senior Chu's head resurfaced slightly, revealing her beautiful collarbone. Song Shuheng said, cough, Senior Chu, I would like to ask your help to take the Throne of Endurance. When there's a first, there will be a second, and when there's a second time, there will be a third, murmured Senior Chu. Despite her saying that, she still stretched her long hair out of the inner world and towards where the Throne of Endurance was. Senior Chu's long hair curled around the Throne of Endurance, and brought it back in front of Song Shuheng. Thank you, Senior Chu. Song Shuheng reached out to take the Throne of Endurance. Then, with a thought, he placed it inside his original spirit lake to receive nourishment. It feels good to always have several seniors around. Pavilion Master Chu's long hair retracted into the inner world. Is that thing in your hand the divine weapon Appraisal? Song Shuheng said, yeah, it's a version of the divine weapon Appraisal copied by Senior Turtle. So it was actually a copy made by fellow Taoist Turtle. No wonder the handwriting is so distinctive, Pavilion Master Chu said. By the way, I have several copies of this divine weapon Appraisal on me as well. Do you want them? Song Shuheng burst into tears. There's no need. Thanks for the thought, Senior Chu. It turned out that this booklet had not only been transcribed by Senior Turtle, as Pavilion Master Chu also had a bunch of copies on her. The Throne of Wealth Distribution was quite the trap. If only the copies in the Throne of Wealth Distribution had a trial version. That way, after taking a look at the first volume, he would have never bothered collecting the following parts. I'll give you a copy of it. You can keep it and use it as a family heirloom, said Pavilion Master Chu. Then, her long hair extended and threw out a thick copy of the divine weapon Appraisal, dropping it in Song Shuheng's hands. It was another unsightly written divine weapon Appraisal. Senior Turtle said, huh? I wasn't the one to make this copy of the divine weapon Appraisal. It could easily recognize its own handwriting. Despite also having terrible handwriting, the divine weapon Appraisal thrown over by Pavilion Master Chu was different, and it looked more like the work of a young child. Is there a difference? Song Shuheng compared the two versions of the divine weapon Appraisal and felt that the handwriting was very similar. Of course. I can still recognize my own handwriting. Heavens, how many people did that guy have copy this divine weapon Appraisal? Senior Turtle sighed, recalling the days when it had been bitterly practicing its writing. Song Shuheng compared the two versions of the divine weapon Appraisal. He read Senior Turtle's version, and then Pavilion Master Chu's version. Afterward, he said, Senior Turtle's version of the divine weapon Appraisal has more content. Senior Turtle asked curiously, what's the excess content? Song Shuheng opened two versions of the divine weapon Appraisal, pointed to Senior Turtle's version and said, for example, the text introducing the Imperial Chariot, regarding the statement, most importantly, it is very cool. Pavilion Master Chu's version of it does not have the most word. There are many similar occurrences across the text, all of which are small details that would not affect the overall content. If it was just once or twice, it could be said to be the fault of the one copying the booklet. However, such mistakes appeared almost every few paragraphs, and it felt like slow-witted Song was trying to do something. Pavilion Master Chu's voice sounded, if it were someone else who did such a thing, it would very likely be an accident. But since slow-witted Song was involved, he definitely hid something in there. Senior Turtle said, "Heavens, I made so many copies of it back then and didn't feel anything out of the ordinary." Pavilion Master Chu continued, "Slow-witted Song likes to play word games and hide secrets in between the lines." Song Shuheng recalled the 33 Divine Beasts technique, which slow-witted Song had hidden in the secret book of the Monster Race Alliance. "Write down all the differences, label all the different words," suggested Senior Turtle. Song Shuheng nodded, and at the same time, he used the secret appraisal technique on the 2 versions of the Divine Weapon Appraisal. Divine Weapon Appraisal Manuscript, the version transcribed by the Great Northern Emperor's monster pet sea turtle. There is a big secret hidden inside. Search for it, this secret will make you, he 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 he. Divine Weapon Appraisal Manuscript, written by Fairy Whitebone. You want to find my secret treasure trove, right? Then search for it, as long as you find it, you can have everything inside. Song Shuheng, he took out a pen and paper from the inner world, then quickly wrote down all the differences between the 2 versions and put them all together. Song Shuheng said, "What a pity. If this were on a computer, I would have been able to easily pick out all of the differences between them." After he was done, he raised his notebook. "Senior Chu, Senior Turtle, how is it? Have you found anything? Could it be that when combined, they reveal a divine secret technique?" Senior Turtle speculated. After all, big shots of the past were particularly fond of doing such things. But this doesn't look like a cultivation technique, does it? Song Shuheng pointed to the excerpts he had written and began to read, "I like snowy days, your mouth, your kidneys, your everything is delicious." Since there were no punctuations, all the words had to be read together. And this mess of words seemed like a love letter? But what the heck was with kidneys being delicious? Pavilion Master Chu said, "It might be a linking word game. The real secret should be hidden in this mess of words." Song Shuheng tried using the secret appraisal technique on what he had written. The result of the appraisal was text transcribed by Tyrannical Song. Senior Turtle said, "Heavens, I don't like word games like these. They give me a headache. If I had the time to play word games, I would rather go make a nest to lay eggs." Pavilion Master Chu said, "The easiest way to figure this out would be to find slow-witted Song and ask him about it directly." Song Shuheng took out his phone and sent the text he copied to the 9 provinces number 1 group. A single person's strength was limited, and a single person's wisdom was also limited. At this time, of course, he should use the strength of the many. "What is this?" Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue asked in confusion. Song Shuheng, "This is a word game. There might be a cultivation technique or treasure hidden within. Seniors, do you have any way to decipher it?" Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, "I thought you were writing a love letter." Immortal Master Copper Trigram, "I thought you'd pressed your face onto the keyboard and this mess was the result." When the bright moon appears, is this what was on the 3 booklets that we just collected? Young Master Phoenix Slayer, "Speaking of which, after today, little friend Shuheng is going to be famous again." Dowdu, "Why?" Because Senior Song has become Tribulation Transcender Tyrannical Song in the eyes of many people. Soft Feather giggled. When she was strolling through each floor just now, she heard the practitioners' constant whispering. The throne of wealth distribution was tiered according to one's realm, and everyone could see that on the 9th floor, there were only profound Sage Tyrannical Song and his pet sea turtle. Young Master Phoenix Slayer added, "Any practitioner who enters the throne of wealth distribution right now and understands its rules would see little friend Shuheng on the 9th floor as soon as they look up. And from that, they would immediately infer that he's at least a 9th stage Tribulation Transcender." Song Shuheng retorted, "However, I showed my divinity not too long ago. Under normal circumstances, no one should believe the rumor that I've already ascended to the 9th stage." Soft Feather said, "Ha ha ha, I think that due to Senior Song having held a divinity show again and again, many of the practitioners in the universe no longer believe that you're just an 8th stage profound sage. In the conversations between the practitioners, there were already many who suspected that profound Sage Tyrannical Song wasn't the first sage in 1,000 years, but rather an old Tribulation Transcender who, through some means, was once again showing his divinity. Otherwise, which ordinary profound sage would be able to show their divinity so often? Immortal Master Copper Trigram added, especially with what happened earlier, when little friend Shuheng snatched back the Big Dipper from the Celestial who was at least of the 9th stage. With all this, the practitioners in the universe have become increasingly suspicious of your true strength. Currently, all the practitioners were constantly speculating and brainstorming, trying to explain the fact that profound Sage Tyrannical Song was actually a Tribulation Transcender. Unconstrained imagination and unbridled thinking were very powerful things. As long as one's imagination was powerful enough, there was nothing in the universe that could not be explained through it. Song Shuheng, he began to ponder. When he truly ascended to the 8th stage and held a divinity show, should he change his name? At this time, Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue clapped his hands lightly, and then transmitted his voice to the fellow Taoists in the group. Alright, have all of you already chosen something you like? If you have, we should start leaving the throne of wealth distribution. As everyone had only one chance to pick a treasure, there was no point in staying in the throne of wealth distribution any longer. Song Shuheng said, by the way, as Senior Scholar Handsomest should have reminded you already, after we go out, we can capture a batch of living celestials. Then, I can control them to pick treasures for us. I tested it out just now. As long as my invisible saber insect stabs them in their waist, I can use psychic energy to control them to take a treasure. Young Master Phoenix Slayer blurted out, Did the scholar say that? Yes, fellow Taoist Phoenix Slayer wasn't paying attention, said Northern River's loose cultivator. In fact, he only vaguely remembered a gentle and familiar voice in his ear. But when he turned his head, he'd already forgotten the content of the reminder. It seemed that Scholar Handsomest had made a lot of progress in his cultivation technique. Recently, all of the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group had been practicing very hard. To be honest, ever since Northern River's loose cultivator and the other fellow Taoists got to know each other, this was the year when everyone practiced the most diligently. Every one of them had been continuously breaking through, and the fellow Taoists had been transcending one tribulation after the other. Thrice reckless Mad Saber laughed and said, Then let's go out and look for some celestials. At this time, Venerable Yellow Mountain raised an eyebrow. It's too late. At the entrance of the throne of wealth distribution, a large number of celestials poured in. Thrice reckless Mad Saber asked curiously, Sage Monarch Enchanting Dream and the practitioners of the White Wall 3 Live Saber lost the battle? Logically speaking, that shouldn't be the case. With the strength of Sage Monarch Enchanting Dream and the White Wall 3 Live Saber clan, they would not have lost so quickly. Perhaps that Celestial who was at least at the 9th stage made their move again, Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said. Everyone, gather up. Come to the 6th floor. Before Song Shuheng left the 9th floor, he summoned the virtuous Lamia and asked her to try taking a treasure from the 9th floor. But unfortunately, the virtuous Lamia had already integrated with Song Shuheng, and she could no longer take any treasures from the 9th floor. Song Shuheng said, What a pity. He turned and jumped off the 9th floor, entering the 8th floor. A mountain of treasures was right before him, yet he could not take any. Although it was very unfortunate, one should stay in control and not let greed get the better of them. As a cultivator, one should have a firm will. Song Shuheng said, Little Inju should be able to take a treasure from the 8th floor. She has a sage seal and sage name. There is about double the number of items on the 8th floor compared to the 9th floor, but the most useful items have already been picked out. Your senior fellow Taoists have very good eyes, Senior Turtle praised. Regarding those who entered the 8th floor, besides 7th cultivator of true virtue and spirit butterfly, the others were all fake ancient sages of the 9 provinces number 1 group. Soft Feather giggled and said, "That should be because my dad, senior 7th cultivator of true virtue, and I were here helping everybody pick out the top quality treasures. If that's the case, then let fate decide." Song Shuheng brought little Inju out of the inner world and said, "Creation, what is it?" Dharma King Creation suddenly responded. Song Shuheng added, "Fairy." Chirp, chirp idiot, Fairy Creation exited little Inju's body. Dharma King Creation, you'll so stupid. Fairy Creation waved at Dharma King Creation, and then raised 2 fingers. Was she hinting that she would play for 2 more days before returning? Song Shuheng said, "Fairy, please guard little Inju." Fairy Creation stretched out her hands and hugged Li Inju. Song Shuheng stepped forward and picked little Inju and Fairy Creation up. Afterward, he spun around and threw them away. Fairy Creation exclaimed, "Ah, idiot idiot senior turtle, was this what you meant by leaving it up to fate?" Fairy Creation and little Inju ended up landing right beside a lute-shaped instrument. Little Inju's hand fell on the lute. Fairy Creation reached out to catch Inju and the lute. She subconsciously stretched out her hands towards the lute, and a melodious sound came from it. Song Shuheng said solemnly, "See, fate." Senior Turtle's eyelids twitched. "Your fate is this strong?" Song Shuheng said self-mockingly, "Ha ha ha, after all, I'm Song, freeload everything, Shuheng." No matter if it was something as small as a rental bookstore or as big as a heavenly tribulation, fortuitous encounter, death, laws, or even the heavenly punishment, he could freeload it easily. So who was to say that he couldn't freeload off of something like fate? Meanwhile, Fairy Creation tilted her head and reached out to grab a pen-like magical treasure at the side. But like the virtuous Lamia, she couldn't take the treasure. The form in which they existed could not be regarded as a separate individual. Song Shuheng moved little Inju and the lute back into the inner world. Li Inju's body was transferred to the virtuous palace to recuperate. Fairy Creation held the lute in a daze. This was because she felt that she might be able to play this instrument very well. As such, she stretched out her hand and gently plucked, playing it instinctively. The sound of music spread with the virtuous palace as the center, spreading around the entire inner world. The magical beasts that had been transferred into the inner world heard this music and felt appeased. They settled down quietly in the area designated for them by the inner world assistant. Fairy Creation sang with satisfaction, "I'm the best." The members of the 9 provinces number 1 group gathered on the 6th floor. The entrance to the throne of wealth distribution had become crowded with celestials. If they wanted to leave, they would have to kill their way out through the enemies. Sage Monarch 7th cultivator of true virtue said, "We'll leave after the celestials have come in." Thrice reckless Mad Saber squeezed his chin. "By the way, is fighting allowed in the throne of wealth distribution?" "It should be allowed. I used the invisible saber insect to stab the waist of a 6th stage celestial not too long ago," said Song Shuheng. He pinched his chin and looked at the influx of celestials, an idea popping up in his mind. The entrance to the throne of wealth distribution was only so big. If he were to use a group-impregnating gaze on the entrance at this time, the celestials would definitely fall in batches. Afterward, he could open the inner world and transfer them into the Palace of Winter and imprison them. It would become no different from a game where you camp in an advantageous spot. Venerable Yellow Mountain said, "This throne of wealth distribution has a lot of hidden rules. Large-scale battles might arouse the wrath of loose immortal Xiaoyao, the owner of the throne. This is his territory, so we should avoid acting rashly." While everyone was talking, suddenly, the entrance of the throne of wealth distribution slowly closed. The people outside could no longer come in. However, those inside the throne could still go out. At this time, a man's voice sounded from the throne, welcome to my throne of wealth distribution. After nearly 5,000 years, I'm finally holding another wealth distribution. It has been quite a long time since the previous wealth distribution, and I'm afraid the outside world may have forgotten the rules of the wealth distribution. This voice was speaking in the language of the ancient era, but after his voice diffused in the throne of wealth distribution, it was automatically translated into nearly 1,000 different languages by the power of the throne. The practitioners in the throne were nearly all able to receive a translation they could understand, with there only being an exception for a few particularly unfortunate practitioners, who couldn't find any language they could understand in the nearly 1,000 languages that the message had been translated to and could only remain confused. When you come, you are a guest, no matter what your status is. Whether you're a fellow Taoist of the main world or the netherworld, as long as you enter the throne, you may take a single treasure with you. During the wealth distribution, the most important thing is that everyone leaves happy. As I've held my last bet with Beep Beep, this will be my final wealth distribution. Therefore, I want to do something new. I will select a group of people among you and divide the prizes into different grades, first, second, third, and fourth grade respectively. I will then send different gifts to the various lucky winners. I will now begin selecting the fourth grade prizes. There will be a total of 6 spots, as I like the number 6. These 6 lucky winners will evenly receive all the treasures from the first to the third floor of the throne of wealth distribution. After Luce Immortal Xiaoyao's speech ended, 6 pillars of light emerged from the throne. The 6 beams of light continued to move randomly throughout the throne to pick the lucky winners. Thrice reckless Mad Saber said, "Is this when we should be shouting, 666? 666, 1, thank you boss," shouted Immortal Master Copper Trigram. Anyway, his appearance was not real, so he was not afraid of losing face. As soon as Copper Trigram finished shouting, one of the pillars of light swiftly changed its trajectory and landed on him. Song Shuheng, 1, the meaning is similar to that of the PogChamp emote on Twitch.